And as Chris said, we've gotten to the seafloor. It looks like we are indeed seeing.
That tether's gonna be pain all day.
Well, we're seeing some sediment here, but I would go and suggest that we probably are looking at volcanic rocks here. And there may even be some candidates to look at for picking up a rock sample right off the bat.
Keep a big deltas until.
Does this look like it's volcanic material to you, Jasper?
Yeah, I think so. Just trying to take a note here.
Awful lot of broken up substrate here.
Yep. But we are seeing lots of sort of roundish shapes. We did not see those, for instance, yesterday as much. We saw more angular pieces of carbonate pieces. This does not look quite the same. These look more like small little pillow lavas and pillow fragments.
You can see some animals down there. Some
pretty
larger,
and there's something big over there. Yeah.
Different sizes. Not a huge number so far, but again, we usually don't see very many numbers in this type of substrate. So it'll probably become more consolidated as we go up slope on this cone. Oh, we've got a fish already. Look at that. Gonna get a quick. Is it a fish? I think it is.
Yeah, it's a fish. I see a little fins.
Yeah, I wonder if we could get a little tighter. And I know you're still doing your stuff, getting ready for the dive. Okie doke. What are you?
White eel. Oh, he's got really big eyes.
Yeah, quite frankly, I have no clue what we're looking at here.
He's got the little nose holes like the eels have.
Whether this tail looks somewhat like a Synaphabranch. No, it doesn't really look like a Synaphabranchid tail, does it? Could be.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it is a Synaphabranchid. I'm looking. Yeah, the mouth actually goes beyond the eye. And I don't know if this is just a young one or a different species.
It looks more clear or light colored than the ones we've seen before.
Yeah, but it's really small too.
Yeah,
so that's what I'm
true.
wondering whether it could just be a juvenile.
It still needs to grow into its size and color.
Yeah, there's something about its tail that's different though. I wonder if this is potentially a different species. So one of the characteristics you look at for Synaptobranchids is the mouth and whether the mouth actually extends back behind the eye, and you can see it clearly does on this animal. I don't know how many other animals have got that characteristic. Origin of the dorsal is about 2/3 of the way up on the body, and the origin of the anal fin, the one on the bottom, is up forward as well.
Big Nav, when you get a minute, can you maybe gain up my sonar a little bit? Yeah, no rush, thanks.
Just continuing to drift away from you.
Synaphabranchids, for the most part, are usually pretty close to the bottom. This guy is still a ways up off the bottom, drifting around in the water column. So again, I don't know what that means. It is a weekend on the mainland, so we're missing a few of our fish experts right now. Bruce Mundy, who's normally operating the Ford Island Exploration Command Center in Oahu, he can't do this on Saturday and Monday. He's probably watching from home.
It's about as close as I can get, Roland.
Yep, I'm just trying to follow focus. That is max.
Do you want me to try to give you some tether?
No, it's fine.
Okay. He's cooperating at least, so we're getting a good look at him. Yeah, thank you very much, pilot. Appreciate it. Oh, there's some good view of the sponges. I can see one of them, that fuzzy sponge over there with the hairs, is Walteria.
So, pilot, it would be nice to look for a rock before we take off from this area once you guys are all settled.
Yeah, copy. Yeah, we can start looking right now.
Can we bring that wing outboard?
Oh, there's
Yeah,
a
go ahead.
paragorgia right there. So that's one of the prettier octocorals. Well, actually, off the bat, we are seeing more animals, even though they're a bit sparse today. We're seeing more animals than we did, I think, on some of the cones on the Johnston Atoll geos. I think that's a stock crinoid right in front of the ROV2.
Any of these
Yeah.
look of interest?
Yeah, the rocks. Yeah,
The rocks,
sorry.
yeah.
Let's see. A little bit up and to the. Oh yeah, maybe that one's good. I was thinking this one maybe up and then a little bit to the right. Most of the way up in the screenshot.
You want some swing arms out?
See that sort of square blocky one, Pilot? It's
Which,
almost
It's about
upper center
halfway to
right
the
now.
top.
to the left of the crinoid.
that guy?
Yeah, left
That
of the
one?
lasers now. The bigger one is what he was looking at.
I was seeing how big the big one next to it is. To the left.
Oh, to the left.
Other left.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty huge.
That
Might
one
be.
right
Oh
there.
yeah, that's too big.
Yeah.
That's like 35 centimeters.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that won't fit in our
Not
box.
too big, but how about this one behind the crinoid? Or it's actually not a crinoid. I think it's a sea-pen.
That has a little. No, that's a star crinoid, I think.
No,
No.
no,
Okay.
it's something called umbellula.
Umbellula. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Sounds good, Nav.
Yeah, that one or the one behind it to the right a little. Either one looks loose, I think.
Good morning, Asako. I see
sounds
you've
great.
joined us.
Yep.
Asako Matsumoto from the Chiba Institute.
Okay,
in
lowers
Japan.
are out,
One of the
and stowing hydraulics.
coral experts who's been helping us
Let's
out
bring hydraulics
on
up.
these
Okay.
dives.
Gotta do a sample. Okay, hydraulics are ready to sample. Thinking port or starboard.
Probably starboard.
Okay.
All right. This is dive
Uh,
12
Sako.
already.
Sako agrees it's a sea-pen as well. We'll perhaps get a closer look when they get this rock. This is pretty early in the morning for Asako over there. It's quite different than the mainland folks on the U.S. that are actually later in the day for them.
Just tilt up on my camera.
I have your rotator coming up.
Right, come on in video.
Rotator stopped.
What do you think, Jasper?
That looks sizable. I think we'll be okay with that. How's the force on it?
That's I can bring up the grip force. Let's see.
Oh,
Oh. Did it crumble or did I drop
No,
it?
it just fell out, I think.
Huh.
I think it just slipped.
Tilt down.
And
Come
you
back.
missed the C-pen, so Chris is sighing a deep sigh of relief here.
yes, I am.
Just shaking the dust off of it.
That's right. We're just cleaning it off a little bit before we take it home.
Right, that's maximum grip force.
Yeah, that should be fine. I bet there's some rock in there. You can see how it does have that manganese crust on it again, little bumpy, almost that cauliflower look.
Well, this rejuvenated volcanism, this would have happened a long time ago still.
Yeah,
'cause
it would
these
still
seamounts
be.
are so old.
Right. And you still see the sediment on
I'll
top
bring
of this thing,
starboard wing
so
in
it's still been around
when
for
you're
a good
clear
amount of
video.
time.
Rotate it one more time.
That's a nice rock.
Yeah, that direction. There we go. Okay, video's clear.
Right, come on out.
right.
Full wide.
You are full wide.
You can bring that wing in if it's clear.
Oh, yeah, it is. Wing coming in. I can draw out just a little bit too if you would like.
I can get it.
Okay.
And then bring my mini Zeus down a little bit.
I think I can wing in a touch more if you need it.
And this is going in pilot's favorite starboard front rock
Starboard, yeah.
rock box. They like this one for the rocks.
Well, it's an easy one, and
Yeah.
then it's also a good one if you find a rock that you really need to have a lid on too.
Right, exactly.
Actually,
Nice.
All right,
the rock is
collected.
secured.
All right, wing coming
Not
out.
forward. Oops, since starboard, you know.
Oh, did I do the wrong one?
Yeah, you had port.
Oh, did I? Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
That's okay. Doesn't matter.
thank you, pilot.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Do we want to see this C-pen?
Yeah, if we could take a look at the C-pen. I think we know what it is, but just to confirm it, Asako and I both feel it's a C-pen.
Come on in, video.
Disabling hydraulics for you.
Yeah, so C-pens are octocorals, and one of the things we look at are these filaments that are coming off the tentacles, and the number of tentacles. It should be 8, which it is, on each polyp. It's a very unusual C-pen in that there aren't polyps coming off of the main stem until it gets to the very top, and then you have this little whirl of polyps coming off right on the top. They're very transparent. You can see the center of the stem has got the pen, the sort of stiffer supporting structure of this animal, which gives C-pens their names. That's a beautiful shot of that guy. So we're pretty sure we know what the genus is, Umbellula, but we don't know how many species are in that genus. I don't personally. We've got something called Willamosei in Hawaii, but we also may have a second species there that we just call species. So that's what we're going to call this one. 'Cause we don't collect these very often.
Yeah.
That's the problem. So, yeah, we're good for science.
And video when you're
pilot.
clear.
Thank you.
All right, success on
I
the
think we're,
landing site.
if we're thinking about move, what direction do you think
Ooh, nice
about?
vase
Due
over
north
Got
or
a
maybe a
base
little bit west
wedge
of north?
there. I'm pretty sure
My
that's
sonar, I can't really
Dictyolis.
tell.
I would have made a note of it already.
I would just say we
Perhaps
start
the
heading north.
coral there,
Okay.
if we could do a quick snap zoom maybe, just to confirm it really is a bubblegum coral.
Come on in, video.
I'll line up on north then. Okay, here we go. I'm lined
Looks
up.
like it
These
has
are
the little
beautiful.
gnomes.
Yep, it's bubblegum coral, Paragorgia. I think you all can see why it's called a bubblegum coral. It's got sort of a ball of polyps. They're all retracted right now except for that very low branch at the lower center. But that shows that there's sort of a cluster of polyps right on the end, and when they're closed up, it looks like little balls or bubblegum on the ends of the branches. Plus the brilliant, the beautiful red color. I think this is why they were sort of given the name bubblegum coral. And you're seeing a brittle star that's attached to them. This coral often has brittle stars in it. This could be in the group the Astroschematidae.
So I presume you wouldn't advise chewing on this, though,
No, it's
despite
probably,
its name.
well, some animals might like it.
Somebody did over here, I think.
Or the brittle star is
Like right
irritating
here.
it, but I
Yeah.
don't think so. Because you can see you don't.
Hey, are we good, Chris?
We're good. Thank you, pilot.
Going on video.
Ready for a full screen?
Yep.
And you can see in the background the rocks are covered in these little bumpy pieces, or it's effectively a bumpy layer of manganese crust.
Video's
It's
clear.
pretty old.
Night coming up.
Looks like little marbles almost sitting next to each other.
You're facing north.
I'm lined up due north.
So I think our plan of seeing volcanic structure here has definitely panned out.
Yeah,
Good
it's
if
a
I put it
Walkurious.
in
I was going to say it has those spines
Hey,
sticking
what?
out.
30 meter move?
You've got
At
a
what speed?
A little palm tree on the right.
got a crinoid on another coral, I think. Perhaps we could look at that crinoid in the other coral. The
So I
sponge is
got
pretty
you at
familiar to us.
55 right now.
Maybe
Come
we'll-
up a little bit.
I'm just
Yeah,
looking at your
chance to-
sonar.
And
It's,
Look at that
You're
later
only
on. The
20
vase, I'm
meters
pretty
from
sure,
the-
is in the genus Dictyalis.
We just do another 15
yeah,
This,
that's fine.
and scoot in.
Come on in, video.
this coral, what are you?
Another bubble gum?
Yes, it's no.
No?
It's
Is
a,
it a corallium?
I think it's a hemicorallium. Let's see what Asako thinks it is. I'll wait for her to weigh in on
Kyla's
this.
like barely holding on. Oh, he's got some.
And crinoid, not sure what the crinoid is too. It's got a brittle star and a crinoid. And as she agrees, this is a corallid coral. This is a hard coral. It secretes a hard skeleton. It's also an octocoral. You can see the filamentous, or the tentacles with the filaments coming off of it. And there are 8 tentacles. And then this is a feather star. That's the common name for crinoids. That's how it attaches, and this is a group of crinoids that has prehensile cirri, which is what you're looking at right now, the way it grabs onto things. Prehensile being that it can wrap each of these several times around a branch. Not all crinoids can do that. Does not have that many arms, and I could speculate it's in the family Thalassometridae, but that's a wild guess.
Nice shot.
Go get us. Yep.
Kill the lasers.
Laser's coming off. Laser's off.
Pilot, could you just take a look at that left tip of the arm on this thing? Something's on it. That
Come on in, Roland.
just curious as to what that is. I don't know if he caught something or something's just sitting on it.
Is that like one of those little tunicate things again that's floating around? Or
I don't know what it is.
It's one of those things
I don't know
that we
these.
thought
I
was
don't know
like
the
a
water column
some
animals
type
at all.
of brittle star. Never did have confirmation.
Maybe
on it.
Michael Vecchione, when he gets to see this, might know what this is. Yeah, no idea. Yeah, thank you, pilot.
When you're good.
Close
video,
up didn't
come on
help.
in.
Video's good, pulling out.
just as much of a mystery as it was earlier.
Yeah.
So, science, this is Roland just making an announcement to you guys and those on the shore. We're now sort of setting up for this live event. So what I'll be doing is the pilot's channel will be switched over for the live event. So here momentarily, the left stream will continue to be the science dialogue that everyone's used to, and the right channel will be the live interaction. So if you're watching shoreside, you can adjust your balance left, right. If you adjust it left, you continue to see the normal dive. If you adjust it right, then you'll hear a one-sided conversation where Chris and Brian will be answering questions from the shoreside.
Okay, thank you, Roland.
Any of these sponges, Chris? It's the little guy to the left.
Pilot, I can barely hear you. I wonder if you could just turn your volume up just a hair. Let's see. Maybe the one on the left, perhaps. I think it's a Poliopogon.
It's a nice vase in
And
front
yeah,
of it, too.
maybe one of the vases, too, on the way over there, just to confirm what it could be. Yeah, this.
It's little corals.
Yeah,
or
there's
something.
another coral. Yeah, we're getting animals here.
Okay, copy.
That's
Yeah,
different.
okay.
Ron and
This
Lisa,
is,
you should be able to hear us
so I
on the
went ahead
video
and
now.
marked that in my notes. I thought this is what it would be.
Okay, I'm listening.
Some of the things I'm looking at here are the horizontal nature of the,
All right,
the
test
oscula,
1,
the side
2,
oscula on the body
3,
wall.
4,
See, they're all kind of
5,
lined up
6,
in horizontal
7,
rows.
8, 9,
It's got
10.
a sieve plate, which is this sort of thread-like covering to the top of the main osculum on top of the sponge.
Copy.
It's also
Testing
got some
1,
spicules
2,
sticking out
3,
of the sides.
4.
And then Pilot already knows about the attachment site. That's why he's zooming down. This
Testing
is
1,
really important.
2,
And
3.
it is what's called a basiphytus attachment, which means it kind of glues itself to the rock rather than anchoring via filaments or modified spicules. So those are the clues that let us know that the sponge is in the family Euplectellidae. I think it's Euplectellidae. I don't think it's Rosellidae. I better double check that. Could be a Rosellid.
Sounds good. Thank you, Roland.
I'll take a quick check. 'Cause I'm
All right. Ron and Lisa, how do we sound now? We boosted some of the gains on our
Let's
side, and
see.
you should be hearing me in the video.
And one of the things to note with all this is
Okay,
that we
Brian,
are
your
a very
sound
rocky
is
terrain.
okay. Now we're
There's
just trying to figure
a
out
lot
how to
of
switch it into our room
what
speakers.
look like
Okay.
fragments of pillow lavas here, and also whole pillows with
Okay,
very,
so
very little
shoreside, how
sediment
does
on top of
the
it.
audio sound on
that
your
was in the family
the
Euplectellidae. I
live
don't know
event
why
channel?
Suddenly I
Also, Brian,
thought it
if
might
you
not
could
be, but it
turn on
is.
our lights.
So now this
Cover that.
is in the family Pheronematidae. It's in the genus Poliopogon. And this has a different type of attachment, but we're going to look at the top of it first a little bit, and then we'll slide down. These are all glass sponges, and they're called glass sponges because they have siliceous microscopic skeletal parts called spicules. And when you dissolve the tissue off of the skeletal parts, if you're doing a laboratory analysis of one of these sponges, then the spicules all look glassy and transparent and really quite beautiful. You see a couple of gastropods on the sponge too, and they've got really long, what you call those things, antenna coming out of the ends of the gastropods.
On the back, too.
Yeah, this is a very weird gastropod.
They also both have what look like little markings, little holes almost in their shells.
Yeah, I don't think you call the projections off a gastropod antenna. I don't actually know the name,
Oh,
as I don't
well, I was okay with it. It seemed like a good name for it.
yeah, whatever these projections are coming off of the head. There's a bunch
There's
of
a whole
these
bunch of
snails
them,
in
yeah.
there. They're all over the place. This is something new. We've never actually seen these things before. We've seen sponges like this before, but never these little gastropods, I don't think. And those are actually some of the spicules, the ends of spicules sticking out the
Hey,
top
Brian,
of that
you want to
sponge.
give me another little test? Countdown?
The spicules, again, are
Testing
the microscopic
1,
parts
2, 3,
of these glass
4,
sponges.
5, 6,
And
7.
they aren't just
8,
long fibers.
9,
They come in
10.
all beautiful and amazing shapes. They can look like snowflakes under a
Okay, that's
microscope.
much better for us right now. We can adjust a little bit more, I think.
Okay.
You're a little low, but I'm coming out on the speakers now delayed because I think we're looping through your
Zoom
video.
down to the base. We'll take
Okay.
a look at
We'll
that.
work on that. Roland, you copy that?
So hang on.
Yeah, there's nothing that we
hard
can
to
do in
see
the ship
here,
for
but
that.
if you
They
look
have to
closely,
adjust
it's
their
a
mix minus.
fibrous
Okay.
base.
All right, I'm going to
Fibrous
go off headset for just a second to
There
adjust
you
one
are
of the
on the right.
lights,
You can
or a couple of
clearly see
lights
it.
up,
Yep.
if you'll
And
answer if
this
they
is
call.
called lophophytus attachment, and it's very important
Brian.
when you're trying to ID these sponges to notice how they're attaching to the substrate. So you can even see the spicules, which are called basalia. That's the scientific name for these spicules modified for attaching to the substrate. You can see them all sticking out of the bottom of the sponge, and they're essentially grappling the substrate, and that's how the substrate can remain stable on the
So
bottom.
are these made out of the same glassy kind of
Okay, Brian,
material
can you
that the
still hear
skeleton of
me?
the sponge is made?
Yes, they are, but there probably
Roland
isn't
can
much
hear you.
tissue
Brian's
on those.
currently
They
not on
collect a little
microphone.
sediment and things like that. And there's a
There's
kind
a
of an
branch
interesting
thing in the
coral
back.
behind it, and I don't know if we're going in that direction, but that would be worth taking a peek at. Yeah, that
Test,
branched
1,
one to
2.
the right.
This is a
Even
video
a snap
check
on the little
1,
white
2.
one.
This is
Again,
from
we
the Okeanos
Sort
Explorer.
of documenting what we're seeing right
Check
off the
1,
bat at the
2.
landing site.
Checking
and
from the
initial
Okeanos Explorer.
characterization.
100% audio to the Exploratorium. Brian's now back on comms with you.
Okay, what was that? Oh, there's another glass sponge.
Test 1, 2.
That looks
can
like
hear you
a
loud
bubble
and
gum,
clear,
but
Ron.
it's
You sound
light
great.
pink.
Yeah, I think this actually is corallid. Asako, do you
Yeah,
have a
looking
guess on
back
what
on
we're looking
myself
at here?
with a delay of about
I think I see kind
3
of
or
the
4
wormy
seconds, so it's a little
stems
confusing for
characteristic
me
of
to
some
talk.
of the hemicorallium, particularly in the upper part of the screen.
And there'll be 2 of us. So it'll
Are
be
you
me and
hearing
Chris
me
here.
on a speaker or on headphones?
On headphones. So there should be no reason your audio should be coming
Okay,
back
so
through
we
our
have a
video.
strange loop
I
around here
think
that
this
we're going to
is
have to work out.
a different
Okay,
type of corallid, I'm pretty sure.
Exploratorium standby. I'm going
waiting
to
for, you know, whether Asako
I'm going to
Matsumoto
remove
has a guess on
the
this too.
call coming to us from you. Brian, you'll need to listen to
Yeah,
tail
she's
2.
wondering about this, but I'm pretty sure it is
That's
a
Max.
corallid, Sako. If you look at that top branch, you can see sort of a gap in there, kind of an erosional channel in there, and I believe those are caused by worms. You can also see
All right,
tiny little
Exploratorium,
nodules
I've now
on the
taken
stems.
the,
And there are some
I've
species
removed you
of
from our
hemicorallium
line,
that
and
have
Brian
this
is now
very
listening
white
to you directly
stem
from the phone.
with pink
That should have
polyps
eliminated
and
your
calyces.
feedback. Give it a test now with Brian.
So that would be my guess. Got a little brittle star
Okay, I'm going
attached
to
it.
try saying something again and see if I
Yeah,
get a loop
thank you,
back.
pilot. That should be good enough.
You still sound
And I
great
am
to me
still
right
looping
now.
back.
Really?
That could be a Fareid. And then, yeah, this tall, kind of brown one before we leave here, I think it's a black coral.
They said they're still getting a loop back.
No. What is that? Is that a fish? Or is that, no, that's a polychaete, I think.
Okay, this is a black coral. And what are you? It's got a little Europtychus squat lobster on it.
Looks like the branches have little tiny branches going off in 3 different directions.
Yeah, so I'm seeing Asako also is agreeing that this is a black coral. My guess, you can see it's black coral
you
looking
can see
at
it
the
at
base.
Yep.
My guess would be that it's a Trisopathes or a Heteropathes, one of those two. So thank you very much for that, pilot, whenever video is done.
It's got a couple
Okay,
of these little
Exploratorium, since this
I'm going to try something here,
modification,
Brian. I'm just going to...
since the modification on my end did not take care of your mix minus, I'm going to put us back to normal operation.
So we're going to try and head up a little further up this
Yeah.
Okay,
side of this
Brian.
cone. This
Brian, you should
obviously
only listen
formed by
and talk on the event now.
a lot of these dark blackish rocks.
And we're still kind of hearing your engineering and science chat overview, so which we were not
view
hearing
we're getting
last
right
time,
now. We're kind of
not
getting
quite
the
sure
vehicles
how
all
to get rid
aligned
of that.
while we're
Okay,
looking around here a
so
little
what
bit.
you need
This
to
gives
do
us a nice
is
view
to
of
ensure that you're
this whole
only
volcanic structure. We're sort of going up
exploratorium. What you need to do is ensure you're only
the
transmitting
ridge, if you want to call it
our
that.
right
You
channel
can look at
into
that
your
white
room,
coral real
and then
The
quickly
one with
the
the
by
crab
taking
on
the
it, 'cause
crab
our
that's saying
left
here,
channel
come
out
land.
Yeah, this is
from
a
the
different species. Again,
UDP,
we're just trying to
you will no
characterize
longer
what's
have
here
science talking over
initially
top
as we're
of
moving
us.
upslope.
That's step
So
one.
this is, I think it's our first prim noid of the day.
He's got a crinoid and a...
Yeah, it's a little crinoid feather star. There's another type of squat lobster on this one.
Okay, exploratorium. This is just checking in. Still talking.
So,
transmitting
Asako
at
also
100%
thinks this
from the
is
ship.
A prim noid.
Uh,
I'm a little uncertain as
have
to what
taken
genus this one's in.
the left channel out. You should no longer hear science talking over top
Olives
of me.
don't seem to be
You
turned
should only
down
hear
that
my
much.
voice or
No, they
Brian's.
don't. They don't quite look right. Yeah,
Yeah.
Asako noticed the exact same thing.
We
you'd seen.
understand
She was
that. We're
typing
trying to
it as
figure
you
out how
said
to
it.
do that on our end. We have it set for
This
right
could
channel
mean
only.
it's a Calyptrophora. Also, the view of the
You have a standard
the
audio
polyp
mixing board. Is that what you guys are using?
They don't look Narella-like to me. Narella can
No,
sometimes
we're
have these
using
very large
something called
body
Wirecast.
scales
Wirecast. Okay,
on
copy
them
that.
that are fairly visible. I
Which
don't
worked
see
last time we
it.
tried
I think
this,
this
of
could
course.
be
Yeah.
Calyptrophora.
Always
What
works
do you-
like that,
what
right?
What do you
Doing
think,
is we're
Asako? You think that's a
Going to quit and
reasonable
restart
guess
our
on this?
Wirecast program, which means you may lose me for a moment.
Okay, we'll continue to stand by.
Yeah, Sako's actually counting the number of polyps per whirl, which is crucial. She agrees that it's not Narella, and that's so we've come that far on the ID that other candidates would be Candidella. There's something
Are you
called
ready for full screen, or need to
Peristanella.
explore
There's
more?
some other genera in there that this could be. It's got an odd colony for Calyptrophora, though, and I would agree with that. I think that's why she hasn't committed to that genus. So we're good for science there, pilot.
Oh,
Got a
black
little
coral
rock
to the
pen.
side. I said a rock
Right,
pen. Oh, yeah,
yeah,
that
a
is
little
like
rock
the one
pen.
we saw yesterday.
Sure.
Yeah, look at that. With a little suction cup on the bottom and everything.
This could be either Calibolemnon, but maybe it's Anthoptylum, perhaps.
So this looked to you like the ones we saw yesterday?
No, it
No.
looks a little different.
A little bit different. Okay.
Yes. So again, I don't know these very well, but one of the
This
things
is
you
the
look
Okeanos
for is
Explorer.
whether the
Continue to do
polyps
an
are
audio
coming
check
directly
for the
off of the
exploratorium.
main stem, or whether they're actually what are called leaves or sub-branches, and then the polyps come off of that. These polyps are clearly coming off of the main stem.
Yeah.
So that rules out something like Panatula inflata, which does have the leaves. And that leaves
Exploratorium, we're still continuing to test audio with you.
Scleroptilidae, that family, or Anthoptilidae, two other families.
You're
that this
sounding
could
pretty
be.
good to us right now.
Okay.
There are perhaps
And
others.
do you still hear our science channel?
It's bowing to
But
us.
I'm looping through and I'm hearing myself about 4 seconds
So,
after I say
Pilot,
something.
do you have an idea of what the current direction is and intensity right now?
Okay. I'm going to do something different. I'm going to take this mix out of my transmission only. I'm only going to put Brian's transmit. So I was going to do this a different way again. So
pretty light current though, right?
Okay, so
All right.
what I've done is I've put Brian only to the transmission rather
There's
than
another
our,
one of those.
Another
our
corrallid, I
mix.
think, for
So
Bodum
we'll do
coral.
it that way.
Okay, Ron. So just to check, how do you hear me now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect.
Yeah, we're looking down the side of this volcano.
Yep.
Small volcano.
To the right is where we think the part of this volcano kind of collapsed and potentially partially slid downhill.
Pilot, could we get a quick zoom in this leggy coral right in the center here? So this could
Oh.
be a Narella, whereas the other one we don't think it was.
Little V shape there.
Yeah.
So who's actually, is Mary going to be talking on your end?
Oh, I don't think it's Narella.
Oh, hey Mary, how's it going?
It's a primnoid.
Oh, pretty good. You know, it's day 19. I'm getting a little tired of being at sea,
Narella, I
but
guess. Narella or
other than that, pretty
Candidella,
good.
maybe? Yeah, Sako agrees it's a primnoid. It's probably different than the other one. Okay, these look more like Narella scales. I can see the polyps themselves. This could be something like Narella
yeah,
macrocalyx.
the high density coral
just
community
has
we
a
found
few
yesterday and all the
branches,
precious coral was
on
really
it.
exciting.
At least the
To
type
see that
specimen
much
has
gold
only a
coral
few branches.
is really a nice thing to see.
Could put question mark Narella macrocalyx. That's a species that was described in Hawaii. So obviously, who knows if the same species is over here in Wake.
Sure. So this is live video from the North Ship Okeanos
Yeah, I'm
Explorer.
almost certain
We
this is
are
Narella.
about
Those
50
very
miles
big sort of leafy
southwest of
scales
Wake
that you can
Atoll
clearly see
in the
on
western
base
Pacific
there.
Ocean.
That's a marvelous shot.
And this is an
I'm
octocoral
pretty
of
sure
some
that's
type. I'm
characteristic,
not
and the
sure
actual
what it is
number
yet.
of them that go down the stem.
But we're
Narella,
here
it's usually
investigating,
3 or more.
exploring
You
in
can see
general.
1, 2, 3,
These
at
are
least on that one.
none of the
you're
areas around
talking
here have been
about the
explored
little
below scuba
sort of
diving depths at all. So this is
nested
our 12th dive of the
flower-like
expedition and
structure
only the
that the
12th
polyps
dive ever.
have.
Yeah, like petals in
done
which
in
the
That's right.
tentacles
this
come out of.
unit of the
those
Pacific
are
and Rhode
called
Islands
the
Marine National
body
Monument.
scales.
So we're looking at this coral, trying to figure out what it is right now as we
It's a
move along up
fabulous
this
view.
unnamed
So,
seamount.
it's clearly different than that one we just imaged a little
Yeah.
while ago. Not just the branching and morphology, but the polyp structure as well. It's gorgeous imagery when you can actually see the body scales on one of these corals.
Yeah, it's impressive.
Yeah, Sako's noting also a very important bunch of information, 4 to 5 polyps per whorl.
So the video you were just seeing is from it's from Sirius. We have a two-body ROV system. So Sirius, our camera platform, hangs directly beneath the ship on an armored cable, and then Deep Discover, the vehicle you were looking at, is attached to Sirius via a neutrally buoyant tether, and that allows Deep Discover, or what we affectionately call D2, to get up close and do these super still, super focused zooms that you're looking at right now, without being pulled around by the ship's movement. And it also provides additional lighting and that kind of overwatch safety factor of being able to see all around the vehicle looking for hazards. It also has a good scientific reasoning behind it, is it provides the scientist with kind of the forest view. So you're looking at the individual tree with D2, and then Sirius gives you the forest view of the environment on a mesoscale around D2.
It's a glass sponge in the genus Ferrea. You can actually, this has got spicules that are fused together to form a brittle skeleton called a dictyonal framework.
Likely. So we're not, honestly, we're not sure here. So the rocks in this part of the world are really interesting in that they are coated with manganese precipitate. So manganese and cobalt and a couple other kind of rarer minerals and elements are in such saturation in the deep water here that they actually precipitate and create this what we call manganese crust on top of all the rocks. So it's very hard for us to tell what type of rocks these actually are just looking at them, because they've all been coated with this manganese crust. So we're right near the top of this guyot. A guyot is a flat top seamount that used to be above the water. It used to be an island, and then erosion slowly wore it down, but you end up with this limestone carbonate cap on top of what was originally a volcano, but now is relic reef. So more likely what we're looking at is limestone that has been coated over by the manganese, giving it that black color. But one of the other features we're exploring here is what may be what's called resurgent volcanism. So we're going to get up to the top of this little guyot and then move up just a little bit more and see that it looks like a little volcanic cone. So until we get these rocks back to the ship and on shore and then cut them open, we really won't know what's in them.
Zoom and keep it focused as it's bouncing. Yep, you're full wide.
So this particular species is in, I think, it's in the family Barbaricidea, and it's Barbaricea rufa.
Correct.
Is the one
we'll be collecting 2 rock samples on this dive, and we don't have any rock analytical abilities on board the vessel, so they will have to wait until we're back on shore.
A little anemone going out of the screen at the bottom.
Anthomastus.
Oh, you think so?
Coral. Yeah, I think it's closed up.
Oh, he's going to take a quick look for you. Yeah, that does not look like an anemone.
Yep, that's it. It's a closed-up mushroom coral.
He saw you coming and decided to go inside his little house there.
Yes. So I always get these mixed up, but I'm pretty sure this is Anthomastus, not Pseudanthomastus.
Well, so that's a little bit of a tricky question because deep sea mining is such a new thing that there isn't a standard operating procedure. There isn't, it's never been done before. So there are a couple groups experimenting with it, looking at doing commercial exploitation of these resources in the fairly near future. What is most likely is they're going to put down pieces of equipment that look similar to asphalt scrapers. When you look at road work and you have the big machine with teeth just chews up the asphalt as they repave before they repave a road. The machines look very similar to that. So they're going to drop down on or near the top of these guyots and literally just crush the top couple feet of rock, pulverize it, and then send it back up to the surface to be processed for the actual minerals and elements and they're interested in. It'll be basically the equivalent of deep sea strip mining.
And then that coral fan in the background is a curious creature.
Curious beast?
Yeah.
That is a lot bigger than what we saw.
That is a different coral fan than we've seen on, I think, any of our dives so far.
This has a crinoid and a squat lobster on it.
Can I look just for a second? Go right there. Oh, I think I know what this is. Yeah, okay. So
you will be, yes. Once in just a minute we'll switch over to what you're listening to us now. That video will switch to Chris and I in the control room.
No.
Or this is actually what it is.
It's actually a living with a crinoid in there.
Okay, and so what you just heard is Chris is
okay,
going to take part in a
switch
live
that
interaction with the
feed
Exploratorium.
to
So
be
he will
the live camera feed now.
on the
so
one side of your audio, and you'll be continuing with us on the other side of your audio, so you can decide which part you would like to listen to, or listen to both. And we're just looking around if there's any commensals on this coral. There's a few small little maybe there's a little squat lobster in the back there.
Yeah, Roland, I got him set up. He should just only be talking and listening on event.
Oh, and there's one of those very prickly brittle stars.
Kelly from the University of Hawaii. I'm serving as a biology lead on this particular cruise, and I'm delighted to be speaking to you folks. And I think I just heard that there's a lot of people there today, so this is terrific. To the left. Yes, it is. I sort of was also doing a sort of a sound check for Roland there. So the camera straight ahead of me. Where is that? Right up there? Okay. Yeah, thank you. So I think I'm ready. I've got my instructions where to look and.
Pilot, I think we've seen this one if you're ready.
Roland, can you give us ROV HD1 on monitor 15 so they'll ask us questions on what we're seeing and we can answer?
So for those joining us a little bit later, what we're looking at is a small cone feature on top of one of these geos. And we're looking at
there we are. Okay,
a very rocky bottom, very rocky ground. It looks like mainly pillow and tube-like volcanic rocks covered in manganese crust. The manganese crust is something that precipitates on rocks in the deeper ocean.
Okay.
And slowly grows at a rate of a few millimeters per million years. And so we see this commonly on these older volcanoes. In this case, there's a good number of these pillows and tubes and fragments of these things laying around, sort of defining the ground here.
Look at that. There's a stock crinoid right next to it, too. You can sort of see it on the little monitor.
Yeah. There's next to the coral, there's a...
Yeah, that's a primnoid coral, too. I can sort of see as well as I guess we're getting ready for the broadcast.
Brittle star on this coral. You see how the polyps are sort of facing down, so we're thinking this might be a primnoid. There's at least one brittle star. I'm not sure if there's another one or not a little bit further up. And on the chat, Asako Matsumoto is suggesting this might be Narella. And here's the stock crinoid that has been mentioned before. You see this long stalk that this thing is sitting on top of. It's kind of like a little palm tree.
Good morning, Mary. I'm Brian Kennedy. I'm the expedition coordinator with NOAA's Office of Ocean Exploration and Research, and Chris Kelly is beside me. I'll let him introduce himself.
Yeah, I'm Chris Kelly. I'm serving as the science lead for the project and the biology lead on this cruise, and I'm from the University of Hawaii. And we are talking to you from the middle of the ocean.
So I think this crinoid is something.
Sure. So we are in the Wake Atoll unit of the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument. Right now we're on an unnamed seamount about 50 miles to the south-southwest of the Wake Island itself. We've nicknamed this seamount Revolver. Most of the seamounts around here don't have names, and so just to keep track of where we are and keep track of all of our paperwork, we've been nicknaming them. So we've been out here. This is, I think, day 19 of the expedition. And we are exploring for the first time ever any of the deep water ecosystems around here. And I'll let Chris explain a little bit more about the science behind why here.
Yes, so if you've been looking at the monitor a little bit this morning, you'll see that most of the rocks have this very bubbly texture to it. And that's something that we call manganese crust. And this
so we're
actually
seeing
has
more
commercial
of these,
value. It is not being
big
mined right
volcanic
now
rock
because of the
blocks on
technical
the hillside here.
difficulties of extracting this type
We're
of
zooming in
material
on, one
from
of these,
the deep sea.
I think this
But
is the
sometime in the
Hemicorallium
future,
again.
it probably is going to be mined. It has an amazing
lobster
assortment
sitting
of
right next to
minerals and metals. It has copper, it has cobalt, it has rare earth elements, titanium, all types of things. And when we exhaust the supply of those minerals on land,
he might be
then
missing one of his
future
claws.
folks are going to turn to the sea and start mining this stuff. So what we're trying to do out here is to get a jump start on understanding the environmental impacts of that activity, and we're trying to document the amazing communities that live on these crusts and what types of animals could be impacted in the future. If we do this soon enough, which is our hope, then there's a chance that we can, that again, other generations can put into place measures that will protect the most important of these communities. So that's what we're doing here. We're also at the wake unit of the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument. So this particular site is already protected. And we are attempting to essentially explore the deeper parts of the monument, which are completely unknown. Not only just around Wake, but last year we did the Johnston Atoll Monument. We were in the Northwest Hawaiian Islands Monument. And earlier this year, we were in the Mariana Trench Monument. Next year, we're going to go to Howland and Baker and Palmyra and Kingman. So we're focusing on these monuments, and we're hoping to inform monument management of what types of resources they have in their deep water.
Absolutely. As Mary said, this is the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer, which is we generally call America's ship for ocean exploration. She's a federally operated and managed vessel in partnership with a couple different parts of NOAA and a couple private entities such as the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. And the Okeanos Explorer has a very unique mission, and that's truly to explore. This is back to the Lewis and Clark style. America has more control over more water than they have land. It's about 11 million square kilometers of ocean. It lies inside of the U.S. exclusive economic zone, and about 10 million square kilometers of land. So there's a whole nother America under the water, and the job of this ship is to go to many of these areas that have never been explored before and really get just a basic understanding of what's there. Make a map. Go down with our remotely operated submarines or ROVs, underwater robots, and collect the images you're seeing now on some of the other screens around you to get a sense of what's there. To give you a sense of the scale, the Wake Island unit of the monument that we're operating in now is nearly 400 miles across and basically a circle. And this expedition is the first time anyone has seen what lives beneath about 100 feet underwater. This is dive 12. And so this is the 12th dive of anyone has ever done in deep water here. And every place we've gone on this expedition, it's been the first time we've seen it. So what we do want to make things this ship really special is also what we call telepresence. And that's allowing us to talk to you right now. We have a high bandwidth satellite connection that allows us to do live interactions with education groups and museums and aquarium like the Exploratorium. But it also allows us to engage scientists around the world in real time in what we're doing. Since we're exploring, we never know what we're going to find. So we're able to leverage a theoretically unlimited number of scientists on shore and all of their expertise to ensure that with just a few phone calls and emails, we can get some of the world's foremost experts in just about anything underwater to look at the video, to advise what we're doing, to ensure that we make the most of our time at sea, because it's so very expensive and so very hard to get to these remote locations. Absolutely. So we have what we refer to as a two-body ROV system. We have Sirius, our camera sled or camera platform, and we have Deep Discoverer, or D2 as we affectionately call them. The kind of D2 swims near the bottom and allows these really super stable shots like this eel we're looking at right now. And the D2 is connected to Sirius through a neutrally buoyant tether that's a little over 100 feet long. And then Sirius is connected directly to the ship via basically a big armored steel cable. So Sirius moves up and down as the ship pitches and heaves on the ocean. So it's not a very stable platform, but that neutrally buoyant tether decouples Deep Discoverer from that motion, allowing it to more or less operate like a helicopter down near the seafloor and get these incredibly good images. The primary data set we collect with these vehicles is video, so we spend a huge amount of time on the cameras and the lighting. Deep Discoverer and Sirius have over 270,000 lumens of light combined, all LED lights, that are basically the perfect wavelength to reproduce sunlight, so we get true color even in parts of the world that have never seen light before other than bioluminescence. Our ROVs are maintained by our partners through the Global Foundation of Ocean Exploration, and we have a very good partnership in working on these vehicles. They were actually developed in-house for NOAA and as science class ROVs. There's very few ROVs in the world that can get down to these kind of depths. Deep Discoverer and Sirius are rated to 6,000 meters, or almost 20,000 feet underwater. That allows them to access almost 98% of the sea floor, but amazingly there are areas that are so deep that even Deep Discoverer can't get there, with the deepest part of the ocean being nearly 11,000 meters deep. So that 1.5–2% of the world's oceans that we can't access, while that sounds like a small amount, that are in what we know as kind of hadal depths in the deepest trenches of the world, but if you put that in comparison to how much land area that is, that's about the same amount of land area as the continental United States makes up about 1% of the surface of the Earth. So while D2 can access most of the world's ocean, there's still a huge amount of land, or seafloor, that's out of the reach of even this vessel.
Nobody's 100% sure. Now we're pulling up a little bit just so that we can get the vehicles aligned and start ascending this hillside. Yeah, it's to the right and up a little bit from the middle. It's very small. It does look like a little fish.
I would be delighted to. And I don't know if you saw the video that was just showing of the eel that Brian mentioned. If you did have that on screen, that is a really rare eel, and you just got a treat. And it may be coming up right now. This is something that's called a sorceress eel. We've seen it on only 2 other occasions, and it's an extraordinary animal. So that's the kind of things that we find down here. The fish are just amazing. A lot of them have eel-like body forms, but they're not all eels. So we've been documenting those. Yesterday we identified at least 18 species of fishes on a little bit of a shallower dive.
So this seems to be
yesterday,
similar
and
to
the day before we were in
as,
a community of literally monstrous coral trees, the biggest that I have ever seen, and I've been doing this type of work for over 16 years. And they had some of the corals there were 2 to 3 meters high. They were very dense. When you find a community like this, basically you're just astonished. And also these are the type of communities that we do want to identify that are living on manganese crusts, and the types of communities that we hope to perhaps bring to the attention of the public and to management agencies, and also to the budding mining industry. And so
let's look on the right there.
Perhaps in the future they could avoid sites like that one that we were on. A couple other things. Yesterday we saw something called a spoonworm, and I have never seen that animal before. It was the first time. I didn't even know what we were looking at. I'm trying to think over the course of 13 dives. We've seen sea stars that appear to be brand new species of sea stars, and we've been getting help from the Smithsonian on identifying them.
So
I think one of our earlier dives this cruise, we saw a sea urchin that stumped everybody, and then finally a guy right there in San Francisco at the California Academy of Sciences, Dr. Rich Mui, weighed in. He saw a picture of it, and he told us that he thinks it's in a group of urchins that none of us ever thought of, and that it was a very highly unusual urchin. Some of the sponges we're seeing are definitely unique sponges, probably new species, but of course that'll take more investigation. So I don't know what to tell you other than that. There's a lot of really different and unique animals down here that we're getting imagery
Whenever you're ready, we can look at the sponge too.
Hopefully there are you folks out there and others that'll appreciate these animals and just, just essentially notice how beautiful they are.
This one seems to have a little star hiding up in the top. Oh, there's a little, looks like a little hermit crab.
Sure, I'd be delighted to. So a lot of the tropical corals in shallow water that you'd find if you were snorkeling in the tropics, these are hard corals, or they're called scleractinians, and this particular type of coral has symbiotic algae. It's called zooxanthellae, and the coral actually gets a lot of its energy from sunlight because the algae actually engages in photosynthesis and then passes some of that energy over to the corals. So shallow water corals are less dependent on actually catching prey, which they still do, but they're getting a lot of their energy from sunlight. In the deep sea, there is no sunlight. So deep sea corals are basically designed to rely specifically on what they catch in their tentacles. And you'll see a lot of these deep sea corals have sort of a fan-shaped morphology, and that's because their food is being brought to them by currents. It's not necessarily falling from above, it's actually coming laterally. And so these sea fans are essentially designed to trap food as it's moving laterally across the bottom, and which they can consume. And these can be, depending on the coral, these can be very small crustaceans. Some corals are relying on sort of detritus and organic material that's floating in the water column. And so other corals actually would, catch other types of small cnidarians, such as extremely small jellyfish and other things. But so it's a very different type of strategy down here in the deep sea.
Yeah, so there's a black line that runs right across it. That's one of these nodes. So this is a bamboo coral.
I'm ready.
Unfortunately, the biology lead on the cruise is on the live interaction, so I'm not going to venture a guess on exactly what type of bamboo coral this is.
Yeah, so some of the anemones down here in the deep sea are enormous.
You can see
they
some
can
of the polyps are retracted.
have, it's a single polyp, for one thing, and secondly, the anemones can be almost a foot across. So you don't see anemones that large in shallow water for the most part, but in the deep sea they're quite common. I don't know if you maybe have saw the press release last year on the gigantic sponge that we found last year, but this sponge was a total surprise. We do not even know what genus the sponge belongs in, and yet the size of that sponge was as large as a minivan. It was huge. It was as big as the ROV. So there are some amazing, enormous animals down here that we have not discovered yet. And when we come across one of these animals, it's just thrilling.
Looks like the top of this coral branch has actually been overgrown.
Yes, so that fish has an unfortunate name. You know, to me, they're absolutely beautiful. A toad kind of implies sort of a dull black-brown type of animal, but this animal was brilliant ruby red. Its fins are modified to actually sit on the seafloor, not to swim, although it can swim with its tail on occasion, but it does very small forays up into the water column. Normally it sits on the bottom. And that red color, remember that when there's no light down there, that red color is completely black. So it's completely cryptic. The other animals are not seeing red. They probably think this is a rock.
Any idea what this
and
is?
when an animal gets too close to it, then that particular fish will strike, and it'll eat that animal just like scorpion fish in shallower water and goosefish on the east or west. I'm trying to think whether San Francisco has goosefish off of the shores there. But it's an ambush predator. And obviously a very different type of animal that you see in shallow water, just with that beautiful color. Oftentimes these fish have little lures on them, sometimes with little lights, bioluminescent lights, to try to attract other animals close to their mouth where they can grab them. So yeah, that's one of my favorite fish, and should be called something, I think, better than a sea toad. I think something that would reflect how beautiful that is.
So we're seeing more of the same bottom ground here. It's the same blocky volcanic rocks. So maybe we'll take a look at the is that an anemone? No, I think that's another one of these mushroom corals. This one has the polyps out.
Absolutely. So Wake was a pretty significant battle shortly after Pearl Harbor during World War I.
Yeah, so
just hours after the Pearl Harbor attack, Wake actually fell under attack, and it was defended by really a small number of Marines and civilian contractors. And so in the initial hours of the assault on December 11th, some of the first Japanese casualties were taken. The destroyer Hayate was making a shelling run on Wake and was sunk by shore batteries. And our hope was to help the monument managers locate and identify the wreck of the Hayate and get a baseline understanding of the condition of the wreck, where it is, so they could manage it better. The Okeanos came through in March and did some additional mapping in this area, and we, with the help of a gentleman in Texas named Gary and Fabian, we identified what was we were pretty confident it was a wreck in the sonar data. And so we dove on that 2 days ago, and it was sure enough a shipwreck, exactly where we expected it to be from the sonar data, but very quickly we realized that it didn't quite look right. And the more we studied it, the more we were sure it was not the destroyer we were looking for. And amazingly, after 73 years underwater, the ship's name was still visible across the stern of the vessel. And with the help of a Japanese biologist that works with us frequently, we were able to translate the name. And the other part of telepresence is our ability to Google things and do research from the ship, along with the shore-based scientist. And we realized that it was a Japanese water tanker that was actually sunk in 1942 by a U.S. submarine. So we moved on after identifying and documenting that wreck to move to a couple other sonar targets, which ended up being rocks. So the actual location of the Hayate is going to remain another mystery for quite some time, probably, until another vessel can come and find it. But we were able to locate and confirm the identity of the wreck we did find. It really depends on their age. Their shipwrecks or wooden shipwrecks are particularly susceptible to wood-burrowing organisms in the deep ocean that chew them up. That being said, it appeared that sections of the ship we did image had a wooden decking, and some of the wooden planking was still visible, but a lot of it had deteriorated.
It's like is that a barnacle or something sticking out, or is that a? It's hard to tell.
Absolutely. So we'll be in the water for about another 5 or 6 hours today, exploring this seamount, and then we're going to move about 110 miles to the south overnight and do a fairly deep dive tomorrow on another unnamed, unexplored seamount. And then we'll do one more dive, and that's actually going to bring this expedition to a close. And then we'll have a couple-day steam south to where we're changing out some crew in Kwajalein Atoll in the Marshall Islands. And then the Okeanos Explorers got one more expedition this year to do some additional mapping here around Wake and closer to the Hawaiian Islands. And then we'll be in port for the fall and early winter with our 2017 field season starting in mid-January when we start heading south towards American and independent states of Samoa.
A little bit of your lasers. I think this might be one of those purple corals again. Yeah. Yeah, this looks like one of these purple corals again.
Yes. Yeah, so there are a lot of fish that live this deep, and there's a whole family of fish that are called rat tails, and there's many, many species of these that live in waters of 1,000 to 4,000 meters. There's also a group of fish called cuskills, and they're very common in deep water. And there are sharks down here as well. And yesterday we saw what's called a six-gill shark that was about 8 feet long. It came and visited the ROV. Let's see, I'm trying to think off the top of my head what other type of fish we've seen.
Last time we saw these, they were sort of floating.
Yeah, there's a fish that is it's similar to the shallow water lizard fish. It's called Bathysaurus, which is down here. And then there's again, I'm just throwing a few of the names out. There's a fish that I really like the name of. They're called halosaurs. It almost sounds like dinosaurs, but it's not. It's called a halosaur, and it's sort of an elongate fish and really amazing, sort of very thin, long fish. It's not an eel either. So I could sit here for the next 15 minutes and rattle off the names of fishes for you, but the answer is yes, there are a lot of different fish that have somehow managed to figure out how to live this deep and in completely dark waters.
Well, thanks a lot, Mary.
But maybe we'll look around right in this area for a minute at something else so that we can come back if Chris does say yes.
Okay, I don't know that much about these animals. They're called sea spiders, and they're not that common. And so when we see them, we're also thrilled. That particular sea spider, it's the first time I've seen one on a bamboo coral, and we found out from some of our experts on shore that that sea spider actually eats the coral. It predates on the coral, and that's why it was on the bamboo coral. It's got a proboscis or some type of a mouth part that it can stick into the coral polyp and feed on the coral polyps. So it would feed on a polyp or two here and then move on and slowly work its way down the branches. It's called a sea spider because it's related to land spiders. It's just a marine version of a spider, and it's such a bizarre animal, you know, as you can tell from the image, that it's quite a thrill to see one.
Might be a really large one. It's also one of those yellow-stalked sponges next to it. So let's take a look at both of those. I already forgot the name for the yellow-stalked sponge, but Chris was saying that was a...
Thank you so much, Mary, and I encourage everyone to follow along for home. You can watch the live video and listen to Chris and Jasper talk with the other shore-based scientists from your any computer with a good internet connection.
Yeah, thank you, Mary, and thank you to all of you that are with Mary right now at the Exploratorium, and enjoy the rest of your visit there.
Yeah, this looks like a really large feather star again.
Bye-bye.
Copy.
Thanks, Roland.
So both Roland and Chat were suggesting that this is a Resurgent. So, Chris, we weren't sure whether or not you were interested in still collecting that purple coral, although Asako points out she thinks it is slightly different than what we saw yesterday. We're sort of stuck around in that same area in case you wanted to go back.
Okay, so that purple coral is probably Victor Agorgia. I was Brian Kennedy and I were engaged in a live interaction with the Exploratorium in San Francisco, but I was keeping one eye on the screen. And so I think probably the Victor Gorgia wouldn't be the highest candidate for collection.
You are full.
So we don't need to stick around there. That sponge we were just looking at is Bolosoma. And I see that Asako had also, now that I'm looking back at the chat room, and
can you tilt
that she had also identified it as Victor Gorgia.
You're at a good delta right now.
Victor Gorgia.
I'm just coming back to try to find
that
purple
eel was what's called a sorceress eel that showed up as soon as we started our live interaction, and I was, I thoroughly enjoyed the live interaction, but I'm totally distracted by this eel because it's only the third time we've ever seen that eel, and it's in the I think it's in the family Netostomatidae.
A little bit of current pushing me back, co-pilot.
Copy that.
And it looks like at the same time we've had a crew change in the front row here.
Yep. Is this the purple coral?
I'm trying to remember the name of that sorceress eel. Right. It's in the gallery, and I'm trying to get caught up on my notes here.
All right, so as far as I understand, the ship is stationary now.
Let's see here.
So that is Chris.
All right, and you're happy, co-pilot. You've got a
okay.
Almost a 20.
I am.
It's okay. Yep.
Waiting for the zoom in.
65 degrees
the eel is called Vinifica, the one that we were imaging, and then there was also a primnoid. I think it was a Norella.
Yeah, do we have any samples? That is affirmative. The starboard forward rock box is full.
Okay, so we have
I've forgotten now what other things you guys had looked at. I think there was a corallium in there too, but not really sure.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a pale colored corallium.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and take a zoom in on this thing. Looks like it's got some brittle stars in amongst the branches. So yesterday that purple coral was quite a bit shallower, of course. and it also had bright white branches. This one does not.
Hold it right here.
Trying. There we go. All right.
Is it the red blinking one?
Go ahead, video.
That's
Where is it?
not
Hold
on.
there.
Over here?
Yeah, no, that's the Tel1 line.
Is it this? Okay.
There's a 079N.
Right, so this coral is, I agree with Asako on this. She identified as Victor Gorgia, and I would also agree. And I don't know, Asako, what do you think? I don't think it's really necessary to collect this, but if you, I see that Les is on right now too in the chat room.
I think
We could, if there was interest from shore, of grabbing one of these.
so. Les seemed to say okay, and Asako says this is different from what we saw yesterday. It's Victor Gorgia.
Yeah, it's definitely different, and I
Just
completely
lost my
agree with Asako. I think we perhaps could find something a little bit more interesting and unique to collect. I'm fine with that pilot whenever video is done with it.
So no need to collect this?
No, I don't think we need to collect it. Thank you.
It looks like it's just your monitor. I've got the feed over here.
Asako was just asking
Okay,
whether
now
or
it's
not
back.
we collected
That's
Victor
about the longest
Gorgia,
I've seen
and,
it go out, but
no, we
sometimes
haven't
it
collected
flickers.
one from the area.
all right.
Uh,
Coming up.
Maybe if we see some more of them and don't see anything anything better to collect, then maybe a little bit later on in the dive we could.
She says no need.
Okay.
Oh, she says, I see. Okay, she would agree that
What were the last ship moves, Nav?
maybe
Probably
it's not
somewhere
necessary to collect that one.
Maybe like a 320 or something.
So it definitely looks
it
like
was
this
3,
dive is
4,
panning
5
out
the last
as
one.
on a
show you where
volcanic
we're
structure.
And it was passed to me that they were trying to get on top of this
I've
ridge.
seen plenty of
And maybe
these
the next move will
cobbles and
be,
boulders.
more
They're
orderly.
part of the
Okay.
volcanic structure.
Yeah, before that
They've
they
been coated
did
by
0004
some manganese crust. Yeah, we've already seen
55 meters.
a
So
fair bit
we're
of
going north pretty much.
good
Okay.
features there. We've seen a lot of
So
nice
Sonar would
animals already.
indicate maybe 330.
Video
Go
swapping
uphill.
out.
I've got a little bit of a coral
Yeah,
up
and I think we're
ahead,
pretty
but
much
there's
on top of
something
this thing.
beyond it that looks really interesting.
Is that a
Yeah.
huge?
Yeah, I would agree.
What is that?
That's
A
a
huge
huge.
crinoid?
Nope, it's a huge
Okay, you feel
anthomastus.
comfortable?
Oh,
330?
wow.
Let's get a.
But we haven't
Let's
seen
get
that
Sirius
yet.
a little
And
more
the yellow one
behind D2.
also
Let's
would
go
be a good
340
zoom.
on Sirius.
Okay.
And is that another one of your
And we'll
bulosomas?
do 30
Yeah,
meters.
this
That's
Oh,
fine.
wow. Oh, no, that's the same
Copy that.
bulosoma we
Yeah.
already looked at.
This is
Yeah.
Bulosoma species B. Pretty easy to identify because of their bright yellow stalk.
What's that yellow
So-
coral?
About the yellow coral, yeah, to the
To the left here.
left there, and
Okay.
then maybe that the anthomastus above it after the yellow coral.
You want to line up your heading on 340, co-pilot?
Yep, coming left.
And you can come down like 2 meters. I think.
Copy that.
A little corallium off to the right that we already took a look at earlier.
Go ahead. That's fine. Go ahead and zoom in video.
Okay. So that's a partial.
Can zoom out a hair, we'll get a full specimen.
I have an idea what this is, but I'm going to wait and see if we get a comment in the event log, since we've got
Yeah,
a
that
couple
looks
of
good, co-pilot.
deepwater coral
Copy that.
specialists
Okay, you can
in
zoom
the
in
chat
further.
log right now. Les Watling and with the University of Hawaii
So it's
and
not
Sako
quite a full
Matsumoto,
zoom.
Okay.
the Chiba Institute in Japan.
I'm just going to hold it here for now because I'm stabilized. We can pan left if you want to as we're coming up.
this is not a plexaurid, I
Okay,
assume.
you can zoom in further.
I think it
Oh.
is.
You're being so secretive about it. It made it sound like this is something different entirely.
No, I mean, I'm looking at it because the scales along the branches aren't quite as noticeable in this thing. So also they're pretty big polyps. You know, my guess would be something like a paramuraceid, which, depending on your point of view, is either in the Plexauridae or it's in its own family.
We'll keep it in the plexauridae because then
Okay.
I was right.
Are you happy with this? Oh, there's a little.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Thank
there's
you.
a little isopod.
You can see some scales on the branches with that view.
See these little creatures here?
So Asako also believes it could be a plexaurid, and I would agree with Asako on this one.
Yep, that's full zoom.
Okay. You see these guys here, Chris?
What's that?
These little creatures.
Oh, the little amphipods on it?
Amphipods,
Yeah, it's got little amphipods.
This is full zoom. Okay, we can zoom out.
All right. So we're full wide.
Okay, thank you. I'd say let's call it in.
Copy that. That's going to be 30 meters, 340 at 0.2.
Yep.
Bridge. This is nav. Let's get on, move in. It's going to be 30 meters, bearing 340, speed 0.2.
Okay, so that Anthomastus, that's actually the first image you would find if you go on to the Okeanos Explorer
Good copy,
Deepwater Benthic Animal Guide on the website. And that's Anthomastus tahinotus, that sort of larger mushroom shape.
You can keep your heading here, Nick.
Coral that
just searching around.
that we saw just a moment ago.
Copy that. Mode 1.
This is the sponge we saw earlier, right? So. Right here. You can lose the skids video.
All right. Thank you.
Les has also suggested that it could be a plexaurid, but it may also be a choroidid, and they're very similar and oftentimes very difficult to differentiate as well. He was looking at the large sclerites. I tend to sort of default to something that Steve Cairns told me years ago, that the choroidids, you could see them because it looks like they have black dots that run down the branches, which this one didn't have. But not really sure, because those are difficult to identify.
Pilot, I think we've actually already imaged these
Okay.
a few minutes
Yeah,
ago.
both of them. This is a Brazingid.
Okay, I'll come back over.
Little one of those pink
Yeah, a little corallium.
coralliums.
I'm hoping this substrate gets a little bit more consolidated at some point.
I think the rocks are too loose here, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason we're not seeing quite as much stuff.
Of course, the fact that that half of this cone seems to be missing and may have slumped into the depths probably isn't helping the stability of this overall structure.
So this could be the same thing we saw earlier. Not really sure. I think it is that Narella, the long branching Narella, and there's a Hormathiid anemone. And now we're going to peek over the west side of this cone.
Yeah, you can keep your heading right here, Nick, and I'll
copy that.
If you just joined us, we're actually diving on a volcanic cone that's on the top of a flat top seamount called the Gio. This is south of Wake Island. We've dubbed it Revolver Seamount because if you look at its overall shape, it's somewhat reminiscent of a revolver. It's got some rift zone ridges and another part to it to the west.
I think part of it was also just the area they mapped kind of looked like it.
Yeah. does not have a name, actually. Excuse me, pilot. See that
Yeah.
red polyp that's right below the sponge?
Yes, I do. Want to take a look at that?
It's, yeah, ruby red. That's it, right where the lasers are.
Okay.
Wonder if we could get a close-up of that. This is that leggy primnoid that...
Copilot? Pick
Copy
up when
that.
we need to.
Yeah, Delta Z looks good.
Okay.
And angle tilt's only 50 degrees right
Good.
now.
Yeah, we look good.
And down below, we've got the one of these leggy Narella that we imaged earlier that we could be Narella macrocalyx or something similar. The sponge right to the, above
Right,
this
go ahead,
tube anemone we're about to image is a Feriid. Something similar. The sponge right to the, above
Right,
this
go ahead,
tube anemone we're about to image is a Feriid. So we saw one the other day at another seamount that looks pretty similar to this, and Tina Molitsova, who actually is an expert in these animals, among other animals, went to the genus Cerianthus. She speculated that's what it was.
Okay, you can zoom in further.
All right. That's full zoom.
These are unique types of anemones that actually secrete their own tube in which they can retract into if they feel threatened.
That's a lot of material to stuff in that little tube.
Yeah, that tube can go down quite a ways. If you sort of notice, it's kind of in a little sand pocket between the rocks.
Zoom out.
All right.
Yeah.
Full wide.
Oh, that was beautiful. Thank you.
Oh, wow. I've never seen the DC bus resistance go down that low. Is it 148?
Oh.
We'll have to keep an eye on that. It's back up to 257, which is typical.
Copy that.
Talk to Jeff about that.
You should
pillow
probably make a
fragments
note
here.
of that.
Yeah, I think this is a
Copilot log. Copilot.
very
Will do.
clear
Thanks, Nav.
slope full of pillow lavas and fragments that came that rolled off as this thing was erupting.
About 70 degrees,
I
pilot.
suppose
Okay,
we
I'll push
could
out.
get over to that little red
loop.
Yeah, that little loop, I guess you'd call it.
Certainly can.
It's like a croquet wicket.
That's right.
How's our progress now?
Wicket
for the
coral,
rest of the
maybe?
dive?
We should see whether we can
are
get B2 to
stopped right
play
now. I'm trying
croquet.
to get
See
an
how good
average
the pilots are
space
with
that we need
holding
to follow. I'll
Okay.
get back on
croquet
you.
stick.
I'll
Thank
get
you.
back to you.
Thank you.
So right now I have no clue what we're looking at.
That heading
here.
that D2 is looking at 350.
I know. I don't know. I don't know what it is.
See, I just
Probably
got the
got really
insulation
old and
resistance
it's
was
just
at
no longer
148
standing up.
kiloohms.
148 kiloohms.
Maybe that one little
And that was the
brittle star's
resistance
just
where
too
pilot
heavy
That was the
for it.
DC bus return insulation resistance. Yeah. All right.
So
Sorry,
Asako's a
no,
little
it's
delayed. She would
crinoid.
agree it was a primnoid that we
Go ahead,
saw
yeah.
a moment ago.
So that's a partial.
Oh,
crinoid.
it's a crinoid stem where the top of the crinoid has actually broken off, and then another crinoid that does not have a stalk has landed on it, and it's holding onto it. So actually, by looking
I'm
at
going
the
tighter.
stalk, and I can identify this crinoid,
Hold there.
even though it's missing its head,
Because it's a bright red one with
And,
little bands.
how it's connected to the bottom, and then if he were to pan down on the right part of it, you see those tiny little cirri right here coming off of
Yeah.
it. I'm pretty sure this is in the genus Prosisocrinus. And
Got any more zoom?
it's quite possible that this crinoid can regenerate that head. The feather stars can regenerate their arms and parts, although this would be a challenge if you lost your entire head.
Yeah. Not catching a whole lot of food without any of those arms.
Yeah, so this red color also suggests it could be something called Proisocrinus ruberimus.
Looks like there's a little hermit crab walking on the seafloor just right underneath it.
All right, zoom out.
Yeah,
please.
thank you, pilot. And then there's
Video.
something up. Let's see, where was it? Yes, it was. Oh, it's just a rock pen. Okay, never. You already imaged some of those. Yeah, that's
black.
at another rock pen.
Is that a rock pen? Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Or umbellula. It's a 3-pronged Norella again. Maybe we're getting into a little more consolidated
Pilot, today
substrate
we
here.
have a normal dive, right? We're gonna be
Yes.
at 50
50
meters.
meters at 1630.
Okay, because according to the math here, waypoint 4 is really far. It should
Yeah.
be 2.2 knots average in order to get there, which
2.2 knots.
yeah, more than 1.5.
Can you
More than 2.
measure this distance here?
In a straight line, we are 623 meters from waypoint 4. And we have about 5 hours. That would be 300 minutes. That would be more than 2 knots average.
It's a little
More than
Yeah.
0.2 or
little
2?
sponge
Two.
up there.
Yeah, and nice pillows. There's a
Yeah.
broken pillow
There's
right
a
in
broken
front of us.
seam. You can see that radial pattern.
I'll
of
do
crack.
the
Double
math
check the
again.
math.
Yeah.
These things cool down.
It's pretty
In
big
the
pillows
meantime,
for kind of a
pilot, how do
small
you feel
little
about
cone. Or is
keep
that,
it moving?
Yeah.
does that matter? I
That's a good
guess
idea.
yeah, it doesn't
Just-
matter.
It just means
350
that at the time
was
these things
looking
erupted,
like
there
a-
was
We got a
Trying
fish.
to figure out if
excuse
this
me.
is just a local feature here.
Gotcha.
There's a fish that just went out of the screen down below.
Which side? Down
Straight
below.
below.
Yeah, there was a fish down there. I think he disappeared
Looks like
already.
he's gone.
It's a fast swimmer. I don't think it's worth looking.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
All right.
gone already. It's,
Okay.
it's fine, Dan. Maybe we'll see another one. I'm pretty sure it was a halosaur.
All right. So the ridge, what's the bearing on the ridge? It's pretty much due north. That's what it looks like.
That is correct.
Yeah.
All right.
It's 357. So
So we have an unbranched something
Yeah,
or other up
you
ahead, and
bring your
if
heading
it's in the
over
direction we're
to-
going. Maybe we could take a look at that.
Due north, and yeah, we'll just do that.
Sounds good. So due north for the heading.
Look at this guy. That
Yeah.
is a huge,
Do like a
huge boulder of a
350.
billow. Might be more.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
where
we'll
let's
take
do a
that one home.
350.
copy that.
Keep
350.
an eye on the feature over here on our port side, right?
copy
It's a
that.
little higher over there.
Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry, Chris. What did you want to look at?
The unbranched icidid, that would be good because we haven't seen these today so far.
All right. Well, we're going to put a ship move in. We'll be up there shortly.
Bridge. This nav. Let's do 30 meters. Bearing 350. Speed 0.2.
We'll be up there shortly, Chris. In the
Good,
meantime,
copy,
what
Bridge.
about one
Thank
of
you.
these creatures here?
Yeah, why don't you take a zoom on this thing just to see what it is.
Okay, go ahead and zoom in.
Rock to the right. It's like a little wave
Hold
crashing almost in shape. No, that's a little. Is that a purple one again?
You can zoom in tighter.
Looks like it has purple polyps.
Hold there. Yeah, white and purple.
Okay.
Not sure what that is.
It could be just a closed up Victigorgia, but don't know.
I've got a little bit more zoom, I think.
Copy that, Bridge.
Stand by. Hey,
It's
Jeff.
got some whorls of polyps on top. There's a long-legged shrimp. nematocarcinus.
Let's go and zoom out.
Oh, there's a.
All right,
Something
sorry,
less-
video. I'm back with you.
There's something in the water
Yeah,
I'm
column.
going to zoom in here.
We can
Do you see
skip
the-
that. Les has already ID'd it as
Go ahead.
probably a pretty ratty Victor
Zoom in.
Gorgia. Oh, there's a fish. That's the halosaur we were trying to find.
And zoom in tighter. Hold there. Okay, we can zoom out. Seems like they got an ID. Alright, so you're lined up. I'm pushing ahead.
Copy that.
Yeah, so we're coming up on the sun-branched icidid, and it's great that we have Les Watling watching right now because he can hopefully tell us what this is as best he can, or at least what clad it's in. It's got a crinoid on it
Current
too.
just picked up a bit.
While you were doing your live interaction, we saw a really nice and tall one.
All right, you want to take a quick look at this, Chris?
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Excuse me?
You want to take a quick look at this?
Yeah, please.
Zoom in,
I
please.
guess I missed the one during the
Hold
live
there.
interaction.
Yeah.
And maybe where the live polyps are up above.
Sure. Go ahead and zoom in. I'll just give you
Okay.
a quick look here unless you want me to
Sure.
sit down and get a stable shot.
Okay, it does not have long spines.
Looks pretty similar to the last one. Not as tall. Maybe the stretches between the nodes aren't quite as long.
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of needles in the stalk of the polyp, from what I can see. Some of them are closed up. That's kind of a nice view there. Some closed, some open. All right, Les, you're on the spot here. What do you think? You may need to catch up a little bit on the video.
That's kind of strange there.
That's one of
Dark
the
spot.
it's one of the nodes.
Yeah, but it looked really triangular shaped
Yeah.
almost. Maybe it's considering growing a new branch.
You could come down a couple meters, Nick.
Copy that. Coming down.
This is a bamboo coral, and you see the reason why right now. That sort of black patch that occurs sort of on certain intervals along the branch in between these wider areas. So they're called nodes,
Okay, pilot. It was a mistake on my
and
part.
it has
Okay.
kind of a
Average
bamboo
pace
appearance.
is
So that's
0.07.
why
Okay, that sounds that sounds a little better.
Yeah.
I was hoping we weren't that far
somebody
behind.
decided that
Okay.
this looked like
All
a
right, well, we'll keep
bamboo.
moving
And Les has come in, said
We
definitely
still have
be clad
about
with the huge
10
nodes.
meters on that last one.
Okay,
So
sorry,
thank
I'm
you,
getting
Les.
pretty close to your video. I'll back up a bit.
Oh, Abby
Having a
is
hard time focusing.
apparently. Yeah, Abby has joined the chat too.
Okay, let's zoom out.
So he's,
See,
he's
where is
asking
Abby?
her.
Oh, Abby's there too. Okay,
He's
great.
asking her to.
All right, we'll full wide.
Thank you.
Is that a?
And
A
then
rock
do you want
pen.
to
Small
confirm a
cucumber on
bailout
there.
plan, or have you already
Oh.
done so with the bridge?
Yeah,
Or
you
you're
see
happy
that
with
there's
how
definitely a rock
everything's
pen
arranged?
perched on a rock.
Abby agrees.
I
with,
have not-
well, yeah, Abby agrees with B-clade.
I mean, it really depends what we're seeing, but since we're moving up the
Yeah, we're
ridge,
getting into more massive
due
rocks,
north.
but they're still
the
loose.
bailout right now is due
Still
south.
us,
Okay.
Um,
It's a sort of a debris field of
So as long
pillows.
as
They've
we're,
sort of
thinking
broken
about it,
loose after they were
Okay, seems reasonable
erupted.
to you.
yeah, let me just contact the bridge.
Sure. There's a little coral in this rock crevice here.
Tiny little
We
thing in
can
that
skip
crack.
that. That's
Skip
a
it?
corallium. Yeah,
Okay.
the crack.
Another
Oh, there's
fish.
a fish off there.
He's not.
It's pretty
Oh,
far
great.
away.
Zoom
Is
in.
it nav?
All the way at
Might
the
have a
edge.
chance.
Hold there.
Almost.
Can you give me an update on
And
the
you are
conditions up
a-
there?
Go ahead and zoom in. Hold there.
Okay, you are a cuskiel in the family Ophidiidae, I'm pretty sure. It's got an awfully large eye. So now, what does that mean? We don't have Bruce Mundy or Ken Sulak with us actively in the chat today, so I'm going to have to wing
Sorry,
these
video.
enemies.
That's all right.
Right,
All right, let's zoom out.
right above was a sea urchin too.
All right, we're
Zoom
full
back
wide.
Is that right?
Yeah, right next to the lasers. Oh, you shot by it already.
I'm sorry, what did you want to see?
If you pan down,
There was a sea urchin right near
and
where
that
the
little
fish
red
was.
dot right just below the lasers right now. There it
Copy
is.
that. And can you update
So
me
up
on
above the
your
fish.
payload?
And then up a
plan?
little bit. If you
Oh,
zoom in now,
go
you'll
ahead and
catch
zoom
it.
in. Oh, there we go.
There he is.
So that's a
Good
partial.
spot,
Go
Jasper.
tighter.
Copy that
Hold
bridge.
there.
Whoa. What type of urchin are you?
You want me to set down and get a stable shot?
Yeah, this is co-pilot. How many meters do we have left?
You got the Brachulid.
Co-pilot,
Okay,
right
Michael
now
Vicky
we are...
thought it was
Yeah, let's
Brachulid.
zoom
The
out.
Brachulids are in
Okay.
there.
Stable.
We're stopped.
Well,
Yeah,
on current.
fish.
We're full wide.
Okay, thank you. Do you want me to set down, Chris?
no, I think we can go on.
Okay.
We're going to put urchin down, and that's it. We don't.
Shut you at
Wow.
70 degrees.
That's going to be a
pilot.
description
Gotta
along the
yeah.
lines
got
I
a
would
feature
do it.
here. You gotta be careful
shrimp.
this
There's
way.
a shrimp, yeah. And I wonder if we
That's
could get a
tall.
close-up of the sponge. Looks like it's the first one of these.
Feels like the current's picked up a bit here.
And I'll bet you
Coming right at our face.
might
Yep.
find anemones in this sponge.
So watch the tether.
Although maybe
Why don't you
not.
come up a
Could
little
just
bit.
be a plain
Coming up?
Tritopleura, but could also be a
So
Lefroyella.
as we maneuver around these features, you just want to make sure it's
Make
not
it
getting blown
nice
into
and
the
high.
rock. Yep.
Copy.
Maybe it's Tritopleura.
You almost sound a little disappointed there, Chris.
Well, I am. I like the Lefroyella with the commensal anemones. They're pretty amazing. This is a side view of the sponge.
I do see
And
some.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
definitely a Tritopleura. We used to call these leaf sponges because they kind of look like leaves propped up on the substrate.
Looks like it might have two of those snails on
Let me
it.
kill lasers for a
Yeah.
second.
Sure.
Thank you.
It looks like there's maybe a crab and a holothurian on the rocks behind
So
it
this
too.
volcano doesn't have tons of animals on it, but
Okay,
it's
go
got
ahead
a
and zoom in.
nice diversity. There's
Yeah.
a lot of, one here, one
Hold
there. A little crab inside of it.
Those are not snails. I take that back. I don't know what those are.
I don't either, actually.
Go ahead and
Les
zoom in.
is here. He knows a lot of the smaller stuff, and maybe Mike
Hold
Vicchione
there.
too. What are these? They almost look like aplicopherans or something. That mollusk without a shell on it, but I don't know. A nudibranch? No, it's not a nudibranch. I don't know what this is. Some flatworm, maybe?
I think I've got a teeny bit more zoom too.
Let's see
ahead.
if we've got some help in the chat. And nobody, well, they
Go
may
ahead,
not
video.
be seeing it yet. There's a little
Alright, that's
delay.
full zoom.
Try to hold it steady. here.
Sako says no help. She didn't know what this is either.
I could go with worm. That would describe it just fine for me.
The problem is it may not be a worm. You may be off by several phylum.
That's okay. I'm not a biologist. I can be off by that much.
Okay.
It's not a rock.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. That's about the best we can do on that. And nobody seems to know what they are. So
I don't think I'm quite wide
Coming
yet.
up with you.
Okay, let's go full wide.
So here
Alright,
you can
pull
actually
it.
see that these are not pillows. These are these really thin layers of lava. These are what we call sheet
So
flows.
maybe we'll get around
on
this
the left
feature and
there.
put another ship move in.
So sometimes
Yeah.
you get enough lava coming
We'll
out of the water
go
at the same time
be a
that
bit
it
more
turns into
northerly.
a little lava
Yeah,
flow.
maybe due north this time.
Most
Yeah.
of the time it will
You can bring your head
solidify
around
in
and
place
just
to
keep
make
track
these
of the
pillow
tether.
lavas.
Copy
But
that.
here
I think
you
it's
can
just
sort of
getting
see
blown
these layers.
downstream, but if it starts getting blown to the side, we gotta Watch out for that.
Right.
Yeah, this coral's got some bodyguards here.
Gotta watch him swing.
Marks, you can see that. Yeah, don't even think approaching that coral. That's what they're saying. You can see them there.
You want to zoom in partial?
Yeah.
They're even facing us.
Yeah,
Help me keep
Dan's
an eye on
keeping
my
his
swing
distance.
arm.
He's
There
not
we
going
go.
to take these
Copy
guys
that.
on.
Well, it's more that I don't want to hit the light bar on the rock, but also the crabs.
You wouldn't admit that you were intimidated by a squat lobster
course
anyway,
not.
would you?
No.
So this is right when I did the live interaction. They were zooming in on this, and I think these are a hydrozoan solandaria, or let's see if we've got a different name for these things in the Okeanos gallery. I used to know them as solandaria. Let's see, where are they? Pretty sure we had one in here.
All right.
Great, thank you.
Go ahead and zoom out. Okay.
Yeah, I think we're ready for another
Yep.
ship move.
And let's.
what?
Whoa,
Lester's
Oh.
asking for a
Oh, it
review of
should be.
this thing
Is it
here.
going to? I think it's going to come. There was an earlier
we
one,
do
less
due
too.
north.
Due north.
Yeah.
Copy that.
Copy that.
Another
And let's
30 meters.
again
to
just
north.
keep an eye, close eye on that tether arrangement.
Here
Copy,
it
pilot.
is.
Bridge. This is now.
Solandaria, yeah, that's what we're calling it.
Let's get another move in. That's
Still,
going
I
to be
believe.
30 meters, bearing
There's
0,
a pretty
0,
ratty
0,
specimen
speed 0
of a
decimal 2.
coral, I think. Looks like it's overgrown by something. Yeah, Les also thinks it's another solandaria as well,
Good
and
copy,
so does
Bridge.
Asako. Hydroids, not only do they have a different number of tentacles and a different morphology to
Here,
their
so not too
tentacles,
far
they
ahead of
often
you.
have smaller
coming down.
polyps
On my way
couple
down.
meters,
to them and thinner branches
Just keep an eye on
consequently,
your sonar too. We're well above it. But,
Yeah.
Just be cognizant of it.
among
Copy.
other differences.
Copy, Bridge. Thank you.
I'm going to step out for a moment and grab a little bite to eat, and I'll be back in just about 5 or 10 minutes.
It's time to look at some rocks, Jasper.
That's right. Take over and do some rock hunting. All right. We actually already collected a rock, and so I think the plan's going to be to try and hold off on collecting a second one until we get a little closer to the top.
Sure.
But we can look around a little bit. I did notice on the side that I don't think you like quite as much, sort of the top of the screen, you see some sort of more layered structures. I think these are, we can just zoom in from here, that's fine.
Yeah, I can come up and take a peek over here.
You sort of see these layered rocks. So we've been looking at these pillows and pillow fragments up to now. And then just as we got to this sort of peak here, we started seeing a couple of these layered things. So these are really thin layers. That is the reason why we call these things sheet flows. They're as thin as a sheet, essentially. And so these erupt underwater if there's enough volume of lava coming out at the same time. Most cases you don't get quite as much volume at the same time, and you get the sort of smaller pillow lavas that freeze in cold water. But if you have enough of a flow rate, then sometimes you'll end up with these thinner lavas that kind of coat the surface. It's very nice. Thank you.
Okay. I'll just kind of pan over as we move along. I'm getting a little far ahead of you. I'll back up, co-pilot.
Copy that.
So we're trying to right our vehicles back into the directions we were actually traveling on the right, you sort of see the steep drop-off. Well, it's hard to see because it is a drop-off.
Yeah, I'll pan over there real quick. Take a look.
That's basically the side that we think collapsed. It sort of sits on the edge of the Guyot tabletop plateau, whatever you want to call it. And so in our mapping, it sort of looks like there's about a third of this cone missing. And so we're looking down the slope where that third of this little volcanic cone is missing out.
Push port and come down.
As you can see, this is quite a steep slope.
Coming down.
Just a little bit. Just watch. Why don't you range in on the sonar to 50 meters on Sirius? That's up pretty far there. Yeah, that's
right
better.
there. It's range to 50 meters.
That's
Thank
better.
you.
Yeah. Looking good. Pushing out.
Here we're back in these more rounded shapes, and this is probably an area where the lava came out more as these pillow lavas, and then maybe some tubes, like the thing in the middle, just about the bottom now. It's more of an elongated shape that's more like a tube lava, so it sort of stretches out a little bit. We can keep going along, pilot.
Okay. Not a whole lot of biology here.
Not a ton right now, nope. It's probably okay, that way Chris doesn't miss out too much. We do need to find that really, really cool sponge while he's gone. How are the currents up here?
Yes. Definitely a noticeable current.
Yeah.
It's blowing in our face a bit, so...
Co-pilot, you
I'd
still
say
have
north
about
to
5
south.
meters on that move.
Copy that. Do you want to keep on moving ahead, pilot?
Yeah, let's keep moving.
Sounds
Okay,
good.
copy that.
As we come over to this side of the features, be careful. It's just a slight downhill dip, right?
Copy
So
that.
we just want to keep an eye on Sirius altitude, sonar, tether.
It's looking good. Everything's looking good.
Good.
Another 30 meters,
Yes.
000.
Yes, please.
Copy that. Bridge, this is nav. Let's add
Can use
another
the skids
move
video.
to the end of that one. That's going to be
there.
the same
Yeah, that's
exact
good.
thing. 30 meters, bearing 000, speed 0.2.
So when we go over small bumps like this, the pilots like to look around a little bit behind us as well, so that we make sure we don't hit the back of the
there's a sea star at the
ROV
bottom of the
bridge.
screen.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Take a look at that.
Oh, somebody. It sounds like Annie spotted a sea star. I'll take a look at that.
There's
Oh yeah, there he is.
fish coming into view, pilot.
See him? Oh, yeah. Oh, let's get this fish.
Oh,
nice.
that's a nice one.
Copy bridge.
Go ahead and zoom in. What is that? Hold there.
That's a good question.
It's an interesting one.
So I guess instead of a sponge, we'll have a fish that we're not sure of.
That is
Alright,
a good-looking fish.
Zoom out.
Full wide.
It's going to hang out underneath us.
Of course he is, yeah. How are we looking, co-pilot?
See
It
if
turned
we
looking backwards at Sirius.
I think he kept swimming.
Camera
In
angle's about
Sirius, I
60
can't see him
degrees,
anymore.
but I think we're looking good.
Okay.
So we were looking at that sea star. Where did that go?
Oh, yeah. Where was that guy? Below
It's
us.
Below us, yep.
He's still, oh yeah, he's below us too, isn't he?
Behind and below.
Yep.
On that big rock.
Coming up.
We'll put the fish on rewind later for Chris to look at.
I got a tilt of about
Looks like
70
there's a little
degrees.
small corallium in that crack there. We're gonna back up a little more, see if we can get that sea star.
Yeah,
oh, Michael Vecchione suggested it might be a jelly nose.
Have a lot of, oh, there he is over there.
There's a question mark, so
All
he's not 100% sure either.
Few moments here. Always get distracted with the fish. Couldn't zoom in. Zoom in tighter. Hold there. How we doing, Nick?
Good. Tilt is about 75.
Okay. Ship still moving, or we stopped?
We are moving.
Still
Okay.
moving.
Very nice little sea star sitting
All right,
on
let's zoom out. Push up.
that nice bumpy manganese crust
Careful
on that
line.
rock.
All right.
The manganese crust is the sort of black bumpy layer that precipitates from the ocean on these volcanic rocks and sort of covers it all in this black looking material. So it takes a black grayish rock and covers it in black. So that is the reason why when we are looking at collecting things, we take our time.
Don't know
There's
if they've
something
seen
a
these
little bit to the middle.
Iridogorgias yet.
Yeah, it looks like an Iridogorgia. Actually, there might be two.
Yeah, we can take a look at that.
Okay, coming down a little bit.
Okay.
Looks like there's a fish between us and them. Or it might be a shrimp. Never mind.
Oh, I see it. Just floating off screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a shrimp. Oh, wait. What is this guy here?
Oh, yeah.
Let me zoom in. Hold there.
Oh, look at that. Good eyes. A small, very pencil-like little fish with a very pointy nose, which makes him even more like a pencil. Let's see if anybody on the chat recognizes this guy.
That's my max tilt. All right, we'll let him go. Zoom out video. Thank you. All right, Iridogorgia.
Okay, co-pilot, you have about 10
We'll get there,
meters
Dan.
left on that move.
Copy that, Nav. Thank you.
Okay, you want to go partial? Hold there. And zoom in.
Got a
There.
70-degree tilt, pilot.
That's not quite full zoom.
Could we zoom a little more on the polyps?
Go ahead. Zoom in. Feeling comfortable, Nick?
I'm feeling good. I can come right a little bit, keep you in view a little bit better.
Let's hold it here. I'll push up if we need to.
Copy that.
We got plenty of clearance, it looks like. So.
Yeah.
Co-pilot, the ship is
So as we
stationary
zoom
right
out, there's a request
Copy
to
that,
turn the
Nav.
laser on so we have an idea how big the curls or the
Sure.
swirly branches.
Let's go ahead and get the lasers on. So they're on and come out.
Copy. Lasers on.
Thank you.
probably good, pilot.
Okay, zoom out.
Can we hold here for just a second?
Yep. Would you like the lasers off for a second, Annie? Doesn't matter to you.
That would be nice, but
Let's
we
get
don't
them
have
off.
to.
I think we got it.
Lasers off.
Thank
Got 80-degree tilt, pilot.
Okay. All right, let's come out.
Thank you.
And I
Full wide.
gotta push up here.
Coming up.
All right. There's second one over there, and then you notice here the surface is much more flat, so this is probably more of a lava flow instead of a pillow lava kind of section.
North. Okay. Looks like we might have to change our bearing on the next move a bit.
Oh, there's a fish in the lower left-hand part of the screen.
Fish lower left. All right. Can you tilt up a hair, Nick?
Sure.
He's
Still see him, Annie?
now kind of to slightly right of center.
Slightly right of center.
Sort of halfway between center and
Let's
the
zoom
skid.
in. Let's just zoom in. Hold there.
Yeah.
Do you see him?
Yeah, he's in the left part of the screen.
Oh,
left
there
or
he is.
left.
Yeah, yeah. Right. Right.
Yes.
There.
sorry.
Oh, there he is.
Let's go. Let's go in. There we go. Hold there.
It's a small little eel, yeah.
He
Another
looks
little
confused.
fish.
Mm-hmm.
He looks very
He's trying
upset
to
with our
bite his own
lights.
tail. Okay, let's come out.
So maybe we'll come to
Might sit in
bearing
on
a
the rock.
350.
Let me push out here and we'll
Sure.
get a feel for it. And the ship is stopped now, yeah?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm going to try and get our vehicles aligned again for...
So I think we actually need to come starboard a bit.
Okay. Oh, I see that now, yeah.
So what's interesting is we've gotten to a shallow depth in this dive. This is a pretty flattened,
Thinking about
stable
0 to 0,
substrate.
or-
We still aren't seeing a whole lot of animals over here compared to the dive 2 days ago where it was maybe 200-300 meters deeper.
Yeah.
and full
010
of
even.
life.
Like a 0.
Oh, there's something in the water column right in front of
Yeah,
us.
Oh yeah. Is that a
I think maybe like a
jellyfish
010,
maybe?
yeah. What do you think, Nick?
Sounds good to me.
All right, zoom in. Hold there.
very nice little UFO?
30 meters, 010
Yeah.
coming up.
Copy that, Nav.
Spaceship jelly.
Bridge. This is nav.
Ooh, very nice.
Let's get another move in. That's gonna be 30 meters. Bearing 010. Speed 0.2. That is a good copy, Bridge.
All right, I'm back. Wow, that's quite a jelly. All right, Michael, we're counting on you. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at the chat right now. Understand we got an Arita Gorgia. And a couple of them while I was gone. And let's see the fish. I guess were they eels or were they other types of fish? Eels, maybe some synaptobranchid. Jelly nose.
All right, we'll let him go.
All right.
Want to zoom out a bit. He is pretty cool looking though.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Should I go full wide or is this
You
good?
can hold this for a second.
Okay.
Let him float away a bit. And I'll push out, Nick.
You guys can
Scroll
pull
down
a little bit.
Yeah,
Oh, you
just
are?
there.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's
great.
lose
Atolla
him.
is
Go
what
ahead and go full
Michael
wide.
Vecchione is suggesting
Full
for
wide.
this jellyfish. Yeah, it's a possibility. Keegan Michael. Well, the substrate looks a little more consolidated. That's promising. I see. Okay. Jasper is filling me in a little bit, kind of like a watch change here in the back row this time, as we duck out for lunch.
So before the current was kind of blowing downhill from north to south. Now I'm feeling it port to starboard, which is west to east.
Oh,
And it is
little starfish.
significant.
Oh. Oh, here's the fish.
Coming down a bit, Nick.
Copy that.
Oh,
Actually, you're
okay.
fine.
Well, it's not a jelly
Okay.
nose. It's an
13,
ophidiid.
14.
You can see it, but I don't know what type of ophidiid this is. It's got really big pectoral fins. So Art Howard, who's clipping back here, actually rewound to that fish that I missed. Jasper was trying to describe it to me. So, wow, that is a unique ophidiid. We have not seen that one before. Okay, so Bruce is going to have some images to take a look at on Monday.
Degrees.
Right.
17. Yeah, looks good, co-pilot.
Okay.
You could come down a meter or two.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks good.
So Les commented that this kind of looks like one of the early images of the surface of Venus, and I would agree. This sort of cracked up, almost like a mud flat type of appearance to this manganese crust. I think most of this is manganese crust rather than
Co-pilot,
sheet
we have
flow
about
or
10 meters on that
anything
move.
like that.
Copy that.
I think we
Should
keep it moving too.
Yeah. Just keep going.
Saka says with a
same
floating
bearing
spaceship
looks,
of a
good.
jellyfish
010.
hovering over the surface of Venus.
Yeah. 010. Let's just try that.
Copy that.
Is that bringing us towards the waypoint now?
It is, yeah.
Yeah,
Moving
it
up
is.
slope.
Yeah, we're going zigzag, but we are heading towards the waypoint.
Copy.
So there's nothing to look at here. Specifically, I'm just trying to get nice wide views of everything.
Bridge, this is nav.
Looks like there's a really tall coral straight ahead of us.
Oh yeah. See it up there?
How long do we have until the end of that
There's a little
move?
yellow one here too.
Yep.
Something sticking up ahead. Oh, yeah, there's a...
Can you get lasers on?
Sure.
Looks like it could be another one
Copy
of
that.
these
When we're done
Permiaceates.
moving, can you add another one just like it? That would be
Just
30
looking at an
meters,
end-on
bearing
view, I
010
think.
at 0.2.
Hold there.
Yeah, so it's a planar colony, and we're looking right along the plane here, and it looks like it's the same thing that we were wondering whether it was a plexaurid or a choroidid.
Okay, let's zoom out. Do you want to get a closer look, or?
No, I'm pretty sure
Okay.
it's the same thing. Thank
Okay.
you, pilot. Just curious what this unbranched thing is. Oh, it's a dead stalk of an Iridogorgia, I believe. Yeah, it is.
Good copy now.
Sort
Go
of
ahead.
lost the top of it. We could perhaps pass that one by too and see if we can find something a little more interesting.
No need to take a look.
Pretty cool view of the surface of this ridge as part of the volcano.
Good copy, Bridge.
There's a little cup coral down there, I think, in the rocks.
Yep, I think this will get us right back on top of the ridge here. I think we just got a little bit on the side of it there.
Right.
This looks good up here.
Another one of these Resurgent sea stars that we imaged earlier.
So that next move should bring
front
it
of
up
it.
here a bit more.
Yeah, maybe this colony
well.
right
Okay.
in front of us with the bright white base.
Okay.
Probably a corallium, but it could be something different.
Well, it's a little far off right now, but we're getting there.
Okay,
Ship's
no
on the
problem.
move. What about this stringent here?
Yeah, we got a couple of these already. These are one of these Resurgents.
Let's just go look at this rock, see what we can find over here, and we'll come back to that coral in a minute.
Yeah, I did see some things way off in the distance, so I'll have a few things coming up.
Okay. Oh, fish.
Where's the fish?
Up there, zoom in. Or is that a
I think
stock?
that's a
Oh, it's a
distant
stock.
stock.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, I was thinking it was a coral or sponge or something. Yeah,
Yeah,
not sure.
let's zoom out. We'll get there. There's a little stock down here.
There's
Another one
a
of these
black
little,
stock right at the
probably
base of
Narella,
this
but could
big
be
rock.
a nice sitter.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe we could take a look
You
at
wanna
this.
snap zoom here, and then we'll go to the other
Sure.
one.
Okay.
Annie. Hold
And
there.
it is. What is it? Wow, those are pretty big polyps on it.
Zoom in. Hold
Wow.
there.
It's overgrown. It's zoanthids. Whatever it was, it's overgrown by zoanthids.
Okay, zoom out. We'll get this other thing, and then we'll move over to that other fan.
That might be a little rock pen down there.
All right, zoom in.
Take a look at this. Yeah, it's another one of these, what I suspect could be a Anthoptylum.
You come down like a meter or two, Nick.
Yep, on my
Okay,
way down.
Zoom out.
Really getting a
Zoom
good
out.
view of the texture of the manganese crust. There might be a sea cucumber, right?
Oh, yeah, there he is. I see him.
Yeah.
We can zoom in.
Okay.
Hold
No,
there.
it
Oh,
isn't.
lobster.
It's a polychelid lobster, I think. Yes. That was a good one.
Can zoom in.
These are really cool animals. We see them every once in a while on these dives, and they're
Just touch
basically
the tail there.
considered
Zoom out a bit.
a living fossil for the lobster group. They're very, very primitive crustacean, and I don't understand the whole story behind them and why they consider them sort of living fossils, but I guess it looks
come
quite
over
similar
right
to
to get
something
view,
in the fossil record.
Let's zoom out.
Okay. Our full
I'm
wide.
only familiar with one genus in that family. There may be others. I just know of Homerion.
Yeah, why don't you just turn your head a little bit and
Copy that.
where was that other fan? There it is.
Little
We'll
Walteria
just take a quick
sponge
look
over
and
there.
we'll zip back over.
It's another corallium that we're backing
Okay,
up to.
go ahead and zoom in. Just a quick look here, Chris.
Sure. Yeah. Yep. So this is in shallower water. The members
So
of this
finally we have
family
8
are
meters
considered
to the end of
precious
tunnel.
corals.
Copy.
They can have very bright red skeletons or pink skeletons.
Okay, and zoom out.
Okay.
These deeper water ones have
Full
more of a
video.
white skeleton, and
Coming
they're
over,
awfully
Nick.
deep, so
Copy
they're not
that.
really considered precious, just related to the precious corals.
Turned out to be a few interesting things over there.
Coming up.
So I look,
That what appears to be another Poliopogon and
I look pretty
another
square on the
corallid
ridge now, so we want you
colony
to get
here. So there are some
behind me.
small
Yeah.
corallidae,
which I think that
coralliid,
10
I mean.
or 010 move is doing.
Yeah, I agree. We got about probably 5 meters left.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, now I'm looking due north, and that looks square on that ridge.
It does.
So you can see how narrow this ridge is that we're climbing up. You can see both sides dropping away, both left and right.
Nope,
So let's
there
get.
are two
Oh, there's a fish
on
here
the right
to the
side.
lower right.
There's a
It's
dark
about
one
right
and a white
center
one
right
together.
now. There's
So
actually
now
two
maybe you can
fish
figure
there.
out the angle between D2 and Sirius here on the sonar, and then we can put in a move toward that just to get. We want to get Sirius behind D2 right on the ridge here. We're just slightly off the other side.
Copy that.
Okay, zoom in.
Copy, Bridge.
Hold there.
So this
That
looks
is
like
correct. We
it's the
should
same
be
type
going
of
to the north or
synaptobranchid that we saw in the very beginning, but this is
144
not as
meters, and then
transparent.
we're gonna
So I'm
go
wondering if this is maybe
northeast.
an adult, and the one we saw earlier was a juvenile.
Okay, zoom out.
And I think that's a different synaptobranchid. I don't think we've actually seen that so far on this cruise.
So
One of the cutthroat eels.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit of port to starboard current today. You know, actually another 010 move might put you pretty nicely up.
Right.
Spur on the ridge. So you guys agree?
Right now, Sirius is, I mean,
Well,
D2 is
yeah,
about
I was off to the side here, but
30
now I'm,
something. So
I'm
010
right.
sounds good.
I'm right on the ridge right now.
Fair amount
I
of
think a
sediment for
010
this
30
sharp
meter
of a
move will
ridge.
put
There's
us
a prim
back
note.
over right on top, and it's going to shift a little
Dan,
bit.
can
as
we
the current's
just
right.
zoom down at those colonies right at the base of this rock if you have a chance?
Sure.
These look a little different.
Bridge, this is map.
For self-mute, unmute.
Big, huge pillows in front of us too, really fascinating.
To return to the main conference.
How about the one on the
That's gonna
right?
be the same
That
move.
looks. The one on the left, I think, is the
bearing
hydrozoan
010,
solandaria.
speed 0.2.
Oh no! Just scrape that coral. Oh, with my toe. There we go. Sorry, buddy. Well, I can't get down in there right now, but we can look from here. Let's go in video. I'll get the one on the right here.
Okay, I have an idea, but I'm going to go ahead and wait to see what Les and Asako and Abby
Zoom in tighter.
think about this one.
So that's still not quite all the way.
Okay. Go in tighter.
Asako thinks it's an acanthogorgid, and I would agree with that. That's what I was thinking as well. I don't know if Les and Abby are on board with this, but
Oh, there's
Oh,
a fish,
fish.
behind
yeah,
it.
there is right there.
Zoom out.
Oh yeah, could we stick with this for a second?
Sure, I can try.
Yeah. This is another ophidioid or a cuskeel. Could be something called
Zoom in tighter.
Basozetus.
Hold there. Kill the lasers. I think we got it.
Kill lasers.
Got pretty large eyes. I'm going to have to look in the animal guide here. Refresh my memory about some of the members of this group.
He's got something off the top of his head.
So I think that's the bottom. I think he's swimming upside down.
Oh, you think so? Okay, well he's gone. We'll
Some
zoom
of
out.
these Basozetus have pretty good eyes too, or Basogigas, excuse me, not Basozetus.
Okay, you want to zoom in
I
quickly on
guess.
this coral here? Hold there.
Yeah.
Go in tighter. Hold there.
Little hermit crab on this colony of Solendaria.
Drifting away. That helps your focus.
Thank you.
And if we could zoom down, there's a crinoid right down below it. Yeah, there we are. Really pretty one with the yellow cirri and the black arms.
How are we looking, co-pilot?
Looking good, pilot. We've got about 60 degrees
So
till.
I think this is in the family Thalassometridae.
Okay. Are you happy, Chris, with that?
Yeah,
You want to get a tighter shot, or?
that's good for science.
Okay,
Yeah,
video?
looks great.
Yep.
Come on out.
Or full wide.
All right, thank you. I'll push up.
Coming up with you.
Yeah.
All right, video's gonna switch out.
Thank you, Annie.
Beautiful little sort of consistent flow of pillow lavas that just sort of are erupting right in a line downhill along this ridge. So when the ROV is looking over the west side of this ridge, as it is now, you're looking at the back side of this volcanic cone. And then when it looks over to the right side of the ridge, you're actually looking into the interior of what used to be the caldera. And half of the caldera wall, the eastern wall of the volcano, has fallen off, exposing the interior. And we're running right up along that broken wall of the volcano that's now formed as a ridge. Exosalactus, probably anemone.
Any need for a closer view on these?
Sure, let's go ahead and take a zoom.
Okay.
Quite understand what's going on in the center of them. I guess those are just tentacles, but.
Hi, Tara.
Hi, Dan.
All right, you want to zoom in here?
Of course.
Another one of those Victorogorgia, the purple ones. Yeah, he's just got some tentacles folding in toward the mouth. And I think it's in the family Exosalactidae.
Okay to zoom a bit more?
Go ahead. I'll try to hold it still here. Just floating right here.
Maybe that's how they feed. Maybe some of those tentacles have caught something and they're pushing it down toward the mouth right now, and we just caught it with food in its mouth, which is a little embarrassing, I guess. None of us like to be caught on film with food in our mouths, but Jasper's back from lunch.
Howdy. What did I miss?
It's got a nice
You
color.
Giant volcanoes?
You missed some
Beautiful.
fish, nice coral, a Homerion, a polychelid lobster.
All right. Yeah, full specimen. And get lasers on.
Canthogorgia, a
Roger.
type of Gorgonian, a really nice
It's a pretty
crinoid.
big one.
No, so you guys have been keeping busy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Clear.
All right, zoom out.
So pilot and co-pilot.
And there's
so
one
you
of those
wanna
purple
move
ones again?
Yeah,
Sirius
the
in
Victorogorgia,
0,
and
2,
then
0,
there's a
so we get
Poliopogon
behind
sponge
the
on
two
the
on
right,
I was just
both
thinking
of
similar
them
to the
just
one
go
we
up the ridge.
finished
Yep, let's do
Okay.
that.
soon after
Copy.
we landed.
So it's gonna be 0 to 0, just 15 meters, and then we just go up.
Okay, that sounds great to me. Thank you, Nav. All right, want to look at this coral, Chris?
No, we've got some images of this, I think.
Okay, what about
Great.
the
This
sponge?
is Nav.
No, we got those too.
Oh. Yeah,
Sorry,
you're not-
Dan.
You don't want to zoom in on the sponge?
Previous watch beat you to it.
That's okay.
I'm always on the lookout for something different.
All right, we'll find something
0
new.
to 0 bearing, 0.2
Some giant pillows here.
That's what we were marking
Yeah,
on. The kind
Jasper, I think we found the edge of this ridge here.
Yeah,
Pretty,
just sort of stops there.
pretty dramatic, yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that.
So we're following it uphill.
then you know somebody's going to want to see that one little thing hanging over the edge.
So is this similar to the unbranched icidid that you guys imaged before?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, I don't know if let's see, is Les still on here? He might. Abby's here. Maybe we could do a.
Well,
tight one
yeah,
just to
I
make sure
see
it's
the
the
nodes
same
from here, long stretches between the nodes.
It was about this big too.
Yeah.
I see.
But I'm not a coral expert, so.
Looking good, Nick.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, Abby Lapone is on the chat right now, and actually, one of her specialties are these unbranched bamboos.
Zoom in video.
So.
Yeah, it's going tight. I'll try to hold it steady for you.
Roger.
Hold there. Hold right there.
Looks a little bit more white, but it could just be the lighting.
Yeah, I think it's probably the lighting.
Can go more.
There we go.
Hold there.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks pretty similar.
Yeah.
Current's pushing me.
Well, it gives Abby a view in case it was different. I think she'd probably go with, if I'm not mistaken, a B-clad unbranched icidid. We'll see if that's what she thinks it is.
I'm moving in closer. That helps with your focusing.
Roger.
All right. Are we happy with that?
Yeah, thanks,
Okay.
Pilot.
Zoom out.
Appreciate it. That's all you get, Abby. That's it.
All right.
Gotta make the call on that.
Sure.
Yeah, she said same B-clad.
There's a
Okay.
little something down there on that edge.
Looking down into the caldera of an ancient volcano. Now, how cool is this?
So looking at our flater mouse, I'm
Do a
not starting
snap
to
zoom.
wonder if that is the other half that slid about 200 meters down.
Yeah, could be. That's right. The corallium. We've been seeing a bunch of these today.
Okay. Zoom out. There's this little white thing over here. That is
Yeah, what
sponge
is
maybe?
that? I can't really see what that is.
Sponge. I'm going with a sponge,
Come down.
but I could be wrong.
I don't know. Could be a holothuroidian.
There's a fish in the
Yeah,
background.
there is a fish in the
over
background.
the cliff
but
on the right. It's a little one.
Can zoom in.
It's a holothuroidian.
Oh, it is. Oh, I was going for sponge.
Partial.
This is probably something in the genus Hansenothuria.
Okay. You want me to sit down and get a stable shot, or is that enough for you?
No, I think that's good enough. I think
Okay,
this is a
zoom
pretty
out.
common
Roger.
one. Thuria. If you had lots of
fish
pseudopodia,
here.
and it was a different color maybe, but it's kind of a real bland.
You
cucumber.
didn't think he had enough spikies
well,
on his back?
Nah.
He's going off
Yeah.
the screen there.
The
Okay.
fish is gone.
Not being very cooperative.
No, he's not.
Now the question is, can we convince Dan to take a whole pillow home?
I think there's an immediate answer to that.
We can take a part of a pillow home for you.
Yeah. Now look at these big, big pillows here.
Yeah, we have a pretty strong current going west to east right now.
West to east? Okay, thank you.
Wow, that's like 90-degree difference from half an hour, 45 minutes ago.
Yep.
Got an Irida gorgia
right now,
and an unbranched coral. I guess
Yeah,
we've imaged
looks
both of
like-
those. And it looks like another Solendaria. That
I
would
can
be
see
my
50
guess.
meters ahead. It's going to be pretty flat here.
Right.
So maybe we can
Looks almost due north again.
maybe we
Looks
can
good to
pass these by and
Yeah, due north.
That looks
Copy
really
that.
flat.
30
Actually-
meters or a little bit more?
the fish is still down there off to the right. I don't know if you saw that, Dan.
Okay, and actually let's get Sirius at a 010 because I still need to get Sirius over behind me more.
So still
let's do 30 meters at 010.
Okay, copy that.
Actually, make it 40. Let's just do 40.
Copy that.
All right.
There he is.
Bridge. This is nav.
Yeah, that is another one of the hydrozoans, the whole end area with the chirostatic
Go ahead,
crab
video.
on it.
Do what we can here.
Next move is going to be
Hold
40 meters, bearing 010.
This is a different type of synaptobranchid eel than that one we saw a minute ago.
I thought he was going to run into
a strike.
And where is your dorsal fin? I think there it is. That dorsal's fairly high up on the body. I think it's right here.
Hold there.
Yeah.
Hey, where is it?
Yeah, I think right where you're pointing. It's not very tall, though.
Yeah, it's not very tall. Yes, so I don't know which species. I don't think this is the Oregoni or Breva dorsalis that we saw a lot of. I think this is a different type of synaptobranchid.
Okay. So we just got to a much flatter part of the ridge here.
Yeah.
I can see 50 meters ahead of me on the sonar.
Wow.
So we'll keep it moving.
Yeah, and it's barren.
Keep that in mind for the habitat later tonight, right?
Maybe we'll even bump up the speed
we'll need to do the habitat barren ledges.
I mean, we're on a pretty good pace right
now. Oh, that's
well,
right, yeah.
You don't want to get to the top too quickly.
It's good to see this. It's an ambitious dive track this morning because to get to the summit, I think it was 800 or just over 800. It's let's see. There's a colony right in front of us. Maybe it's blending in well. If you zoom right now, right by the lasers to the right of it.
Oh, right there? Yeah, we can look at that.
In the chat room, there's a suggestion that the fish guys got all worn out from yesterday's dive.
It's Les Watling you threw that out. Could be, Les.
You can come down a few meters.
On my way down?
Give me a little more push.
I don't know if you saw in the dive plan that I sent out last night, Les, but I had recorded at least 18 different species of fish yesterday. That was, that could be the record. There's a sea star. Maybe we could take a peek at that.
Oh, there he goes.
All right, ship's on the move. We always like to look at things far out in the distance. But
this one's close by and just to the right and bottom, or a little bit more down from the lasers.
So you don't want to look at this one here? Or why don't we zoom in while we're here?
Okay,
just to make sure. Let's zoom in
there's
video.
another one in the sand, too.
Yeah, there was. Okay, this is a black coral. I think we were going to either heteropathes or trisopathes on this one.
Okay, zoom out. Pan over.
A little chuckling on some of the chat room comments.
So
where did that star go?
They ran away a bit.
Let's zoom in here.
Maybe not.
I think they're going to check and see what that is.
What's this guy? He's on the move.
That's one of those holding his little anemone up in the air again.
So maybe we can get a little video of this guy. This is a pretty weird guy.
Zoom in a bit. Hold there.
He's holding his anemone. This one's mine. I'm keeping it. You can't have it.
No, it says to stop. Hold on. Coming back. Oh, he's gone. Oh.
To the left. Yeah, there he is.
He's quick. Let's zoom out a bit, video. I can't. holding that zoomed in. Right there is good, yeah.
Oh, bonk. That stopped him.
I'm going to do a quick zoom while he stopped.
Go ahead. Hold there.
Asako puts cheer crab.
I didn't know they could move that fast.
Okay, so he's holding the anemone in his hind legs.
Hold there.
A weird kind of homolid crab. I don't know. We saw one earlier in this cruise.
Yeah.
It was the first time I've ever seen one just holding a bare anemone like this, and this one's doing the same thing on a different seamount. Looks like the same anemone.
Yep,
so I think we're seeing something unique right here. Michael doesn't think it's a pagurid.
Zoom in tighter video.
Sako says it's a cheer crab.
Yeah,
that's good. Oh, you're sorry, I missed that. Sorry.
All right, zoom out.
Thank you.
It was fun.
He's holding his pom-pom.
Co-pilot, you have less than 10 meters.
Missed out on the starfish, I think.
Copy that.
Oh, that crab was worth it.
Yeah.
All right, pilot. At this moment, the bearing towards waypoint 2 is 328.
Oh, could we look to the... Sorry, there's a fish down there to the lower left. If you could back up just for a second.
Waypoint 2 is just... It's not... It's arbitrary, just on top of the ridge.
Copy that.
So we're just going to keep following
This is
the
a
ridge.
weird fish.
Copy that.
It's lower left off screen.
Okay. Moving back.
Or it wasn't a fish. You know what? That coral in front of it, I thought it was flickering its tail.
Yeah.
And as you passed, that coral was making it shimmer. Sorry.
Okay, no problem.
At this depth, there's not too many...
Would you like to look at something here?
not too many silvery type of fish, which is what I thought it was.
It's out of view. She thought she saw something over here.
Let's see. Where is it?
Yeah, it'd be in this little pocket here. I don't see it.
I don't see it. I don't see it now.
No, he thought he saw it over here. But that is yeah, you're right, that is a little fish there.
Co-pilot, ship's
This is
holding
all
position.
just manganese crust, isn't
Copy
it?
that.
It is manganese crust, but I think it's on
Looks
top
like
of
Sirius still isn't
lava
behind
field.
D2 like we want.
Might be actual lava flows. We
So
saw
maybe keep-
as you went for
keep
lunch.
010.
We saw a couple of nice
Do another
sheet flow examples, nice thin
40
layered
meters?
lava flows.
Let me
So
come up and look in sonar
that could
here.
be underneath
Okay.
here. I don't know for sure.
Coming up with you.
You can see the ridge kind of tending off this way here. I'll tell you what, how about I come over to port,
Okay.
stretch out since it's the ridge is kind of tending toward the west anyway.
Copy that.
We'll get right up on top of it.
That sounds
Because,
good.
I mean, the ridge is, you know,
Yeah.
zigzagging up, so push out here.
So here we have
maybe we
consolidated
go.
substrate.
Yeah. Where's
Keep
the
going.
corals?
Where
Chris?
are the corals?
Copy that.
They should be here.
I'm not
Is that
getting
going to
this
be
at all.
30 meters?
You
we could
think
do
you
40
start
meters, I
to
think.
understand things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe the
Pretty
currents just aren't really
Coming
flowing
back
that
down, Nick.
fast over this feature.
Copy that.
Bridge.
Coming down with
Dan
you.
This
said
is
it was
nav.
actually
Yeah, he said it was pretty strong current from the west.
Let's get another move in. That's going to be 40 meters, bearing 000,
something here maybe too.
speed 0.2.
Yeah, looking good, Nick.
Good copy, bridge.
Not much here. You can lose the skids video. Thank you.
This little white sphere in the far distance.
Something white up ahead.
Adjust my heading.
Okay.
Worth a look when we get up there. We've got to let the ship catch up a little bit.
Good copy, Bridge.
Coming down a little bit.
Okay.
Come on, Jasper. What are we looking at?
That's interesting.
We're in your...
We're looking at manganese-coated volcanics.
But this is just a gigantic sheet flow or something?
I think it's a whole stack of them. Oh, yeah.
There's a
something
Ritagorgia.
Here. Is that a Ritagorgia again? You sure?
Yeah. And then...
Because you see how there's a little bit of a bump on our starboard side, and then the tether's blowing that way.
Yeah.
It's a real mild bump, but, still something you want to keep an eye out for, right?
Pilot, could we look at that sponge that's down to the lower left? Kind of round, globular thing?
Coming up.
Should come up. Yeah.
Coming up.
Yep. Sponge lower left.
Yeah, now he's coming to lower center.
Kind of yellowish.
Yeah, whatever that thing is. Is it just the base of a Poliopogon sponge? You're about to go over it.
Yep. Yeah, I want you to tilt down a bit, Nick.
Tilt down.
All right, and zoom in. Quick zoom.
Got about 70 degrees.
Okay. Yeah, just a few moments here, Chris.
That is a strange little structure.
It's partial.
I'm assuming it's a sponge, but I've never seen anything like it. And it's alive because you could see the inside white area.
Okay, to zoom a bit more.
Is there any chance of a consideration for a collection?
Maybe an easy stop.
Or is it not?
Hold on. Let's wait. Not sure if they're actually going to collect or not.
Yeah, I don't know what the sponge is. I don't even know what family the sponge belongs in, but I think it's a hexactinellid.
Okay, let's bring
80
to a stop.
degrees.
Yeah.
Could that be an old base that the rest of it sort of broke off or something?
It's alive.
Can we hold position right now?
I think that is the sponge.
And we're going to want to back
up.
Yeah.
10 meters. 5.
So we got a bunch of
Oh,
corals.
fish. What is this?
That. Oh, yeah. Let's
zoom in.
Let's take
and
a look.
a jelly.
Hold that.
It's a grumpy-faced fish.
Yeah.
How's everything look, Nick?
Looks good. Delta's 20.
Okay.
Tilted down 80 degrees.
This fish is called a slickhead. I don't know what species, but it's in the family Alepocephalidae, and they're not very common. So that was a good observation.
I'm just going to follow them a bit. Are we going to want to collect that sponge?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Okay, to zoom partial.
Yeah,
Michael Vicchion also
let's back
concurs that it was a slickhead.
15 meters or so.
Copy that. Bridge, it is nav.
Yeah, Michael says he thinks, and so do I think. But there'll be some
let's
pictures
move
that
in the opposite position
send
right now.
around
It's
to
gonna be
people who know these animals a little better.
5 meters, bearing 180, 0.1 knots.
So we're going to move back a bit, Nick.
Yep, copy
Just
that.
keep an eye on
Good
your
copy,
sonar.
Bridge.
Sonar's looking good.
Okay.
I'm directly above you.
Okay.
So it's got a pretty
You're
slick
almost
head.
looking back at Sirius.
Yeah, that seems like that would be a good and appropriate thing to say with that name.
I have no idea whether that means anything or even if that's why it's named that way, because it has no scales on the head. But
Les says
Good
it's
copy,
nice
Bridge.
to see this because he's always wanted to know what they were like alive. It just points out how
Let's zoom out
rarely
a
these
bit.
are observed.
Hold there.
You can
Yeah,
study
it's-
them in
I
jars.
wish we could see his eyes. He's not turning here.
Ken Sulek's got to be happy with that shot. You can see the details on the scales on that video.
All right. I'll let him go.
Hopefully we can find that sponge again. Yeah, it was really a unique sponge.
Zoom out, full wide.
I don't know what that sponge was.
All right.
It's a rather big fish, isn't it?
Yeah, good size.
How's everything look to you, Nick?
Good, coming up just a little bit.
Yeah? Okay. You want to zoom in again on this fish?
Yep.
Hold there.
Got more.
Go ahead.
That's full. Stand by.
And Nav, sorry, did you happen to drop a target where that sponge was?
I did not.
Okay.
Pilot.
Yeah, it's good practice if we ever find something, you know, that we think of as of interest. We'll want to drop a target.
Copy that.
We'll see what we can do.
The following test, the ship's whistle engine alarm, is dedicated to Vertigro.
I'm getting pretty high. All right, let's let him go. I'm getting pretty high in the water column. So.
Thanks for that.
Yep.
That was great.
Coming back down, Nick.
Coming down
Thanks
with
for
you.
keeping an eye on that delta.
Yep.
And just remember, it's tother's getting blown off to starboard,
right.
And we had a little bit of a bump coming from that direction, so we want to just keep an eye on that.
Copy that.
So we got to find this sponge here.
Good luck.
I think we can
further
do it.
back.
Yeah, I think so too. And a bit more to the left. We were looking down slope a little bit more.
Yeah, we really need to find that sponge. It could be a brand new species there.
Okay. Well,
so
here's
maybe
those,
just
here
keep
are those
looking
lines.
backward a little bit.
All right, you got good eyes and everything, Nick?
Yep, I got a Delta 20.
Okay, you come down a little bit because I'm going to keep coming down.
Okay.
Here are those.
I think it's maybe over to the right more. I think we're too far off to the left.
Okay.
And then back further. I think you went quite a ways chasing the fish.
Okay.
Yeah, how many meters do we have left in that move?
We should be already stopped.
Do you want to move another 10 meters, pilot?
Hold on. There he is.
There he is.
All right, I think we're fine here.
Okay, copy that.
Okay.
You have both bio boxes open.
Okay.
Big sigh of relief for Chris.
Well, it's a vase, so I mean, I'd probably go to something like
pilot has that
tell
loop
it,
on the
but
tether.
then I don't know
That
beyond
looks
that.
Pretty good. Just make sure it doesn't hit your face.
Sure.
Do you want me to back you up,
No,
co-pilot?
I think this is fine.
Okay, copy.
Just keep a nice delta here, and I still have a few meters to come down, so.
All I gotta say is this better fit in one of those little jars.
Maybe not. Maybe drying a bit of this one again.
You're gonna stink up the lab again, aren't you?
Yeah, we might.
Okay.
It'd be pretty interesting if this turned out to be a demo sponge too, but I don't know. We get some lasers on just to see what the size of this is. There we go. So it's about 20 centimeters in diameter.
That's pretty big. Yeah.
How are you gonna pick this up, pilot? Is it kind of a scoop method, or?
Probably come down from the top and feather in and try to grab them.
All right.
I hope the
lightly.
Chat doesn't mind here. We've been We hardly collected any sponges at all. I think we got
Would you like a quick
one or two
zoom while
sponges on this trip so far. We got a lot of corals. It's been a very unspongy.
Sorry, what video did you say something?
Would you like a quick zoom?
Sure, yeah. Let me get set up here. Hold there. Let's zoom out a bit, and then hold right there, yeah. And then we'll get that for a few seconds.
That's a nice shot with the lasers.
Come down just a little bit.
Yeah, just keep good eyes on the tether.
Because of the way the tether was, I was going a little bit higher.
Okay, zooming a bit more.
I don't understand
how
this
coming down.
This looks like isn't this the material that they use to
both footballs
stick
there.
themselves to the ground with?
You got just enough slack.
Well, these are spicules,
so it's not pulling taut.
So you wouldn't come down anymore. I think that's
good.
Are,
just keep an eye on it.
Just coming out of the sides of it, and
I'll come down to 22.
One guess I could have is something.
You just don't want it to get blown to the side. You don't want to get it wrapped anything on D2. You don't want it to pull taut and tug my tail end, right?
Copy.
But that looks pretty good to me. So
sure.
It's good too.
Enable
HPU.
The whole thing would fit in the box.
Yes, please.
Well, I'm just
all right,
think
we're going to go with port.
We grab a
box
piece
on
of
this
it. I
one.
suppose
Port
you could break a piece off of the wall in the interior.
All right, so you have no idea if this is going to be fragile or not, huh?
I think it's going to be soft.
Okay.
And I think if you don't collect the whole thing, you're going to have to sort of tear a piece off.
I think I'll be able to just feather in the grip from the top and grab it off the bottom.
Just grab it and then squish it into a box or okay.
So so we bring the drawer all the way in, right?
Yep.
Retract, and then let's retract both pins.
I already did.
Okay, and then we'll go ahead and extend the port bio pin.
Extended.
And let's see.
You want me to change your view?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. And just, if you can keep an eye on your camera there.
Yep.
And actually, there's nothing in the port bio box, right?
That is
so we can go ahead and open it up.
Sure. Extending drawer.
So then I don't think it'll float, but
we'll
sometimes these fool you just to let you know it should.
Sure. And you can go in tighter video if you wanted a tighter shot.
Nope, we're clear on video.
You're clear? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Hydraulics on. We'll go with the root. Oh, we don't want grip force 9.
Wouldn't be a lot left if you did that.
And let's get the binder here for an elbow rest. Thank you.
The size of one of your smaller rocks.
It's about the size of my tea mug.
Well, that's not so big then.
No, I think that's a little bigger actually.
It's bigger than it looked actually.
You want to come in sideways or?
Thinking it might, yeah.
No, the clippers are on the. Oh no, he can spin that around, I guess.
I think he was just trying to pinch it lightly and just pull it off the bottom.
I don't think that's gonna.
I'm still inclined. Well, I'm still inclined to do that because if I come in from the side, I feel like I'm more likely to crush it.
I see.
But if I can just get the fingers in and pull
try
it
to
up,
pluck it up.
Yeah, I'm gonna try that first. I'll do it lightly.
Okay.
And if I don't think it's gonna work, I'll back off and I'll come in from the side. See if I can get it that way.
Yeah, you can pull it off and look. We can look at the base of it. I mean, that would be really helpful for the ID too.
Oh, that's jelly almost.
Yeah, it's soft.
Ooh, he's really soft. Yeah.
Almost coming up.
He's gooey.
Oh, he's really soft.
Well, maybe any chance you could grab it around the base sideways
yeah,
and
I think
then
I'll
lift it
give
up.
it a shot here.
Yeah.
Oh, he's bleeding.
No, he's got sediment in the dead. So there's dead spicules on the outside of him.
Let's close up the drawer a bit.
Closing drawer. Partially.
Just so the arm doesn't hit.
Is that good, pilot?
Let's go a little further. Let's just bring
Okay.
it in. Yeah, just in case. Just give me a little more room. Thank you.
Problem, pilot.
Yeah, he's softer than I thought he was going to be. I have to admit. But he'd have a little more substance than what he does. Hey, we'll take it. See, that part, leaving a part of it down there will probably mean it'll regenerate.
All right, let's get the box open.
Extending the box.
And no time for images on this one, I'm afraid.
You happy with your views, pilot?
Yep.
Drawer extended.
That is one dirty sponge. Look at all the mess coming out of there.
Perfect.
Okay, let's close it up.
Copy that.
So Dan, before we leave here, could we do a snap zoom right at the base where it was attached, right where the lasers are right now?
Sure, you can go ahead and zoom in video while I get the arm stowed. And Co-pilot, you can take camera control.
I just want to see, and then this, we can pan down just a hair. We can look right at the attachment site.
Okay, max zoom.
I think I don't think it's Lophophidus. I think it's got a plate. It was sort of gluing itself. And look at the polychaete worms.
Moving in.
Yeah, the sponge is getting worm bombed. The scale worm. Okay, thank you. Shit.
Okay, hydraulics
Right.
on the craft securing.
So
Securing that now.
front row's doing a bit of a change out right now, so we'll pause for a minute while everyone switches seats. I'll use this as a little moment to do the general announcement. You're looking at a live broadcast from the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer. We're on a seamount south of Wake Island that we've dubbed Revolver Seamount just by its shape, but it's unnamed. Jasper's shaking his head going, oh my goodness. But anyway, it's an unnamed flat-top seamount or guyot. And we're in the Wake unit of the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument. This particular seamount has got some volcanic cones on its flat top that may represent rejuvenated volcanism. We are on one of those cones. And anything else you want to say about it, Jasper?
Well, so far I think geologically this has been what we were kind of thinking it might be. A volcanic cone on top of this plateau. We're I think, a little surprised that the density of animals isn't quite as high as it was a couple of dives ago when we were only 300 meters deeper. But other than that, we've seen quite a diversity of things already. So I think so far we're doing good. We're having a good dive.
Yeah, these cones have not been sort of hotbeds of animal life, and we saw this last year down in Johnson. And I don't quite understand it because typically high points like this, we do see a lot of animals on it. So
maybe the current. I think the current structure over these things is kind of different. There might be more current right down on these rifts than there is right on top, but I could be wrong.
It could be.
I mean, I think there's pretty complicated current flow over the top of these seamounts, and maybe there's more current, favorable current on the edges.
Good afternoon, watch leads.
Roger.
I
Who you
think
got
that's
up there?
Chris.
Is Chris, you want to introduce your new front row?
Sure. The team that just came in here is we have Dave Casagrande at nav, Sean Kennison co-pilot, Chris Ritter at pilot, Tara I believe is on the last shift on video, and Emily Narrow at clipping, and we all represent GFOE, the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration.
Hey, Chris, could you turn up your volume just a hair?
Sure. Is that a little better?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you. And
Poor
in the
mic
back
placement.
row, I'm Chris Kelly from the University of Hawaii. I'm serving as a biology lead,
pilot,
and
so
next to me is
Jasper Conter. I'm also at the University of Hawaii in the Department of Geology and Geophysics, and I am the geology lead.
We have.
So we just went over to
call it
a sponge to the
450
right.
meters to go.
And could have it was some
requires an
type of a.
average pace
I
of
wonder if we could get a
0.07
quick
knots.
zoom on this white sponge here. I
Copy,
think this is
Washley.
something new we haven't seen so far today.
I think we're ready for a move if you want to get one in.
Okay. Does due north look good for you?
That's fine
I think
with
it's
me.
going to have a stalk on the side or on the bottom.
On
What
the
was the
bottom.
move they redid?
This is going to be something
They were
called
moving north.
Saccocalyx.
Yeah, I think we could just do that then.
Okay, videos start to come in.
Yeah,
Looks pretty flat. Just 40 meters.
that's
sound
my
good?
ID, and I'm sticking to it.
Okay.
Sounds
I'll
good.
take your word
Yeah.
for it.
Saccocalyx
think we can do
is
that.
a stalked euplectellid, tends to have these protuberances out of the side of it, which you can clearly see. And the attachment
Bridge,
is
huh?
right on the bottom of it, kind of like a bolosoma.
It's alright to
but,
zoom a bit more.
We'd like a ship move,
Yeah.
please.
Saccocalyx,
40
the
meters,
family
bearing
Euplectellid.
000 at 0.2 knots.
Okay, yeah, let's come on in a little more.
It's something on top there. I guess is that
Good copy, thank you.
brittle star arms, or what are those?
They do look like it, but they are
They're
so
grid.
thin.
Yeah, they're so thin and long. Wow. So the water, we think, enters the side of the ball there, and then it collects in the center and comes out the top. And at least that's what we think, and what makes the most sense, since the water is
Rich.
coming laterally across these surfaces.
Okay. Video is clear on that.
Presumably it just kind of
Okay.
uses the current flow
Uh,
to have the water enter, right?
Are we clear
Right.
with that, Washley?
Excuse me?
Are we clear with that?
Yeah, we're clear. Thank
Okay.
you.
Sure.
There's a little sea star on the right there.
Do you want to check that guy out?
Yeah, sure. As we haven't really given Chris his daily fix. This is Chris Mott, the Smithsonian, his daily fix of sea star images.
I like him too.
I'm worried he'll have withdrawal symptoms, so we're going to go ahead and
So we
get him a
have
sea star
effectively we have three Chris's that like sea stars then.
there. Yeah.
Okay, video.
We each have
Go on in.
our favorite animals and try to get something for everybody here.
Maxim.
That one's
Okay.
different than what we've seen before.
Yes, so this sea star is gonna, and Chris has been pretty late in calling in, and so I'm not sure that he's on right now, but if he isn't, then I'm going to go ahead. This looks like it's Henricia to me, but I'm going to go ahead and put a question mark by that, and then we'll see if Chris agrees if he calls in today.
Okay, coming line.
So thank you, pilot.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Okay, onward. What was that? 10?
000.
000. Aye. North.
This is one of the smoothest ridges I think we've ever been on.
I think so too.
I think this was paved.
Yeah,
so
somebody took the. Oh, there's a big fish there.
Wow. Yeah, the Guyot road crew came by and actually repaved the surface here. Now this is a different fish.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get a zoom on this one.
Can you come down a little bit?
Definitely different.
Yeah.
Okay, come on in video.
I am glad to see you.
Let's hold there for now.
And even if I don't know who you are, I'm glad to see you.
We'll call it a fish.
Well, it's in the family Macroidy. It's most definitely a rat tail, but I've never seen any rat tail that looks like this.
Come on. Fill it.
He's got his pelvic fins tucked under him right now, and that would have been helpful to see those. It could be something in the genus Coryphaenoides, and
I'm going to take a little more zoom.
If you would just
turn off the
drop
lasers.
his
yes,
pelvic
lasers
fins a little bit, might get a better idea whether it's
off.
awfully short pelvic fins for Coryphaenoides, but
I saw something down there.
yeah, Bruce is going to be pretty interested in this, and same thing with Ken Sulak. Because I have real doubts about that ID, but
He's got a little,
that
little tentacle hanging out.
Yeah, that's his little whisker. It could be Coryphaenoides. Coryphaenoides, they can be some of the larger rat tails that are down here in deep water. Big eye. Typically, they have longer pelvic filaments coming off of the fin that's kind of under its body. They can have the sort of bronze coloration on them, which this one has.
Take a bit of zoom. Nice.
That's a nice view.
Yeah.
Boom.
Boink. See the lens in the eye there. So this is pretty exciting. We really haven't been seeing a large variety of rat tails in the Wake Monument. We've been seeing that little one that we've identified as Kumba a lot, but haven't seen many of these. And these aren't uncommon. Let's say the Coryphaenoides, but they're not common either. Kind of in between.
Sort of average.
Yeah, you do see them, but you don't see lots of them. Yeah, that looks a little more like a Coryphaenoides pelvic fin, so that'll be my guess. Science is good on this pilot whenever video is.
Let me just let him leave the frame. Then.
Copy.
Hi, Chris. So you are on the line, therefore I'm going to give you some time to ID the next sea star.
It's a pretty kind of burnished gold.
Okay. Well, the last one we just saw, the white one, that looks like Henricia. You're correct. It's actually pretty consistent with the fact that there were some sponges nearby because, as I understand it, there are quite a few Henricia species that like to feed on those things. I think you actually saw one yesterday. Some of them actually have a big glass line tooth,
right way.
sort of like a spine that's on their oral plate near the mouth. And I'm not quite sure how, but these are...
Video, I can barely hear him. Can you pick up the audio a little bit, please?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, Chris. I was trying to tell video that I could barely hear you. I was going to ask them if they could turn up the volume a little bit. Maybe I can turn my volume up a little bit, too. Can you repeat your last, Chris? Sorry, you were so faint.
So, Henricia is often found around sponges where they feed on the tissue, presumably. A lot of times they have a spine directed on the mouth that is associated with sponges or sponge predation. To be honest, I've never actually seen it in action.
I think that
I don't know how it
same
works,
direction should be
but
fine.
that same tooth is also present in sea
If it matches high
sea
pack,
sponges in the Antarctic.
we can keep moving that way.
So it seems to be a pretty consistent characteristic.
Maybe try to find the edge of this ridge.
But
I think you
I'm
can
sure
kind of see it off his starboard a little.
that it's the Henricia that is from the Hawaiian guide, or it could be several others.
Yeah.
One of
You can
the
ask
really
watch leads if they want us to follow the edge along, or just kind of keep looking around
many of
towards
them
the
are
next
very
waypoint.
nondescript, and many of the characteristics that we typically use to identify animals, any animals, are just not easy to distinguish in many of the species. So they often look very much alike. And from what I've seen of the unpublished data, there's a lot of them that are concealed effectively by being so sort of normal looking, lacking characteristics.
I didn't even see him.
So it's a very interesting animal, but not one that is very easy to identify from pictures. But they're quite deep, and some of them can occur in, I think, about 1,000 meters of water. So, well, obviously we're quite deep here, so obviously over 1,000 meters. But very interesting animals in spite of their relatively nondescript appearance.
So, Chris, you were saying it's got one single tooth down by the by its mouth, and that's it, or is it?
Well, there's one tooth in each interradius.
Okay, keep coming.
Oh, okay.
So there are 5 teeth.
Got it.
I mean, they don't always have that, but some of them do. In fact, one of my colleagues has attempted to support that as a characteristic for a new genus called Odontohenricia.
Take a little more.
In theory,
okay, go ahead.
that could be what, so we would have to look at the underside to identify that tooth in order to be certain. But I think it's much more variable, and I'm not sure there are many other characters which separate the two genera. So I think calling anything that we see out here Henricia at least puts us in the
pretty quickly. I'm just trying to keep up
in the correct ballpark.
That's good.
Until a specimen can be confirmed one way or the other. But in that sense, that's a hypothesis that will need to be tested, whether these two genera are the same thing or not.
Well, thank you very much, Chris, for that information, and we'll keep an eye out for some more sea stars today.
Apparently.
Yeah, we did see a lot yesterday.
Thank you.
Yeah, and
there was a beautiful tremaster that you saw yesterday. That was lovely animal.
A beautiful what? Anyway. What was it yesterday?
Tremaster.
Oh yes, that's right. That's right. So and I think there's a couple others I wanted to check with you about some of those cookie stars too. That I don't know if you saw some of those.
The same one over and over again. It was either they're definitely goniasterid, either plintaster or possibly peltaster, or maybe even Pillsbury aster. I haven't been able to look at the images of the animals very carefully yet. I took the screen grabs and I just been busy. But perhaps later on we can communicate later, and you can send me some better pictures from which to identify them. But, there were quite a few interesting things yesterday, I think. So, and
thanks, Jasper.
sometimes I just miss them because I'm at home doing stuff. Anyway, we'll talk again tonight with anyone.
That way.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much, Chris. And actually, there's 2 sea stars right in front of us, and I'm going to ask the pilot if he can zoom these, since I know that you're watching the video right now. And you'll see them in a few minutes here, I think, with your delay. But we saw at least one of these earlier, but I just wanted to get your opinion as well, since they're right in front of us.
At 0.2
well, I'll hang on in the background, and
okay.
It sounds like it's a non-trivial delay, but I'll chime in a few minutes then.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Appreciate it.
I'll be on the line. So.
Okay. Now, that was the voice of Chris Maw at the Smithsonian Institute, who's one of the world's foremost sea star experts.
Okay, video. Come on in.
So we are zooming on 2 sea stars right now, and there's going to be a little delay before Chris sees them on shore, so we're going to let him go ahead and describe what we're seeing when he sees that video. Pretty sure I know what it is, but Chris can tell stories about them, which will be much more interesting. He can describe them.
Not necessarily.
No, you're gonna ID these. These are pretty easy. I'm just you can probably even guess what we're probably looking at already based on depth and well, I won't tell you how big they are, but that would be a dead giveaway.
Those 3 shorter legs, are they being regenerated, or?
Yeah, that's correct. That would be my assumption.
Let's take a look at this one over here. Looks like they're holding hands. Okay, let's come in on the disc here.
Really
video.
Beautiful.
You're killing me.
I know they're getting you just some good zooms, and you're probably going to go, oh, just one of those, but that's okay.
I'm just kidding. It's all right. I'm sure it'll be interesting.
Yeah, they're zooming in on the disc right now. I'm not going to tell you how many arms either. That'd be, again, dead giveaway. But
there's more than one.
Yeah, anyway, we're good for science, and then he'll see this a little bit later on. Thank you.
Copy. Let me know video. Copy.
Yeah, a little update on depth in case you're not on the chat room. We are at 1,212 meters right now. Our temperature is 3.5 degrees centigrade. Our dissolved oxygen level is about 2.5 milligrams per liter. We've got 1 rock in the box, and we have 1 biological collection as well, which was a pretty weird sponge. In fact, there's another weird sponge right in front of us, pilot. I wonder if we could take a quick zoom at what looks like a white blob.
Yeah, we've got some time. We're waiting on the ship to catch up.
Alrighty, thank you. Yeah, no, don't go there.
This white blob here, right? Not the
this
white blob in the background?
Yeah, this white blob, the Casper sponge.
Copy. Come on in video. Let's do a snap zoom.
And they call it Casper because, whoa, look at you. Okay, I know what you are, but I don't know why you're folded like that. This is interesting. We have not seen one of these on this cruise in the wake, and I don't remember if we saw any in the Marianas either.
We'll need to leave the bottom around.
So this sponge is in the genus Atlanticella. It's a vase sponge. It's in the family Euplectellidae. It doesn't look like a vase, but it is. You have a very petal-like vase, and you can't see where the attachment side is. It's probably in that little groove. We're looking at the underside of the vase right now.
Copy.
And that's my best guess at what we're looking at. It's a very folded version of one of these. Oftentimes they're kind of, when you look at them from above, they're kind of flattened out over the surface, and then the funnel goes down directly underneath them, and you rarely see that. Yeah, we're good for science, Pilot.
Copy.
Thank you. And there's another one that you get a better view of that's up ahead on the right, and that shows you the more characteristic of body morphology. I wonder if we could get a quick look at that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Pilot, you have more tether now.
It's a little more funnel shaped.
So why would they be facing different directions, or are they?
I have no idea.
Chance.
I'm assuming that that's what it was that we saw, but this is kind of looking fairly twisted too. I thought this would look a little more funnel shaped, but maybe this is the upper side.
Okay, video, come on in.
The funnel in the middle there.
Yeah, so that's what it is, that
It's
little
there.
tiny puka, and it actually goes down, puka's Hawaiian, sorry, we're from Hawaii, a very small hole in the center of it that's going down into the rocks, forming a very narrow funnel right at the bottom of it. So very cool. Thank you very much.
Okay.
When you're ready for me, I've got the pictures now.
We're ready for you.
All right. So you've, of course, stumbled upon two of my favorite animals. These were actually the first deep-sea starfish that I worked on for my master's. So these are Brisingids. This looks like these are proper Brisingids, in the family Brisingidae, as opposed to some of the other kinds of really deep Brisingids called Phreellids. The two that we're looking at here seem to have the sort of skeletal rings along the arm, and that's generally what we use to tell them apart from the Phreellids, which tend to have flat kind of sort of just surface plates, no distinct, or if there is, very weak ring-like patterns on the arm, as well as certain aspects of the sort of, I guess you call the armpit between each of the arms. It's a long story, but it could be one of several genera, Brisinga, or possibly Brisingenes or Hymenodiscus. It's hard to tell from pictures at best, but they have a lot of arms, which is something that is always interesting to note. One of the things that we were seeing the other day were these six-rayed Brisingids, and I mean that in the proper Brisingidae sense, because very few of those actually have six rays. Usually when we see six-rayed Brisingids, it's Phreastra. So conceivably that could be another species, another a possible new species.
You're going off my port, Pilot.
Typically have is around 10. So it would be interesting to see more of that. But there are a lot of strange and interesting things down here, and I'm sure we'll see more of them.
Come on in quickly on this.
I've really been enjoying. I don't know why.
Yeah, we can't really go that way.
Now, but I really love seeing all of those coronacea on the glass line. And I guess we're too deep to be seeing them here.
Wait for Pilot to recenter once we or before we
move
again.
I saw Jasper. We can't really go that way.
I'd never
I can
seen
zoom
one
from here.
in situ
You won't get much, but
at least
you can
none
try
of
it.
the
Come on in, video.
ones. But so far, just any of these things has just been a lot of these things.
Come a little wide, video.
So I very much appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Chris. I was actually copying down some notes there because
follow me.
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't really know the difference in the scales along the arms or the skeletal rings that you were talking about as a difference. I'm going to go.
I guess I try to boil it down to the things that people can see the most easily, and sometimes there are certain genera in certain parts of the world where those characters aren't as helpful. So it's not always.
All right, let's get one last shot.
They're not always perfect, but around these parts, unless we encounter something new, most of those characters that I outlined should work.
Go. We can cheat
again,
that way. I saw a bunch over here.
So. Is entirely possible, but especially if we're below 2,000 meters, it's almost certainly a Freyalid. Something like Freyella or Freyastra, especially if it's got 6 rays.
Oh, there's another fish in the middle.
Like 3,000 meters. It's usually Freyastra.
That's the one that Dan was enamored with.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Chris, and really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Undoubtedly, we'll talk again later.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Good night. So we are looking at another type of cusk eel.
Pilot, you might be getting
This is not the same as what we were imaging before.
That looked like the grumpy face guy again.
No, it's not the grumpy face guy.
No.
This is Ophidiid, and I don't know which one this is. I don't think we've seen it today unless it was when I was doing a live feed or when I went to lunch, the live broadcast.
It's a little different than the one that Dan saw.
Wow, and that is a long way down to the abyss.
And it's kind of smooth little layers all the way down.
Yeah.
That's pretty weird terrain.
Well, it's the same sort of thing as what we're looking at here, right? You see little layers.
Yep.
I think these are all little thin sheet flows.
Is this common for these small volcanoes to do this?
This is the first time I'm actively
sitting
in the control room looking at these.
Does that match high pack, or should we start cheating?
I don't remember seeing this type of formation on the cones in the Johnson Atoll area.
I can't remember what it was like there.
On the west.
Might have some stock crinoids up ahead here.
Be more interested in hugging the west
Copy
side.
that.
See,
Yeah,
that
works.
one in front would be probably directly in center. Might be a good one to image. I think that's what it is when we get there.
Okay, we're gonna have to wait a little bit. Yeah, you can see in serious view I'm way stretched out.
Yeah, sure. It's kind of these rock formations are kind of nice to look at while we're waiting. This is.
Would be so much nicer if we didn't have this coating of manganese to sort of obscure everything, but you can definitely see there's layers here.
So what caused that crack? Is it separating here, or
someone came by with a big chisel?
I see.
Where?
There's a little black spot. I'm not sure that's a fish, though.
You mean on the sand or somewhere else? No, I don't see what you're looking at.
No, Chris. I think if we're right that this this cone is sort of being cracked in half at the edge of this plateau, there's probably some cracks that are going to go run through the side of this this volcano as well. So probably no big chisels.
Okay.
You need a hammerhead shark and a chisel, otherwise.
You can probably put in a short move north, and then.
And I will not be here all week, folks.
During that move.
All right.
If they want to side preference.
We only have a couple more dice to go. You can tell.
Watch lead nav.
Roger, Nav, go ahead.
So our path takes us right up the center of this ridge, but maybe 20 or 30 meters to the west, it looks like there's a fairly sharp edge with more of a drop off. Do you think that might be there might be a little more biology there, or maybe more interesting track further to the west? Or are you happy going up the way we've been doing it?
I see what you're talking about. I'm looking at your screen right now. Maybe we could. How about if we go a little further straight up the back of the ridge, just because this geology is really interesting, and then if it remains as boring, then maybe we can sidle over to the
I didn't
steeper.
want to use that word, but
Did I say boring? No, I didn't mean that at all. I mean, how shall I put it?
Okay.
Void of lots of animals.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is boring to you just means there's no animals running around or sitting there, because that's actually the fair thing to say. Most of your animals aren't moving much either.
Tether tug.
Well, there's
just to stay in the middle of this ridge.
All right, we're going to stay in the middle. We're just going to continue.
Yeah, or one side. I see it's widening out a bit. I think that was the question.
The current's coming up and over this ridge.
Yes,
really
we'll do one more move to the north and then maybe shoot a little bit northwest if that looks good.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, pilots, I'm going to call in another 40 minutes.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say boring at all. Actually, I find it pretty interesting because it's so different.
Yeah, we haven't seen this kind of smooth surface.
I wish there were more residents on the surface, perhaps.
40 meters,
this is
got some type of an anemone. Maybe we could take a look at that.
This is smooth enough you could drive a Jeep on it.
Yeah. But with this current and a good solid substrate, I don't understand why there aren't more animals here. Just one of the mysteries I'm trying to work on here.
Let's see. Temperature 3.5 degrees, 3 1/3, 34.5 PSU for salinity.
Tether's fine.
Yeah. 2.5 milligrams per
I can
liter.
see it all the way in my fish eye.
Copy that. Still fighting it a little.
Oh yeah, I mean you're out there.
Yeah.
If that's what you meant.
I just meant coming off at you.
Oh yeah, it's fine coming off.
Okay, let's come on in video. I'm being tugged around a little bit, but
I wonder maybe the deeper ridges on the edges.
Copy.
There's just more deep water coming up with more nutrients than there is here over the top.
Yeah, it could be.
Copy.
So this is a pom-pom anemone, Liponema. Did you get one of those when I was gone, or have you seen one of these today?
No, I don't think so.
Them? Okay, good.
We had a pom-pom on the back of a crab, or a spot lobster.
A little partial video. I'm gonna just try to sit down and do it. Good. Getting manhandled by the tether here.
Now there's another one of those crabs holding us an enemy in the background.
Okay, let's come on in video here. Give it a little more. Okay. Don't want to hear much discussion on that guy. You want to try to get a snap zoom of the crab at the just from here. Hanging out there, okay? Can you hold on the zooms video until the pullouts until we're all set?
Another cheer crab, says Sasako. Yep.
Cheer crab. Sorry, I stepped out for a second and I just saw the very end of the cheer.
That's right. So one other option for the layered stuff, I don't necessarily think that that's the case here, but as you get close to sea level, the eruptions can also turn more explosive when you have very little water overhead. The lava and the water don't mix very well, and you get more explosive eruptions, and you get layers of small pieces of the what used to be a regular lava blown to bits.
Still coming
and that can make layers of basically what we call volcaniclastics. That's another option
is that 0.1 or 0.2?
if this thing erupted within a few hundred meters of the surface.
We could probably go faster over this.
I haven't seen anything that looks like volcaniclastic material. Everything we've seen so far has looked more basaltic, but here it's so thick in the manganese it's hard to tell exactly what's underneath it.
So I have a little prompting question.
Oh, really?
I sort of know the answer, but I'm just trying to ask it.
Okay.
So how do you know this volcano, given that it's on the surface of the geode, and we know that means that this geode or the seamount was at the surface at some point, possibly an island. How do you know this volcano didn't erupt when the seamount was at the surface and that it erupted in air?
Oh, that's where you're going. Okay.
That's where I'm going.
So the geo, as a whole structure, we've talked about this a few times before. This is the idea that you get this flat top on the seamount by an interplay between erosion at the surface and coral building.
This is the purple one we've seen.
And these cones on top have to be things that have happened since then, right? They have to build on top of this flat surface. And the pillow lavas that we've seen when we started climbing this thing erupt at depth. And you have to be a good distance down for lava to make pillow lavas. And so we know that the base of this cone, at least, was erupted underwater, probably a kilometer down or more. Is that where you were prompting?
Yeah, that's where I was prompting.
Yeah.
Got it.
Some more cracks running through the hillside here. Yeah, I don't think we're picking up any rocks here anytime soon.
Yeah, that's it's still pretty fascinating, though, what we're looking at.
We can't go this way, but I'm just going to give you a shot down the slope here.
Yeah,
the slope.
This is...
So if our interpretation is correct, that's the inside of the caldera.
Right. That's where the interior of the volcano used to be, and what now just sort of slides down into the abyss.
Coming quickly at us.
Oh, this one's different.
Yeah, this one's different.
Oh, is this this mean snaggletooth guy again? No.
I don't know what that was. Okay.
I was hoping for snaggletooth.
Where did he go?
So I'm going to mark this down as fish.
That's not snaggletooth.
No, not snaggletooth. I'm not sure about that one.
It's one of your bamboo coral whips again.
Yeah, and a couple of little vase sponges, and just not a whole lot of.
I think we're just not looking close enough. I think a lot of it is small too.
Let's get whatever this is here.
Oh, there comes another fish. Whoa!
Oh, that's a really long eel. Oh, it's a halosaur. Okay, that's what it is. Saw one earlier very quickly like that. And off he goes.
You can do a snap video. Hold. Keep going.
I think it's a halosaur.
He did have that flat nose a little bit.
I don't know about that one.
It's quick.
All right, there's a broadside.
Sort of flat nose there.
He could be a halosaur maybe, but he's a different one.
Hold there.
Is he a different one? Yes. So a halosaur, I guess. We're looking at the top of the head for head scales, if that's possible.
Okay. You could try, yeah. I'm going to keep rotating video. Hold there.
He's just hanging out in the current now.
You did put the microscope lens on the main camera this morning, right, Chris?
Yeah. It's activated.
Activate super goggles.
It's turning as I'm turning. Give it one more push. Come a little partial video.
Yeah, it's going to mark him down as a different type of halosaur.
Come full wide. He is way out
your
there.
port lower swing arm is...
Yeah, it vibrates in the breeze there. We're going to let him go.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can, on
Michael
the west side
Vecchio.
of the slope is really, really intense current.
Is it okay?
So I'll just try to stay to the middle. Thanks for letting me know, though.
So Michael Vecchione also thought it was a halosaur, so both of us do, but I don't know what your impression was, Michael. I thought he was a little different than some of the other halosaurs we've seen on this cruise. Yeah, a lot of the halosaurs that, in fact, maybe all of them so far on this cruise were identified as being in the genus Aldrovandria. And that might have been different. A couple dead sponges, another one of those Anthothella, another Resurgent sea star, and I think this is a primnoid on the right. We've seen all of this stuff so far. And there's another little fish flying by.
Isn't that one of those crabs or whatever shrimp that has the really long legs?
Oh, you're right. Could be.
All right, we'll do 30 meters.
You are right. It's one of those isopods. Way to go.
Keep coming.
Well, I recognized it. I didn't know what it was.
Bridge, nav.
I've forgotten what the name of these isopods are.
30 meters, bearing 000 at 0
Maybe,
knots.
maybe Michael will know what this thing is. Scott France, I think, was the person who threw out an ID for these.
Bridge.
He is moving.
Mudopsid isopod. Okay. Thank you very much, Nicole.
Got a redfish in Sirius cam.
Yeah, we had one of those this morning actually in the same position in Sirius cam.
Okay, he's moving, so let's just let him go here. Copy?
Yeah, pilot, you're drifting off port.
Yeah. Got a fish or... Yeah. Coming back. That should move in.
Yes.
Copy. Yeah, you can feel the tethers blowing way out to the west.
Yeah.
So the current's coming from the east, is that right?
Affirmative, yeah.
Okay.
It's really it's not too bad on the east side of the slope or up on top. When we start to get over to the west side, it really starts to blow you quickly over.
I see.
Is that a sea star with its arms up in here?
Yeah, that does look
right under it.
Maybe a sea star on that old dead sponge.
Oh, over there?
Yeah, over
yeah,
here.
maybe. Maybe we could take a look at this.
Sure.
This could be one of these Henricias actually feeding. Something that Chris Ma was talking about.
But that's a dead sponge, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm not sure it's the same sea star either.
There's something else there.
Yeah, it's a shrimp, I think. Not even sure it's a sea star. It could also be a brittle star.
Be a big brittle star. Yeah,
okay,
it's a brittle star.
video.
Well, I don't know.
Those are very skinny, long arms.
Yeah, it's a brittle star. Well, yep, brittle star and then a big shrimp.
Slow their video. I'm getting tossed around here a little bit.
So this dead sponge is a Walteria. We saw some live ones earlier on the cruise, and there's a little tiny crinoid on it as well, right on the top of it. See how long the antennae are on the shrimp. They're sticking out on the opposite side.
Yeah, go ahead.
He's missing an arm, but he's regenerating it, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I think he's doing. This brittle star could be an Ophiacanthid, but there's a lot of brittle stars. And,
little crinoid on top?
Yeah, I don't understand the brittle stars very much. This is a Comatulid feather star. Crinoid is the group.
Okay, let me know when you're clear, video.
Could be something like Antennodon.
Yep.
Antodon, I guess it's Antodon. Keep adding a syllable there.
I was going to say Antennodon seems like an appropriate name for that shrimp, given the length of his
yeah, that's true.
appendages.
All right, Dave. Let's switch. Push out.
Yeah, these are massive layers. Quite impressive. It's just so thickly coated. We haven't seen a loose rock in like an hour.
Yeah. There's something quite bushy on the side of the wall. Maybe just another one of those. Resurgent? Yeah, okay.
Well, maybe not. Maybe is that a stock?
Well, that's what I was sort of wondering, but I think you're right. I think it's just another sea star. Just one of his arms is kind of hanging at an odd angle.
So, can we do a snap zoom here video? Just want to see what's under this ledge here. Just right ahead. Keep coming. Hold there. Okay. Thanks. Okay, well, actually, we're going to do a quick pilot change here.
Okay.
Let Dave take the seat.
Not doing a watch change. You're going to do musical chairs in the front there, just to get everybody experienced with the different positions. Navigator, co-pilot, and pilot. There.
Oh boy.
That's a complete switch.
No, they all take a different seat. Yep.
Yeah, Chris is co and Sean's navigator, Dave's pilot this time.
It's a full round of musical chairs.
We should play a little game of who's going to end up in what seat by the time they're done.
So I doubt you've seen
people place
current
bets
like this.
For
East
ship
to
dollars,
west.
of course, because otherwise it probably wouldn't be
You
legal.
can see you little guys.
Well, we're in international waters. Oh no, we're not. We're in the easy.
But as you can see,
Yeah,
it looked like
we're
Auto
in
XY
the
was
US.
holding pretty well.
Okay, yep, that takes a fair bit. I agree. Okay.
Barrett Nolan has joined us, and he was wondering if that isopod could have been a valvifera, and I have no idea. I don't know my isopods. So
that makes two of us.
A little.
This is another one of these Resurgents, the same thing we imaged just a few minutes ago. It's the lighter colored one. Little squat lobster.
So here you can see that these layers are actually quite thin, and there's just a lot of them on top of each other.
I'm going to actually stow your swing arms if that's okay.
That is
and unbranched icidid, presumably another one of the B-clade icidids.
Okay, I'm going to come up and over.
Yeah, Pilot's next move, do you want to start cheating, or not cheating, but just turning east? Looks like the slope is starting to adjust that way.
Sounds good to me. A little more east.
Thinking maybe like 2-5.
Yeah, I think that'd be fine, yeah.
That is a strong current.
Wow, look at that.
Have fun.
Yep. You see the particles going across the screen, give an idea of how strong the current is. Look at that.
But none of your corals are fans.
No. Well, you'd mentioned something a few dives ago about maybe it's a place where the current could be too strong.
Pilots, if you're ready, I'm going to put that in maybe 30 meters at 2.5.
Something was thrown out.
Okay, I'm still kind of under him.
Like that at the end of the...
I got you at 50.
The Northwest Hawaiian Islands cruise last year.
I go to the west.
When we were in an area that had such strong current that the ROV had to recover. They just could not control it.
No boy. That is pretty bad.
Well, we're in a gap between two big banks.
Oh, yeah.
So it was just raging through that gap. So we just passed by unbranched bamboo. We've seen these before, and that's a Trisopathes black coral.
Any interest in this watch lead?
No, thanks.
All right.
Dave, yeah, we've imaged a couple of these.
Getting out there a little ways.
Might be something way up ahead when we get there.
Watch your right quarter
on the
there.
left there next to that wall side.
Where was it?
Right here.
Yeah, Pilot's new
Oh,
direction
yeah.
Oh, maybe that's
2.5.
another Resurgent though.
Copy.
Where are you looking?
It's way up ahead.
It's ahead and
yeah.
slightly to the left of the middle on the side of the rock.
I'm out ahead now, so we need to wait for the ship to catch up.
I'm not quite facing the direction of the next move, but
Copy. Slip down over the abyss a bit.
We have gotten some pretty good fish today. We haven't seen that many corals, but we've certainly gotten a fair number of fish, and some unusual ones too.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Resurgent again.
I think you've nailed it.
Okay, I'm going to get a little bit closer to that.
It's interesting why they would be so common here, because we haven't seen them this size and this frequency that much. I don't think.
Pilot, could we get the lasers on if they're not on?
lasers coming on.
Okay, thank you. There they are. Boy, that's a big sea star.
Yeah,
and that sponge behind there is, I think it's just a polyopogon, but
that thing is like this
come
big.
down a little to help you out while you turn. You're going to get a couple tugs, though.
Okay.
Especially on that
It's
heat
at least
right
a half
there.
a meter across.
Here it comes. It's a tug.
Let's call it 2 feet.
Okay, video, if you'd like to come in on this. Want to lose lasers, maybe?
Lose lasers, aye.
it's So it's got 11 full arms, and then 2 of them are broken off. So you can see them regrowing there. So that'd be 12, 13. That's presumably, you know, I think Chris was saying he's quite certain that these are in the family Brazyngidae, and that it's not sure exactly which genus it could be in.
Watch lead, anything in particular we'd like to see on this?
No, we're fine with the Sea Star, thank you.
Video when you're ready.
The Sea Star, thank you.
Video when you're ready. Okay. And I think we'll come up and head over to that sponge.
Good.
Yeah, we can go look at the sponge.
It's like the national monument.
It's either that, it looks like a front yard gnome or something.
Little Expedia gnome.
Expedia gnome, that's what it is. So this, believe it or not, this is a little more curious sponge than I thought it was going to be right off the bat.
All right. Try to set down, get a good look at it. Oh. A lot of current. Co-pilot, can you take my rotator?
I can.
Thank you.
Just let me know what you want.
Okay, come up a little, and video, you can start coming in on it.
Coming up.
So this may seem like sort of a silly detail to anyone in the public who's listening to this, but this side here, which is what's called the atrial side of the sponge, where these depressions are.
You mean the right side?
You can come down
The
to
right
base.
side, yeah. So in the genus Poliopogon, this is typically a single concave surface, and it's not divided. And then when you do get these divided surfaces, then that defines the genus Semperella. There's a couple of other things as well. Semperella also is typically sediment, and it has much longer basalia, which are those fibers at the very bottom of it. This one has a divided atrial surface. There's the division right there. It looks more Semperella-like, which is more columnar, but the bottom of it's wrong. So
are you arguing for a second sponge collection here?
No, I'm not. I'm just arguing that this could be a different type of Poliopogon, and that this character of a divided atrial surface here may not be a good character.
So the hair on top, is that something they usually have? Because I don't remember seeing this, but maybe this one's just more dirty than the ones we've seen before.
No, these are probably some of the spicules coming out of the ends of spicules coming out of the top.
Still looks like hair.
Yeah, that's what the very elongate spicules look like.
It's got a little bit of a comb over.
Yeah.
You have your rotator back?
That's an interesting one.
Ready to move on?
Yeah, thank you, pilot. That should do it. We have only one more biological collection. That's why we're kind of hanging on to that for something really weird. I don't know what that is. That just a black thing? That is just a hole in the rock. Okay.
Just a black thing.
Hole in the rock.
It's a bright yellow bush on the right. Is that another plexaurid, do you think?
Yeah, I think it is. It's sort of end on another Trissopathes. These could be some more of these Solandaria hydrozoans.
Ship stopped, Nav?
Yeah, ship just stopped.
There's something.
Okay.
If you're ready, I can put in another
it's a light.
move.
Sorry, just the illusion.
Are you happy with 2.5?
I think 2.5 worked out pretty well.
Copy that. I can put that in if you're ready.
All pilots word.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
maybe we could take a look at this yellow colony if that's possible.
Sure, you can go.
It isn't what I thought it was initially.
Yes, we'll come in on that. Video, you can come in.
This strange-looking sponge in the background.
Yeah, I know. That was pretty strange. I was looking at that.
Sign you up, Dave.
Sure.
So I have an idea. I'm waiting to see if Asako Matsumoto has an idea about what this is. And Cantagorgia D is what she's suggesting, and that's what I was thinking it could be as well. It's also got a couple of squat lobsters on it, and a little brittle star.
Sure. Got it. Let me know what you want.
Cantagorgias are these deep water sea fans.
That was just too much.
Yeah.
It's a fairly flexible skeleton, obviously. You can see it sort of bending around in the current here. Some of these deep water corals have very rigid skeletons, but not this one.
Maybe put lasers on it. Okay, never mind. Watch, they're interested in that crab right below it.
I don't know about the crab, but I'm trying to figure out what the thing is down slope.
To the right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I can get maybe a little bit closer.
Yeah, even a snap zoom, maybe it's.
I've still got your camera. Do you want it back?
It's like a sponge with a hole in it.
Yeah.
Got it back. Lasers on.
The Goodyear sponge.
Okay, it's just it's down a little bit of
I think
a drop
it's a coral.
I probably don't want to go down, but we can get a quick zoom on it.
Oh yeah, that's not a sponge.
No, that's what it was, sort of an optical illusion.
Video, you want to try to come in quickly on that?
So,
not sure
common branches, white. Are the polyps pointing down?
Yeah, so this is what we would, it's a primnoid. And my guess would be Narella.
I figured that's what you were going to say.
Yeah, I'm going to see if we have agreement here.
Well, actually, if you'd like, I can try to get a little more of it. It's a little difficult.
I don't think so, Pilot. I think we got a close-up earlier on.
Yeah, let's push out ahead. Looking 7.5 down at you.
Copy.
Okay.
There is a species of Calyptrophora, at least one that has downward-facing polyps, and that's Calyptrophora wyveli, but it didn't look like that to me. I think the best guess would be a Narella.
Okay, coming back down.
Hi, this is Nolan from Harbor Branch. When we were looking at the yellow coral, I noticed there was a tiny white cone-shaped thing off to the left and in the background. Do you know what that was?
So what was it? It was the yellow one that we were just imaging, right?
Yeah.
Now we're still
and what was it to the
north.
next to it? I'm sorry, didn't
The
quite
new direction
hear.
is 2.5.
Copy, thank you.
There was a white, very small cone-shaped thing.
I'm all lined up.
It was wider at the top and narrowed at the bottom at kind of looked like a sponge.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nolan. I didn't see that. Yeah, I apologize. I was focusing on the coral, but if you see another one of those, let me know if you can soon enough, and we'll take a look.
Gotcha, will do. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Washley, would you like to come in on this?
Yeah, we could do a quick zoom. It's a crinoid on a black coral.
Why don't I sit down?
You're going to go with...
Slim pickings today, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Definitely also the pickings part is true.
Okay, video, you can...
I should have picked up that rock when Dan asked about it.
So this is a black coral, and
copy. I'll move over
same
to it.
thing we saw before, or something different.
I think I see 3 directions.
Yeah, it's again, I think, another one of these heteropathies or trithopathies. In this particular crinoid, it's a feather star.
It's moving on me.
Got pretty long, thick cirri on it.
It looks like that ship move just ended.
Copy. Pilot, I'm looking right down at you.
So I got an email from Charles Messing
video. We got to get moving.
and Chris Maw. I think it was this morning, and Charles was particularly interested in one of these feather stars that we imaged last year. He sent a picture, so I know what it looks like. We haven't seen one today, but
I think there was something to the right, pilot.
I think we need to get moving. Falling behind.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. I'll push out ahead.
I'm all lined up.
Copy.
got another one of these acanthogorges, I think. That yellow one that we just imaged.
No need to zoom on that? Take it?
No, that's okay.
That's 50 degrees.
Spot anything we haven't seen before. Presumably a sponge in the distance on the right.
Pilots, do you want another move in?
Probably something we've seen, and that's a Resurgent sea star.
Good with me. Maybe let's do 3-0.
That's
we
what
could
3-0
meters. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, there's a fish.
Oh, yeah,
coming down. Yeah.
Sorry.
All right.
Pilot, are you ready for that?
Sure, you can do that.
Copy that.
Video, you can come in on this. Maybe lose the lasers.
What are you?
Lasers.
You are a macruid again,
Lost.
I think.
You went under me. Let's see if I can
Oh, there's another one of those sponges we collected down there.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if that's what Nolan saw. And Nolan, I don't know if you have a delay. There's an odd mound-like thing. Maybe that's what you were looking at, but you might have been looking at something else, though.
I think I've lost that fish. Went right under me.
I only have a couple seconds delay, but that's not what I saw earlier. It was very white.
Probably
Okay.
Go over it.
Well, I'll definitely keep an eye out for
Straight down to
something
the right.
like that.
Isn't a rock moving around?
Okay, I will try.
Yeah, you're gonna fight the lats, but I think that's your best bet. I'm coming down.
Where was this?
I think if you tilt down.
Got it. That?
Yeah, I think that was moving. Whatever's in that little hole.
They're looking
Video,
inside this
come
little.
In partial on this.
Yeah, what is this? Is a.
Oh, there.
Well, it's a sponge. Like it's not doing very well.
Come out, please.
I thought I saw it moving. Sorry, Dave.
All right, I think we'll move on. Thank you.
Yeah, it could be a small Tretopleura that just didn't settle in a very good spot. It's kind of tucked in a hole there.
Got it. I believe we've seen a number of these. Video, can you come in?
So those of you who've got
Getting
the
a little off to my port
dive
here.
plan last night, it's like we're about
Give me some
140 meters away from waypoint
Video, can you come
3,
wide?
and that's the third dot on the map.
Now, center up here.
That was sent with that. So
That's another one of those purple corals going
yeah,
out of the screen.
the Victor Gorge, yeah. And it's another Narella, the Primnoid.
And once you start to get over there, it really starts to take you quickly.
It does.
Looking better though.
Big black thing on top of that rock.
Another pom-pom anemone or something else, or is it just?
You mean off to the right?
Yeah.
No, that's a hole.
Oh yeah, it's a hole in the rock.
That's what I thought.
Little fish down there.
Boy, it's a little barren up here.
All right, try to come in on
There's
this
a little fish, yeah. Okay, it's one of these little halosaurs.
That is tiny.
Sure.
Yeah, I wonder if this is another one of these sort of odd ones that we saw earlier. There's a little different about that fish.
Okay, come wide. There we go.
Yeah.
Yes.
We just have this ongoing stretch of layered rock with manganese coating. It's pretty impressive. It's been like this for a long time at this point. We've done this for an hour and a half now at least.
It needs animals.
Maybe some grazing cows.
Well, it's it's definitely interesting. Again, when you think about where you are,
Yeah.
it's pretty interesting. But spice it up a little bit if there was a few more animals. There may be a fish going down slope. I don't know if you can see that off to the right. Little white thing that's moving in the water column.
I think I see that, yes.
If you zoom now, you'll
Maybe
probably
we could
catch
try
him.
that.
Yeah, go ahead and zoom and you'll catch him. There he is. It's one of these very pale, small synaptobranchids.
It's not the first one we've seen though like this.
I know, that's why I'm pretty confused whether it's a juvenile or whether it's...
That's just what they look like here.
Yeah.
It's threatening me.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's playing chicken with you.
A little scared about backing into this ledge, but not so much from the eel.
No, you're good.
Yeah, thank you.
You're still a little to port, actually.
Yes, I see that.
Everything looks good. Just about to the end of that one, Nav?
Yeah, I just marked it as done.
I was thinking that we would see an increase in the community as we got higher and higher up on the tip of this cone.
Far to the east. We've sort of dropped off.
I think it's gonna. Yeah.
I know. So far, we haven't seen much of an increase.
Nope.
2-0.
Yeah, we can go back
More
to
of
that.
a decrease almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Copy that. I'll put it in.
That's where I'm looking now, roughly.
2-0 sounds good.
And conditions really haven't changed by much.
Current seems a little bit different because it's not coming so much from the east.
Video, can you come in on this?
There's another one of these halosaurs.
Moving forward way too quickly.
Another sea star we just imaged.
Okay, I was going to suggest trying that again, but he swam away.
And the abyss.
Yeah.
It's down there somewhere.
There's something on this whip.
So we're going to zoom in on another one of these bamboo, unbranched bamboos. It's got
You can
something
see the
clinging.
notes from here.
Yeah, it's got something clinging on the side of it. Got a couple things clinging on it, actually, near the base.
Come down and help you out a little bit.
All right.
You're getting out there, but you'll be all right.
Trying to sit down here. Okay, video, you can go. Oh, they're all jumping off. Come on, video.
He's going, he's going, he's
Get them
going.
before they're gone. Let's start down on the bottom.
Yeah,
They're bailing.
there's two of them.
You can zoom however you'd like.
There's no tissue left on that part of it. That one's a little bit more gentle about it.
Yeah. They're all coming down to the ground.
Yep.
I think I startled them.
No.
Sure, I can do that.
Now we're starting to get a little bit of tissue right above the feather star. Actual bamboo tissue. Tina Molitsova has joined us. Greetings, Tina. So
Everything's hanging out on this.
Little squat lobster.
Why are all the polyps closed?
Don't know.
Aren't you supposed to know these things?
No.
Continuing up. Co-pilot, we're still doing all right? Great. Oh, I just came up off the bottom. Yes, it's intentional.
So just to update you, Tina, it's been a pretty sparse community so far. We've been moving up along the ridge of this volcanic cone and actually had more animals where we landed, and then there was a lot of rubble and blocks down there and boulders. And then we've come onto this very smooth, consolidated substrate as we got closer to the top of the ridge. And the animals just disappeared. There's more current up here. It's more consolidated, and
they've gone missing.
There's very few animals here.
Anything else near the bottom of this? Maybe establish it near the bottom.
Maybe they have a hard time crossing from the greater depth to this level.
Yeah, there is a black coral, Tina, that they are up here, and if we get we should see some more of these, and if we do see one, we'll go ahead and zoom in on it again now that you're on the chat room. And
watch lead, are we happy with this?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Great. Let's see if I can untangle myself from it without damaging anything.
There's one. I wonder if we could take a quick zoom right at the bottom of the screen.
Look down.
Yep. I'll get that for you.
Well, that was very quick.
Yes.
It's going to be a rough landing. Okay, come on in. Nailed it. Down and hold it.
Looking 65, but you're okay?
You want to take my rotator?
Sure. Rotator. Got it.
Yeah,
Let me know.
ship's just about stopped.
This is the only
Copy
black
that.
coral that we've seen on this
Holding.
volcanic cone that we're diving on today.
Sure, go ahead.
A couple little
Would
guys
the
there.
one off to the left be better, do you think?
Amphipod there. Yeah, maybe the one off to the left a little bit.
We'll try that one.
She says this is a Trisopathes, which helps quite a bit. Thank you, Tina.
Coming up a little more.
Good.
Holding.
Looks like it has those three
Holding.
directions again.
As far as our collections go, Tina, I'll update you on that. We've got one rock, and Jasper has little hope of getting another one if the substrate continues the way
If it stays
it
like
is.
this, we are not getting anything else.
Right, and then we have one sponge. That's our biologic, very unusual sponge. We've seen two of them on this seamount. We grabbed one.
Okay, you have your camera
So we
back.
still have
Thank
one
you.
biological sample to collect.
I'm looking 76.
Copy. I think I'm a little off to port. Actually, not as much as
So
I thought.
Tina Molitsova is with the Shirshov Institute of Oceanology in
Tether
Moscow.
looks good. I just
She's
saw it go
joined
by.
us.
Titan.
And we got Abby Laponte from the University of Hawaii. And Asako Matsumoto from the Chiba Institute in Japan. And Michael Vecchione from the Smithsonian. And Nolan Barrett from Charleston, if I'm not mistaken. And Sonia Raleigh has also joined us now too, and she's at the University of Hawaii as well. So we've got a whole bunch of coral expertise now in the chat, and all we need to do is find some corals to go along with that expertise.
You need the animals to match their expertise, huh?
Yeah. Let's take a quick look at the sponge, if you wouldn't mind.
All right.
So this could be a taller version of what we collected.
I was thinking the same. Let me come
I'm
on
starting
in,
to wonder
we'll
whether
take a
the
look
white
at it.
color inside is just because it's not as filthy.
No, I'm beginning to think that, actually, I was thinking it could be a Bathy. Is it Bathydoris? Let me see. Starting to get an idea for this
Okay,
sponge.
video, come in.
A little hermit crab or something on there?
Yeah, a little pagurd.
Any part of this in particular you'd like to look at?
The top?
No, actually, I mean, this colony shot's fine. I'm going to try to find what I think it could be in the gallery.
Okay, I'll do a tilt up the whole
I
thing.
think it's similar to something we collected last year.
So the brown stuff actually continues all the way up. So I guess it really isn't just the material that it holds on with.
Yeah, so this could be in the family Rosellidae, and it could be something similar to could be in the subfamily Lanuganellidae. Lanuganellinae. So I'm going to go with a rosellid vase for the moment.
It's a little sea star right over the top of the sponge. You can see it on the ground.
I think I see what you mean. Video, would you like to come in?
So I was guessing Bathydoris, and Bathydoris is in the family Rosellidae when we collected that other one.
I was looking further to the right, pilot.
Ah, yes.
I think
that's a nice little anemone.
Not a sea star.
Once he's done here, we can get another move in.
Copy that.
There it is on the top right.
Copy.
Yeah.
We might be a little west of waypoint 3, but if we go any more starboard, that would just kind of put us off the
more
ridge.
video? All right. He's pretty far away.
Yeah, I think 2.5 or 2.0 is fine.
Video come on out.
At least for another 30 meters, yeah.
Watch, if you'd like a closer look at that, we can do that, but I'll need to move over there.
Yeah, could we take a closer look?
Sure.
Given it's such slim pickings today.
Chris will actually entertain looking at another one.
That's right.
As usual, no, we've seen it. It has been turned off.
Well, I don't think we've seen this before. That's another reason to take a look. And Chris Ma is actively watching as well right now. So, yeah, good opportunity to zoom one of his critters.
Yeah, that does look steep, doesn't it?
Sure does.
Okay, video, you can come in.
Oh, that does look.
Yeah, this is different. Boy. This looks like the white one that I was telling Chris about the other day that I didn't know what it was. So,
so
actually,
you made progress in knowing what it was?
Yeah, I'm not even going to guess here. I'm going to wait for Chris to see this and call in. Somehow it looks familiar, but I'm not remembering.
Okay.
I think we have anything like it in the gallery. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it, pilot.
All right, we'll move on.
Good.
Yes.
So it looks like the manganese crust has gotten a little bit more texture to it, a little bit bigger of a bumps in it.
Right, pilots, do you want that moving now? We can go 2-0.
Yeah, that's okay with me.
Sure.
Come a little to my.
Let's see if we see any loose rocks here. This might actually start looking a little bit more
yeah,
crumbly.
Yeah.
I'm there. Pilot?
There is wishful thinking if I ever
Of course.
heard it before.
Of course.
Pilot, any chance you could snap zoom that thing down slope? That looks like
yes,
it's got a.
Actually, I can go over a little closer to it.
May or may not be interesting. Just.
Okay, video, you want to come in partial? Let's see what it is.
Ooh. It's the 2 starfish hugging a...
It's hugging a sponge.
A sponge.
Sponge could be a small Tretopleura. Really sure, and those are probably brittle stars, I think.
You're good here.
I think that's good enough.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Come wide then, please. Yes.
Is that a...
Just another one there, maybe.
Is it a brittle star or sea star on it? It's another one of the purple Victor Gorgias.
Video zoom partial.
Yeah, we could do a little bit of a zoom on it.
Oh, it's behind this.
Yeah, it's got quite a astro-schematid brittle star on it. Sponge in the distance. Another purple coral. So,
video, why don't you come wide?
Tina, we were going Victoria Gorgia on that particular coral. That's what Sacco and Les when he was on, and it's so Tina thinks that asteroid could be a porcelainasteridae, which I don't know that family. Well, that'll be interesting to see what Chris comes up with. Victor Gorgia, the purple one we just imaged. It's one thing we have been sort of seeing here and there all day. Can't find anything better upslope. We may wind up grabbing one of those, but I'd like to give it every last chance to. Well, the sponges.
You're not giving up that easy.
Here.
No.
Look at all those rocks.
There are rocks.
See this, Jasper?
Cemented.
Yeah,
it's
they
not
are.
flat.
I think they're all stuck. Maybe the one on the ledge actually isn't.
What one?
This one here.
Oh, that's pretty big, though. I think that's stuck, too.
That might be stuck, too, yeah. Yeah. That's another purple coral for you.
Yeah, a lot of those.
This is where you got another hour to make the argument that this is the most common thing and then collect it.
This might be something different.
Okay, Nolan, we see you signing off for tonight. Thank you very much for participating. I appreciate it. the Canthagorgia or Paramuricea that we've seen earlier today.
Something water column.
We got a jelly. Maybe that's worth imaging.
It. Let's try it. I'll come up.
I don't know if that's a jelly.
Well, that's what I just called it.
It's one of those
Ctenophore, maybe.
bags again, yeah.
Trying to back up
with the red thing on the bottom.
I don't know if it's Ctenophore. Is Michael still with us? Yeah, he is. Mike's still with us.
Oh.
Whoops.
That's very close.
He insisted on.
Did it just float into your lens?
I think he did. Oh, it's
stuck on your lens.
I'll shake it off with the current.
You might have to make a sudden stop. Because I suspect he's not seat belted. Oh no, he's going to run down your screen.
I think I got it all.
Where is he?
I'll double check.
This is the top right corner. It's slowly sliding down. It's like jelly or eggs running down.
Yeah, so Tina, we've taken a close look at a bunch of these unbranched isitids, and Abby is basically ID'd them all as B-clad. Everyone that we zoomed in on, based on the thickness of the nodes, and also a look at the
I think I got it off. I turned down current.
Copy.
Yeah, Les is back into the chat. Les, I'm sorry to say you did miss that many octocorals while you were gone. You might have missed, what, a total of
whenever you're ready.
3 or 4, maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Probably more than that. It was in the Canthagorgia.
Come around a little bit, see how that looks.
Yeah, copy that.
What heading was that?
50. It's not put in yet.
Yeah.
I was just for the next move.
Let me.
I'd be okay with that. That looks okay in center.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Are you ready? Both ready?
Yeah, I could push out a little more, but go ahead.
Copy that.
Bullseye.
So I'll update Les since he just got on again. While you were gone, we did make one biologic collection. Yeah, it was an unusual sponge. And I think it's a rosellid, some type of a rosellid vase. So that's in the box, and we still have one collection possible for today. We also have only one rock as well, but we haven't seen a whole lot of collectible rocks. You're pretty much seeing the substrate since you left. It's been all like this.
Yeah, I had to make the silly comment of saying to Dan, well, hold off on taking another rock, and then we just saw this after that.
Yeah, and Les, the Victor Agorgia, I think, is, if we don't see anything better, that's probably what we're going to grab. Because there's been enough of them. They're here and there as we've been going up this ridge, and I'm sure we're going to see some more.
That crack in the rock looks a little bit like Diplodocus.
Video coming partial. Let's switch to that shrimp.
Oops. Oh, go ahead. We got a Solandaria, and we got a little shrimp here first, and then we got another one of those hydroids.
Yes.
I don't know what type of shrimp this is.
The shrimp
doesn't seem to be too effective against the current.
Well, it could be something like a Canthophyra. It actually looks like it's swimming like a Canthophyra.
Any interest in this watch lead?
No, this is another one of these hydrozoans that we've imaged before.
That are really large. crinoid on a stock.
What do we got over to the right there? Is that a stock crinoid or is it on something? Yeah,
we'll go check it out. Video, why don't you come in from here? I don't want to drop down below that.
Crinoid on stock.
Is it?
It's on a stock. Yeah, it's underneath it.
Yeah, but is it its stock or is it on something? I wonder if we can sort of slide over just a hair.
All right, we'll try to get a better look.
No, it's on a Trisopathes.
Yeah.
That's what he's on. So it's just another one of these feather stars on a Trisopathes. Thank you. So I'll give you, if you have the dive plan in front of you, we're pretty much at waypoint 3 right now. That's the third dot moving up this ridge. So we have one more waypoint that's right on the summit or high point of it, and that looks to me to be about 211 meters away. And then that was the full dive track. That was about 800 meters long, maybe a little longer there. Yeah, at 800, I guess.
We got about an hour left.
Yeah, so we do need to start thinking about our final biology collection, I think. And I think perhaps if we do see the next Victor Gorgia that we do see, maybe we're going to go ahead and commit to it since there's interest in grabbing that one. We're stopping briefly. We're about to do a front row change. They're in a watch change right now, so take a couple minutes and then we'll resume.
Christopher?
Jeffrey?
Not mistaken, we got Jeff in the pilot seat, don't we?
Speaking of flying, let's get out of here, huh? I'm getting under you.
It's you, Jeff, up there in piloting position, right?
It is me, yeah. We're slowly changing the watch out here.
Sure. You want to introduce your group?
Yeah, once we're all in the chairs, I'll get everybody
introduced.
Not quite everybody's sitting down yet. For now, I'll just roam about. You let me know if there's anything you want to see.
Okay. We've seen everything here. There's not much to see, I'm afraid, Jeff.
Well, I'm okay with that. I don't mind just motoring around.
Yeah, well, one thing we're probably going to do is if we see another one of these purple corals, we're probably going to commit to making it our second biological collection.
Okay. We will keep our eyes peeled for a Victigorgia.
Sure, and do we have an estimate on how much bottom time we still have?
I think it's going to take 40 minutes probably to get up and 10 minutes-ish to set up, so can't imagine we'll be down here much longer than an hour and 20 or so, but Nav can confirm that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right, Watchley. It'll take about 40 minutes to get set up and come to the 50 meters. So almost 2 hours.
Okay.
We have almost 2 hours left?
That's about an hour 45 minutes, I'd say.
Yeah,
hi, Chris.
Mo better.
I am just now seeing your
about an hour
starfish.
45 minutes, Watchley.
Roger.
This is interesting because I think we saw these earlier on the dive, these kind of nondescript white sea stars with the long arms. And I think at the time, the closest I came
much
up
longer
was
we have in
something
this
like Mediaster.
move?
But it occurred to me
move
that
just
I'm
ended.
describing a new genus of goniasterid
It's
starfish.
a little overhang
whose name I
right
can't
over here.
reveal
Not
at the
overhang,
moment.
but a little ledge. Let's see if
And,
there's something growing
it's
on it.
cosmopolitan. It occurs all around the world. And at
not
least as far
uncommon
as
for
the ones that
things
I've
to
seen.
hide in the
And so I
cracks
think
here.
this might actually be it. So it's something new, and it's something that is forthcoming. But I can't tell you what it is yet because the name is not published.
Well, not like I'm prompting you or anything on this, but Tina had suggested something like Porcelano rasterid or
Not much, huh?
No, porcelain asterids
You want to
are
stop and take
sort of smaller and stubbier. The arms are shorter, and usually on porcelain asterids, you can see what's called an
settle down
epicrotal
here,
cone
take a look.
on top. Plus the body, that's clearly a goniasterid. Porcelain asterids have a very different body shape, and they're not as splayed out.
I come down
The
and give
arms
me a little
are not
bit
as
of tether.
wide and triangular.
Feel a little bobbin here.
I mean,
if you've got
from
it.
a distance,
Oh, you've got plenty
the
of altitude.
size
Yeah.
might,
Down.
it might be mistaken for
Yeah, you can come on in video.
porcelain asterids. The other thing is porcelain asterids tend to be found on top bottoms, as I understand it. Occasionally, I think during the past few dives, we've seen them aberrantly on hard bottoms, but with sediments, with lots of mud and sediment. So my interpretation of that image would be that it's a goniasterid, something similar to Ceramaster or Mediaster, or the thing that I can't tell you the genus for right away. But I would discount
center it up a little bit.
porcelain asterid, or it could be some Paxillocidin like
Hold
Pseudarcaptor,
like
I
that.
suppose. But I'd need to see it more closely to go that distance. But to me, my immediate reaction is to say that's a goniasterid.
Okay, so I'll just mark it down. Goniasterid Christmas secret genus.
Yeah, if you really
Okay.
need it, I can give you the genus.
You can take as much
No.
or as little time as you need here, video. Yeah.
No, it's okay. I'll make a note to the effect that it's a genus in description
for
right
that.
now or something like that in my notes.
There you go.
Just so I'm aware of it. And then when you do get that published and the description comes out, then maybe you can let me know at that point whether you're still convinced if it's the same thing.
I think we've seen similar goniasterids in the North Pacific in similar kinds of settings with Ambari, and of course, a comparison would be better, specimens, but from my immediate visual cut, that's what I would take away from it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Chris. I really appreciate it.
Oh,
Can you turn on the lasers real quick just to help you?
Yeah, good night.
Bottom left of the screen or out in the distance? Okay. Yeah, I'll head out that way. On it here. Yeah, of course. Ship moves complete yet, or is it still going?
We've been stopped here for a little bit.
Okay, come on in, partial video. I'm gonna sneak up on this guy. Looks like it could be loose. It's not definitely connected.
I don't know, Jeff. I
But-
think there's wishful thinking involved, and
Yeah. Would you like to give it a prod to find out? Or a poke? Well, we don't want to prod so much, but we can poke. Alright, come on out a little bit, just so I can make sure I am close enough for reaching. And I am. I'll settle in here. Alright, if it's loose, Copilot, we'll have to get the port rock box out, just so you know. So you're prepared for that.
Copy that.
Auto heading. And don't let me forget to open it before I pick up the rock, because it's easy to forget.
So
right.
for those that watching, we're seeing if this ends up being a loose rock. We've been looking at a lot of these layered, solidly covered rocks covered in manganese, and we are still hoping to collect a second rock here. And so this one looks slightly less packed in than everything else, and so we're figuring it is worth a try here. And there comes the arm, the manipulator. And we'll see whether we can push it around a little bit.
Just give it the gentlest of nudges here. And it's in fact loose.
It's loose, see?
Good eye. Do you want it?
Yes.
Okay. Can we bring the,
I don't think we're going to get a better shot at another rock.
Then? And do easy, I don't want it to knock me off my perch. So try to move somewhat slow.
Okay.
Oh, just the...
yeah, no, I was bringing the pins in case you wanted it out. Ready to come in?
Yep. Nice and slow. Bonk. Okay. I'll get it open here. I'm correct.
Camera?
I'm correct that the other rock's in the starboard box, right?
Yes.
Okay, good.
That's correct.
Just double check.
Titan or pilot?
I don't know. Do I need?
Probably not.
Okay. Double check my grip force real quick. Make sure it's enough to grab this, and it is.
Can we squeeze it too as we pick it up, just to make sure that it's not just a manganese shell?
I will give it a grip force 9 squeeze. How's that sound?
That sounds perfect.
That's about as good as a squeeze I can give it. There's a grip force 9 squeeze. Right there.
I think we'll be...
Oh. It didn't crumple, did it? I just dropped it?
No, it's fine.
Oh, okay,
it just slipped out.
All right.
Same thing happened to Josh earlier.
Yeah, we're not going to give it a grip force 9 squeeze then. We're just going to go a little less so we don't throw it across the ground here then. Just go, are these... You've called a rock greasy before. Would this be considered a greasy rock?
It could be. There's a lot of manganese on this. It might slip from that too.
I grabbed it a little lower.
Loose. Looks like a nice shape. Has some depth to it.
And it's actually missing a little piece of the crust. You can see
I think that I'm seeing some yellowish color inside, so that might indicate that the layers are actually volcaniclastic.
I'll try to get that yellow in the shot a little bit here if we can. Okay, come on in, video.
Yeah. So I think.
Okay.
Saying earlier was there's an option of some sheet flows versus volcaniclastics. I think that this may actually be a large number of volcaniclastic deposits in layers.
Sorry for the glare.
So that would confirm the idea that it started out at enough depth for pillows, but that it was building up tall enough to become more explosive in eruption.
If you see anything you want me to stop on, just let me know. Okay.
So it's kind of the same stuff that we saw sort of coating Los Angeles in the movie Volcano, right? I only said that because I know you hate that movie. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, I watched it the other night because I hadn't seen it for a long time, and
it was time for some outrageous movies.
Yeah. It's it's sort of the equivalent of science fiction in the geology world.
With the fiction part in big letters.
Yeah.
Thank you, pilot.
Yeah, of course. And I'll leave the arm out if you want to just see if you can close that, see if the lid will go or if I got to fuss with it. And it's closed. Super. Thanks. And hydraulics off. Stowed. Well, that wasn't so bad.
Good, Bridge.
All right, Jasper's got us 2 rocks, and now I'm feeling a little jealous here. We've only got 1 biologic.
Remember, we can still do that trade if I get 3 today, and
no.
you get 1.
We didn't exercise that trade. Yes, I
like the sounds of that trade.
No, we want a purple coral. That's what we want.
True. Those come up not very purple, though, don't they?
Well, I don't know what color they come up, but when they go in the alcohol, they kind of
they lose some of their spark.
Lose some of their lustrous beauty.
I feel like I've scooped them up before and had them not come up the right color.
Yeah.
Maybe this time. There's always hope.
There's always hope. Little shrimp, not very successfully swimming by.
This way.
Sorry,
Woo.
say again.
This way. Woo.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it could be a salp or something that just went by. Oh, we got a fish.
Can go for the fish.
There, fishy, fishy.
And it is a synaptobranchid
up a little
eel.
to it. There you go. Okay. You can go ahead in. It's coming into view now.
Ooh.
Very, very large eye.
Very, very far
Falling
back
down.
set dorsal fin, it looks like. I haven't
Was
seen
it?
it. I still haven't seen it. So.
Yeah. So that's a member of the cutthroat eel family. Those of you who've been following the last bunch of dives, you've seen plenty of these things.
I still don't see his fin.
Yeah,
It's
where
there
does it
somewhere.
end?
It's kind of got it.
It's just very small, I
yeah,
suppose, huh?
Yeah, he's got it laying down against his body, I think.
Oh,
So-
that's just cheating.
Need any more, or are you all right?
No, I think we're okay.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever seen so many synaptobranchid eels than this cruise. We have seen a lot of those guys, which is good because they're hard to sort out, the different types. So getting a lot of imagery of them is really useful.
Good.
So from that deposit, that rock that we just deposited in our rock box, and seeing the yellow spot in there, we can now sort of assume that most of the layering is, like I said, it's the second option of what I was saying. Likely
Yeah, we
these
can't
are
call one in for a bit.
layers
so
towards the left.
we will get it going
of,
once
of volcanic
we're allowed.
explosive material from the lava hitting shallow water and exploding and making layers of just little bits of volcanic rock. Oh, another fish.
Yeah, if we could zoom this fish, please.
That one's being helpful.
Come on in, video.
Okay. All right, so this is the one we saw before, and actually I'm starting to get an idea about this one. Awfully small version of it, though. A lateral line is what I'm looking at, and that's what's really distinctive. It's
The
got a
lateral
big head.
line?
Yeah, you can see it going down there. It sort of looks like it's lined with black. Somebody ran a black pencil around it, along it. taking a look at other pictures of what I think it is to see if this could possibly match what I have in mind.
Okay.
Yeah, so what I think this could be is I think it could be something called Lampogramus. Maybe. But it's a different species than what we've seen before. Thank you very much. That was a great shot. I have a chance of IDing it. So it is a cuskeel.
How's that heading change, do you think? Still, oh, it's still going around. Yeah, it's all right. Probably close. You said 20 degrees?
Question mark
25.
on that one. Very cooperative.
Yeah. Yeah, please. I'm ready for a move.
Same here.
Can you restart this?
Current depth for those of you not on the chat.
What's that?
The chat log is 1,166 meters.
Hey, Nabs, am I taking your screen?
No, it's this. It says, it looks like it's
I can't.
video only. You can't. Oh, okay. So you've got. Do you mind restarting on that monitor? Restarting the sonar for us. Thanks. And then I don't know what they were doing for the last set of moves, but
so
yeah, just exit out and reopen. It's perfect.
Pilot, can we just take a peek at that yellow coral that's on the left side?
Of course.
It's kind of a leggy.
Yeah, I'm out here at the end of my tether. The ship had to do a little bit of a heading change to be able to accommodate for the changing conditions, and so we were on a little standstill on the ship moves, just for a second there.
Okay.
But they are accepting moves, and we're getting one dialed in now, and we'll be able to go. But for now, I can reach about this far to get to this coral. Come on in. How's that look on the bathy?
And we get a little tighter zoom on that by any chance?
Thanks.
Is that overgrown?
No, I don't think so, because I think I can see it's an octocoral, not a zoanthid, and assume it could be some kind of a plexaurid. It's only got 2 branches to it, I think.
How's it look on
I think
Sirius?
there's one branch behind it, Asako. I'm not positive, but I think there is.
Yeah, I'm currently at 55, and it could be
it moves
least
separately
10 degrees
from
off
this
my
one.
Yeah, we might want to do
there.
045 for now.
I can move over there and take a look. You guys okay with that?
Yeah, you can center up on 045.
Copy that.
Yeah,
So
I
long as
guess
the tether allows
my
it.
best guess would be some kind of plexaurid. I'm
Thanks,
not
video.
absolutely
Yeah, I'm
sure.
clear.
Thank you, pilot. I appreciate it.
We'll find
Yeah,
out here
you're
right
welcome.
here, Nav.
We have lots of time, so.
Yeah, and not a lot of animals.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Maybe even 4-0 for right now.
It's his own fault.
Yeah, it is Jeff's fault. I know it is.
I don't think so. I don't think I've said that.
You don't think it's Jeff's fault?
I don't think I said that.
Oh, you said it. Oh, okay.
Nice.
Thanks. Yeah.
Let's see. Tina said we had a very close look at an Acanthogorgia. So she thinks it could be an Acanthogorgia, then that's not a bad guess at all. That would be the other thing I think it could possibly be.
Yeah, that's the one we just got. Yeah, we haven't moved in a little bit just because we're waiting for, yeah. he's just hanging out too. So we're just trying to get the train chugging here so we can make ground. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't feel like anybody was breathing down my neck, but we do have to stare at the same set of rocks for a little bit here.
There is nothing wrong with the rocks. There's even a fish up there.
Oh, that's the one we were just imaging.
We already see it, so you saw him? Okay.
But I can sidle over here and take a look at these rocks.
That fish is waiting for a ship move also.
Yeah. Maybe we should cast a line out. Oh, no, wait, no fishing into EEZ, I guess. It is a monument after all.
So now you are presumably in the inside of a deep sea volcanic caldera. Is that be your assumption?
It's over there somewhere. I don't know if we're directly looking into it or if we're looking into along the break.
I think we might still be on a ridge here.
Yeah.
Are we on the caldera yet or on a ridge leading up?
This is on a cone, a volcanic cone that we think the whole eastern side fell off and sort of slumped down, and we're on the western rim of the cone. So when you go off on the east side like that, we think it's the inside of a...
Oh, really?
What used to be the inside of the volcano.
Ah, okay. That's crazy.
Of course, it's probably been 90 million years since anything came out of this volcano, so...
Yeah. Details.
It's not quite as big of a worry here.
It's still pretty cool to be in the inside of a volcano.
Or walking the crater rim right now, probably.
Starting to feel that move, you think?
I might have just started it, but not before you said anything, no.
Yeah, I think... Actually, I think Jeff's point is that looking at high pack, we're not necessarily down in the caldera. We just went over a little low point, and we're still on the rim. I guess that's
we're sort of on the rim,
accurate.
And to the right is the crater.
I wasn't trying to burst your bubble or anything.
It did burst my bubble.
I'm sorry.
Now we're not in the volcano anymore.
He looks like a really sad little kid now.
We're gonna
have to get him bubbles tonight.
We're still gonna look for. We're still gonna look for purple corals here.
Yeah. But if we don't see a purple coral, maybe there's a pretty rock.
Okay. I'm definitely on the move.
Thanks,
so
Jeff.
You got a little bit.
Roger that. Good. Come back up this then. Back out where I'm supposed to be.
That's probably loose.
They do look loose, don't they? Maybe we'll find a Pictogorgia on a loose rock.
Yeah.
Maybe we can find one that's stuck to a rock.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Oh, don't tell me as soon as we get the ship going, the first thing we see. No, this isn't it. Okay,
no, it's not one of them. That's something else, I think.
Yeah.
They're actually harder to see because of their purple color being so close to the rock.
Could do a snap zoom on this if we get a chance.
It may have some pinkish to it.
Okay.
Maybe it is one.
Yeah, you can come on in for a snap zoom.
Well, it is, but it's a pretty ratty one.
Beggars can't be choosers.
Unless the polyps are just retracted.
Retracted, yes.
I don't know, onshore folks.
All right. I'll let the ship go a little bit longer, but we're going to need to stop it if you want to collect this.
How much more time do we have, Nav?
About an hour.
Let's go a little bit longer, see if we can get something a little better looking.
He's going to have his cake and eat it too.
Yeah. We're going to...
All right.
Oh, there's another one of those little crabs holding his pom-pom again. It's your crab.
You mean the little anemone, right? The
racing.
Okay, so Les always wants to look at the fork in the road, or the fork in the icidid road.
I see the icidid.
And do you see the fork in the icidid road?
I do see the fork in the icidid road.
He would be very appreciative.
Okay, I'll adventure that way.
Oh no.
Still adjusting Z bias a little with that rock in the in the bag, but I'm starting to get tuned here. I've been falling for the last couple minutes.
Well, we had a rock on the other side already.
Yeah, this one was a little bigger. And that's pretty much towards the end of my tether, so we'll do it from here, if that's okay with you, video.
I see what the problem is. That coral had to start growing another branch when that crinoid landed.
Yeah, that must be it.
What was the length of that move now?
Pushing up along the stem here.
1 node, 2 node, 3 nodes.
Yeah, what was the length of that move?
A little farther.
Copy that.
And it's hard to see the branch point just yet.
Pushing in.
It looks like the left branch is the younger of the two. I'm not really sure, but it looks a little thinner than the right branch.
Once in a while, because I'm out here stretched a little bit.
No, let's just hold on a second.
So,
you should have
Les wants, after we finish the branch point, he wants to take a look at the base
the heaves are big.
Yeah. Wants to take a look at the base of this thing.
Give you right here.
If we could.
Yeah. Sorry, we were watching Sirius make big heaves, and I didn't quite hear what you said.
Oh, after we finish with the fork, then he also wanted to look at the base, if we could.
Oh, okay. I'll make my way down. I think I am going to have to tilt down a little for that. It's way down there, but I'll try dropping first. Close to the bottom here. Set down. Okay. Tilting down towards the base. Oh, it's in a hole.
It's in a hole. That's all you get, Les, right there.
See some of the sclerites there in the
Tina
joint.
thought it branched at the inner node, so it'd be internodal.
I was looking around, rolling it. It wasn't watching.
I think Les's comment right above Tina's indicates that he thinks it's in the B clade, which is what the other ones were at.
Yeah, 57. Might be able to reach it if you want to come out partial, Roland. Maybe look in that hole now. Pilot, let me know if you get nervous.
Copy that.
Les just has one word for this.
Full white.
Arrgh. I think
we'll be coming to a stop here shortly.
I think the pilot's going to try to accommodate you less and come around here.
Yeah. Let's see what the tether allows. Yeah, why don't you
You're getting off my screen a little bit.
Might have a
just come down
colony
a little
up
bit.
ahead of a coral.
20 is pretty good. And you've got an altitude of 25. I think you're safe to come down just a hair.
Okay.
Maybe 5 meters if you can give it.
Okay, I'm going to rotate over to keep you in view while I do that.
Okay. That's good right there. I don't need any more than that for rotation.
Almost. Wait for it, Les. Wait for it.
Tether from away from me.
So sort of starfish in the distance.
We got it.
Okay.
We do. He probably doesn't quite yet.
No, but he'll get it.
All right.
I was able to get far enough over.
Side or right a little bit more. Try to center it up here. Okay. There we go.
We've got the lasers right on it too, so you get an idea of the size.
Okay, come on in, video. Oops, spinning. I'll hold there.
You can see the tissue goes all the way down to the base. And I think those are possibly little sclerites, needles in the tissue. This little white look like hairs on it.
On his you need video. Pilot's clear whenever.
Zoom.
What's that?
I say that's maximum zoom.
Yeah, I mean you can hold it as long as you need. Let me know when your
video's clear.
Okay.
I think we're good.
All right.
From
I'm
science.
happy.
Thank you.
Have we seen the starfish in the top edge of the screen?
Oh, on the underside there?
Yep.
Not sure. Can
Just further up along.
Yeah,
You can
thanks.
see it barely over the
Start
edge.
that if you don't mind. Is that of any interest there, Watch Lead? The white sea star on the lower edge of this rock, or do you want to keep running?
Sure. Let's take a look at the white sea star.
Okay. I know it's no luscious blooming Victorgorgia, but
Well, it'd be better if it was purple, but you know, white, I guess. You know, basically anything that's purple in the deep sea catches our attention.
Like a good octopus for a pilot.
Did you say octopus?
Purple octopus. See?
Oh.
Makes the pilots.
Yeah. An octopus of any color makes the pilot excited. Weird toe hold. Give me 1 second. There you go. You're all set. You can come in. Very small guy.
Well, that's pretty similar to the one we saw earlier, except for
Thanks,
the fact
yeah.
that he stretched out his one toe a little bit more.
Yeah, so it's another one of these white secret goniasteroids. Just teasing Chris Ma a little bit. So the reason I say that is Chris is in the process of describing a new
Video's good with this.
I think it's a new genus of goniasterid, and so this is the same everywhere. Same for the corals that are under description as well. That you can't really give it the name and broadcast the name until it's been published and accepted.
Secret.
So that's the game.
Top secret.
Yeah, so we have to call it the secret genus.
As soon as you're ready, I can start turning back towards.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Can we call it Maensis?
No.
No.
Yeah, we'll probably let it push out here a little bit and then get another one in there.
And that actually just brings up another point that if you're the person describing something, you cannot name it after yourself.
I know.
Either. So.
You know, one time they offered to name a coral Jeffrey Isis.
Jeffrey Isis?
Yeah. I was flattered, but I said no.
Why not?
I told them that the Deep Discover didn't have a coral named after it yet, but Deep Discover Isis doesn't have the ring, I guess. I don't know.
D2 Isis?
Yeah, D2 Isis. I told them there wasn't a Sirius Isis or a D2 Isis yet.
Is that purple? On the edges of this rock, coming toward the bottom left, looks sort of like there's a
Landing Isis?
Landing
coating
Isis.
on it.
That's not bad, landing Isis. That's okay. Rolls off the tongue reasonably well.
Right between the lasers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a little matting or bald spot. You can come in a little bit. I'm floating, but.
So Tina was basically saying, I'm mistaken that there is no rule in ICZN not to name after yourself. I did not know that. I thought
it's probably just poor form.
Maybe there's an understood rule. Yeah, I always thought you couldn't do that. But I've never actually named anything, and I've never described anything. So
yeah, I can spin on over there.
I think you're spending all your days on the ship here describing things.
Well, I think in a couple of years I'm going to really have to get going on the sponges. That's for sure.
I think you should name that Blue Bio. Describe that.
I don't know
That's
about
right.
that. Because of the
Did you hear
waypoint?
what
or
Roland
because
said?
of the
The blue bio material should be something you described.
Okay.
It's up to you.
And then you can call it Rolandus.
It's kind of an awkward direction due east, but we can head that way if that's the right way to go.
Could we
I guess
just
we could run it by the
take a
watch lead tab
snap
and
zoom
see if
on
they
this
wanna go
coral?
up there
I
or
don't think
continue up
it's a
this ridge.
Victorgorgia, but
Snap zoom on the coral. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't
right?
think it's the purple one, but
Oh,
I just thought we
off to the right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sure
Just
thing.
seeing if any chance it.
Get a little closer here.
It's probably going to start yellowing up as we get closer. It's turning into a flexor.
Ton of room, but you can snap.
Better than turning into a pumpkin.
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
Is it it is a purple one.
Yeah.
sorry.
This. What do you think? Is this
Red
or is
tilt
this a
up.
corallium?
I think it's pink.
Ooh.
This is corallium.
Yeah.
Corallid.
We did see a few of those in the beginning, didn't we? Or not? I can't remember now.
Yeah, this is a corallid. Hemicorallium, probably.
There's a translucent shrimp on the left.
Yes, so not
on the left
of the on the rock next to the coral.
Yeah, we saw him.
Oh, back there. I see it. Yeah. Sort of behind it a little bit.
Yep.
Gotcha. There's some in the beginning, didn't
Yeah. All the way at the beginning, there was a bubblegum one, and there was one of these.
All right. I'm ready when you are.
We're good. Thank you.
Over the holothuria.
Roger, Nav.
Holothuroidian.
I don't know if they've seen it.
Yeah. See the sea cucumber watch lead? All right, Andy, you want in? Andy? Do you want?
Yeah, no, I'm
definitely. Okay.
I'm fine if let's see.
Yeah, you're set.
So due east almost looks like it's downhill, Nav. Is that right? Okay, so we're at 1160. Yeah, in fact, our one last mission here is to find one of these purple corals to collect, and then we can just sort of take a leisurely path up to the final waypoint, which is pretty close.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you. I guess you could take a look at this. Looks like another one of these Hansenithurias.
Okay.
Okay. I'd stick to 0. 050 is okay. That might still pull us off the side, though. We might want to come to 045 eventually here.
Okay.
Not sure it's if we're following something that's going to wander off. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that'll put me kind of like at this.
It's right out in front of me.
Yeah.
05. Yeah, so you're going to have
So
to.
for those listening at home, we're just getting our bearings for a minute, figuring out how to approach our last final stretch up this cone.
045 move would put me almost where D2 is, which would be kind of nice for
maybe we could
going up.
Okay.
Sounds
maybe
good.
we could come a little bit to port and just try to find the high point and follow the high point up.
Yeah, that's where we're headed. Is a little.
You're thinking right up here, watch leads, huh?
Yeah, I just see a couple more corals up there, so we might have a little better luck finding our last collection.
Okay, I can head up there as soon as I get some tether, too.
Okay, thank you. Now, the other option is this Trissopathes. I don't know, whether there's any interest in, we have potentially 3 options. The unbranched Isidid, the Trissopathes, or the Victorogorgia, I think, will all be possible candidates. Victorogorgia seemed like everybody thought that would be a pretty good one. That's why it sort of.
Well, we haven't collected it at all yet. This.
How far you push out?
What's that?
Just don't push out
this cruise.
Copy that. Yeah.
That very
here's my max,
bright,
huh?
that very bright white spot yesterday turned out to be the purple stuff.
Yeah, so Les is asking, we have one biology collection less. It's a sponge, so we still have 1 left. And still have about an hour.
Say,
plenty of
crab
time.
walking diagonally up left from the lasers.
What color is it?
Pink.
Is it this guy right above the lasers?
Yeah, close to being above the lasers now.
You want to do a quick zoom in while I wait here? Oh, I see him. There he goes.
So walking
There's an urchin there.
There's an urchin back there too, yeah. Okay. I can move out a little bit, maybe.
Ship moves underway. I'm not sure Sirius is feeling it just yet.
When did you start that move?
Yeah, these heaves. Yeah, 2 minutes.
Okay.
I want to try a snap zoom on that bright white spot on the right. It's off screen, I believe.
You know, pilot, maybe we can get just right over that little ledge there and then take a look at both the crab and the urchin. You have a chance.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
See if I have enough tether right now.
Call that pretty much what you got for tether there.
Okay.
I'll pull it in my face if you go much farther out.
Let me stop here then. Alright, video, you want to do a quick zoom?
Okay. Which is your target?
I'll start with the crab.
So this crab's of interest because it's not, that anemone is not attached to his rear end like the Strobopagurus or whatever the name of that crab was last year. He's actually carrying this anemone in his hind legs. I think it's more like a homolid rather than a pagurid crab. So he's doing something very different than some of the other crabs that we've seen in either the Hawaii or in the Marianas.
Okay, video is clear.
Okay. Come out. Go up to the other one.
Partial.
Starting to get closer to you here.
Okay, go ahead and give me a full zoom.
Max zoom.
Still got plenty of time.
Now, my best guess on this urchin is it's a podinid and maybe a Cynopodina, something similar to Cynopodina hawaiiensis, which is sort of a small deep water one. We saw the larger shallow water Cynopodina yesterday, Cynopodina pulchella, the one with the beautiful big thick green spines. And then this is a deeper water variety in that genus.
What was that last move? 045 or 040?
Video's clear.
Okay, come on out. Is that good watch lead on those?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay.
Maybe we can get over to those corals there.
All right, pilot, see which way we're headed.
Yes.
There's a very bright white patch.
Checking that chat here.
On screen, right?
Les says
Steven,
either the bamboo or the Victor Gorgia.
Gotta get out there a little bit.
The latter advantage of getting an Ophi with it.
Right side of the screen.
And
what was that watch lead? Did you have one of these that you wanted to see?
no, I think we're just going to go ahead and move on. There's a little discussion in the chat about our final collection. I was sort of reading it out loud.
Not
I think.
a fish.
Copy that. Video, you said you had something there.
Saw something white before. I'm no longer seeing it.
Good copy.
So starfish.
It's another Trisopathes.
You can do a quick zoom while I go past it.
Video's good.
Okay, come on out.
Yeah. Could even be a slightly different sea star. White.
So hard to see coral there below lasers.
It is a little. You want to zoom in a little bit?
Yeah, we've seen a whole bunch of these. These are these Trisopathes.
Copy that.
Really, yeah, it'd be good if we could look out a little bit and see if we can spot one of these purple ones again. I don't know if we could look up on that ridge a little bit again. It's just
like up here.
Yeah, just that's another Resurgent sea star. You got a bunch of those today.
We can make the next ship move that way as well.
So is that downhill or is that uphill above us? I can't.
This is uphill right now.
And then very shortly, right over that edge there, that's when it starts downhill. Is that right?
I'll turn a little bit for you.
Yeah, that's what was happening. It was sort of a mound here.
This way, and then probably ahead as well. But this is kind of downslope, going down.
So is that contour sort of a little depression? I always thought that was a little mound, but it seems like it's a depression.
Nav, what do you think?
I think we're in this.
Yeah.
Here.
Well, let's follow the high point. I
Okay.
think that would be our. Okay. And there's a little cluster of things there
Just
right on
until we
the
hit the
rock
high
to
and
the
then we'll
left
follow
of
along the
center.
ridge. We're just trying to reacquire
If
the
we
ridge.
could do a quick zoom on that.
Let's go ahead, video. Let's go in.
Lined up on 030. That's
this where you were
pretty
talking
uphill
about?
from
Yeah.
here. Yeah, we can come a little farther to 025 even.
Maybe there was a sponge there some time ago.
Yeah.
025.
Okay.
Good job.
I don't know what it is. Sorry. I don't know what that is.
Okay. Come on now, video.
You see the tube at the bottom?
Ready.
What is
Oh, we
that
decided
tube
we're going to
thing?
go a little bit
Yeah,
further
I'm
north
looking
now.
at that.
Yeah, it's 025, I think.
Video, did you say
So
something?
we
Something
busted one of
inside.
those tubes up last year to try to find what was inside of it, and it was hollow.
This is an empty tube.
Well, it's some type of a big serianthid tube or something. We weren't really sure. Take another look at it. Yeah,
Back where we were?
yeah, there was that tube that could be of interest.
Okay,
We have
video.
a ton of
You
time.
have to get closer in order to see much more.
Okay, I'm going to head over there.
Okay, pulling out.
Thank you, Nav.
Copy that. Thanks, Nav.
Try
There
from
it
this
is,
distance.
right where the lasers
Okay, go
went
ahead.
through.
You have to sit down. I was seeing pink tissue
So
in
if
it.
you could pan down a little bit.
Sure.
There it is.
Looking at this guy?
Yeah.
Ah, right there. Okay.
So
I don't see anything in either of
I'm not
those.
I think Roland is looking at that sort of almost
certain where we're
pinkish
looking.
type of material right there near the opening on the
Is that the
left.
closest you
On
can
the
get
left.
center?
Looks gray
No,
to
I
me.
mean over to the right. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We were talking about the two openings of that tube-like structure on the sediment.
Is this, oh,
Yeah,
this
this
guy
thing,
right here.
this
okay.
guy right here. Yeah.
Looks gray to me.
I don't know, Roland. I'm not sure I see tissue in there.
If you
I'm not seeing anything.
saturate the colors a little bit, maybe.
So Tina didn't think it's a serianthid tube.
I
Time to go.
yeah, I got to get moving.
Okay, thank you.
Lined up.
Did we have any interest in it? Because we can move the ship back if necessary.
Well, no, I think we'll probably go with a coral, but I'm going to call that the deep sea tailpipe, muffler pipe. Yeah, so Lessa pointed out there were some tree-like forams right to the left of it. I saw that too.
Is that what that was?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So it did look there like there was some layers that were sitting on top of the layers leaning to the left that were actually leaning towards the right. That could be the layers that you get on the inside of a crater slumping back down to the very bottom of the crater.
Alright, now we're getting to the top of the ridge. You can see it goes downhill there. So now you're sort of centered on the top of the ridge with D2. And we can figure out the direction of the ridge.
Boy, we could probably skip the yellow coral. And this is another
Looks
one
like
of
it's
these.
up this direction. About 60 or
I think that's the end over there.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe that's the tip. Actually, it's pretty much lining up with the high point now.
I think the thing you see in the distance is the end of the ridge.
Something red.
Do we want to move that direction?
Yeah, that would be
heading around
going
here.
right up to the little knoll.
Okay.
How far do we have left in that ship move?
Climb the mountain peak and we can plant the D2 flag.
Roger that.
Did we forget to pack it again?
Large red shrimp.
We forgot to pack
We
the
can do a quick zoom in, I like 'em up there.
the nice
It's easy
flag
to
again.
stop and then we'll change. Yeah. We'll swing a little bit and then we'll get lined up centered with the ridge with Sirius as well, and we'll head up it.
Come on now, video.
It's probably the same shrimp that we saw on the dead sponge. Not sure what type of shrimp it was.
I can take a look at it from right here if you'd like.
Yeah.
While we're waiting for a ship move.
Sure.
Okay.
If we're waiting for a ship move, yeah, let's go ahead and take another look at that shrimp. We are at the peak here, and there's no corals. Except for this lonely plexaurid or acanthogorgia or choroidid, whatever it is.
Makes no sense.
We might have to tweak that a couple degrees.
Right, so this is a heterocarpus shrimp.
060 works out. So my internal navigation. Personal internal navigation.
Looks like it's something very similar to, if not
to the middle of the ridge,
same as Heterocarpus levigatus.
So how well that works.
It's in the family Pandalidae.
Little tilt up. I'll give you a little more zoom.
No, come on out. Do you want a real close-up watch lead?
It's not necessary from science
Copy
point of
that.
view.
That's a video. I'm going to move forward a little bit. Thank you.
Looks like 060 is going to work out well for us, maybe.
I think so.
Yeah, Les is talking about the face shot, but
Maybe
you know,
0.5.
Les, you never look a gift shrimp in the mouth.
You make it look in your mouth?
The jokes are just getting poorer and poorer toward the end of this cruise.
Yeah, maybe 0.5, just to line us up nicely.
But if you really want to make a point, you can look at the urchin.
Oh, jeez, Roland. I'm not sure. Roland said if you really want to make a point, you could look at the urchin.
I'm not happy with these buttons. Yes.
His was better than mine, I gotta admit.
That was quality.
Yeah.
Guys, the pilot's under a lot of pressure right now. Could we please stop with the puns?
Get it?
Yeah.
I think everybody's still groaning in the room about that one.
Go ahead, watch this. You want to do a quick test of this guy?
Okay, sure.
We don't have any. Yeah.
What's that next to it?
Is that the same one?
This is the dark spot.
Yeah, this is the long-legged shrimp, the Metocarcinus. I think we got one today already. I'm checking my notes.
I don't think so.
Maybe not.
Well, we're getting a good shot of it now.
Okay,
so.
well, write them in. Didn't hurt to write them in twice.
There we go. Trying to land. There you go. Okay. Oops. You good video? Come on out.
So,
all right, well.
Next time you go for one, get yourself landed
There's
and settled.
fish in the water column.
Everything's stable.
Fish.
And
Coming down right where that crack is. Yeah, there he is. Oh, wow.
That's a different
This
one.
is it's a tripod fish.
Yes, so right.
It's a tripod fish. He's swimming, too.
I don't see them swimming very often.
What's that?
Zoom.
He'll settle down. Watch this.
He's got a
He'll
little
come
room.
down and
Come on, go.
perch. Because that's what he normally does, is perch.
Ah.
There he goes.
Pulling you out so you can see how
That
far away
is
you are.
Strange fish.
Full wide.
Thank you.
He's like a board on that tripod, too.
We're trying to get him from the
this
side.
is in the genus Bathypterois. And I couldn't really say what species it is.
I'm going to try to get him from the side here.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, these are really fabulous fish. You know, very picturesque. They're such weird fish.
Okay. Come on in video.
My initial guess is this is Bathypterois atricolor, but I'm going to check the guide and see if I'm remembering correctly.
It's pretty amazing that he can actually stand up on those fins. They look really thin.
Yeah, so this is in the family Hypnopidae, and yeah, it does seem to match Bathypterois atricolor pretty well.
Partial.
So this fish has got its pelvic and the lower lobe of its caudal fin sort of modified so that it can actually sit up, and presumably it's got all of these modified fin rays coming off of its head, presumably to sense prey.
Maxing.
I lost it.
And obviously the two pelvics and the caudal lower caudal lobe are what give it its name, tripod fish. Very, very tiny eyes. And those modified pectoral fin rays, you know, form a net, and they can be quite large. They're going up, you know, tens of centimeters above the fish.
Tens?
Tens of centimeters above the fish, yeah.
Full wide.
So here we're getting to an area where the pavement of manganese breaks open here and there, and you see more roundish shapes again. Looks like this part of the volcano is actually made of pillow lavas.
Just a minute longer here.
Copy that.
So Pilot and Roland, I have to tell you that on my laptop at home, I've had a desktop image that was taken of this fish by your 2009 test dives in Hawaii. And I've kept it there. I like that picture so well that I've never changed the desktop for it. What was that? Yeah, it's my favorite picture. I've never seen a picture of this species.
You know what? I was probably the navigator, so what do you think of that?
That was so nice.
2009.
So it's really a cool fish.
I can tell you that I was not the pilot. Without a doubt.
That was a little herd picture then, huh?
All right, we got to find a coral. We're at the summit. This is ridiculous.
I must say, your corals are pretty picky about where they sit. This is an absolutely gorgeous view. Not too much sediment.
Yeah.
I mean, it's getting a little thicker with the sediment here because it's starting to get a little bit more flat, but there's nothing wrong with this peak.
How do you feel with the current up here?
Yeah.
I feel okay.
Maybe let's just keep looking for one of the purple corals. I'm a little worried about the time constraints here, if we could.
Should have picked that last one, Chris.
Yeah, I should have. Shucks. Should have picked that purple coral yesterday, too.
Yep.
Making some bad decisions here.
So what you're saying is Chris is almost
Yeah,
as
that's
picky
when you
as
don't
squirrel.
listen to what I suggest. That's when it goes wrong.
But not quite as picky as his gonad.
Yeah, okay, I'll start listening more on the last two dives. Yeah, we got really good specimens yesterday of the bamboo coral that was being overgrown by the gold
one,
coral,
yeah.
the parazoanthid Kulamanamana. It's definitely different than what we think is Acanella in Hawaii. So just another Resurgent coral up there. It's Resurgent sea star, sorry.
I was just going to say, wow.
Keep on heading up.
Yeah, let's keep on heading up.
Trying to swing both sides as well, just to see if you see anything.
It's another tripod. Second one.
Oh, yeah. There's another tripod fish there.
Yeah, another one. Maybe we can skip that since we got good video of the other one.
Copy that.
And we got to find our last collectible here.
All right, now if we can keep going uphill here.
Now we'll keep pushing out, so.
Yes.
A lot of
yeah,
texture here, almost
good.
karstic.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Strange looking.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a little tube guy.
What's this guy? Schrock.
Yeah, there's something off in the distance. No.
Well, actually, this is going to have a clear purple tint to it, right?
Yeah, but we won't see the purple till we get closer to it. They tend to appear kind of grayish in the distant light because they're not fully illuminated.
Yesterday I noticed it when it was bright white at the base before we got to it.
Right,
I don't know what that white thing is.
the one right below me.
You want to take a quick snap zoom of
Right
it?
here?
Yeah, what is
Go
that?
ahead, video.
It's a tube anemone.
Is that one of these? Oh, it is a tube anemone. That wouldn't make a bad collectible, you know. It's pretty big. I don't know if you could get it.
Zoom out real quick.
How
video.
big is that?
Zoom out.
Tough one to kind of grab from that angle. He's
That
about
was-
10 centimeters long.
That's a serious, serious
Yeah.
tube anemone.
Tina, is this even a consideration or not? I mean, it's a pretty big one, but a lot of the tubes exposed. Just waiting for her to respond in the chat room. It's gluing its tube to the rock, which is different. So what do we think, chat? Tina Les. Tina's asking whether we think it might be collectible. What do you think, Pilot? You'd have to grab it near the base because that, then you see it's going to track just like that.
Yep. Oh, it just completely disappeared. Wow.
Well,
let's do a quick zoom again.
If you want it,
it's whether you could get the tube intact off the rock.
How is it real squishy?
Yeah,
it's a bit squishy.
That doesn't look that thick.
I can certainly try.
Maybe that's what we were looking at a little while ago in the sand.
You'd have to try to poke it at the very back there and see if you could dislodge it from the back of the rock, maybe. I don't know if that's possible, but that'd be the only way. Because we don't know how far that an enemy goes back down into that tube.
Yeah.
So Les's suggestion, we should try for it. I think this is our best chance for one of these. If we ever going to collect one.
Lock in your auto heading as well, just as a good precaution.
Okay. Any of the other ones?
What do you have?
I have auto heading and joy.
Tino's noting the tube is soft.
Is that what you needed to stay down?
Be a little tricky.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So I have to get pretty far
I think
back
it's going to
there.
be trying similar to trying to pick up a shell with a
before you start
really strong pair of pliers.
You want to make sure that Sirius is settled in.
Yeah, right. Okay, that's good. Yeah.
So how far in does that go? Is that the end of it right there? It's hard to.
If you center it up, I can light up the background.
Hard to see.
Yeah, so Les was thinking the same thing I was, whether the claw could be used to knock it off the rock. And then
you mean just kind of scrape?
Yeah, kind of scrape very back underneath there a little bit, just trying to get the base of it.
I can try that.
And then if it plunks down, then you could grab it.
Tina says it's not brittle, it's just soft.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll give it a good scrape. I think I'm going to be blocking most of the light.
I'm not doing it. You got to do it.
You know, I mean, with the light here, I think I'm going to be blocking most of it. Am I,
spun up?
Yeah, spun up.
Yeah, you're spun up. Okay. Which box are you wanting to go in?
What do we have right now, Nev? Okay. Yeah, we'll try with starboard.
Okay. Hold on. Sirius is still swinging, just so you know, pilot. So I'm going to keep a close eye on that. And
meanwhile, I'm going to come online here. I am moving slightly.
Yeah, that might happen. I've swung due east at this point.
Okay.
A little bit off track. I guess we're not trying to look underneath anymore, so I will stow this. So what's your plan?
I was just going to try to scrape gently first to see if it comes up.
So from which direction to which direction you going to scrape? From underneath up?
I was going to go from left to right.
Okay.
Back up in there.
Okay.
Suggestion?
Well, we'll see how big it is. It's going to be a hard crab.
Yeah.
Touch it first. I didn't follow that comment.
No, I don't
Tina's
understand
either. The animal's at the very bottom.
Camera zooms help.
Oh, she probably meant to detach it
if you wanna
first,
zoom
and
in
that's what
slightly.
they're trying to do is to detach it.
You want any cameras? Any other views?
Right there. Stop video.
Yeah, that
let's
tube
start
goes under there a little
Here?
ways.
Anything else up here?
Yeah, if you want to pull up either the pilot or the pilot.
Pilot cam, okay. Let's see. Pilot. I'll get you down towards your rear. There you go.
Too bad that manganese wouldn't just sort of break off a little bit. That would be helpful.
Just crack it open.
Well, he's got a really good angle on it. He's got a chance here.
That is pretty soft, though.
Wow, that is really soft.
I don't think that's coming loose.
Move. Well, it's not scraping off.
It's like pulling a paper bag off the floor that's glued down. You're just going to tear it.
Yeah, that's the only other thing you could do is try to, I don't know if you could try to grab the tube and see if it would pull out intact. I don't think it will, but maybe.
Zoom out video.
It's going to rip it.
I know.
Yeah, I'm afraid that's going to rip it.
Partial. See how it's hanging off? You go right to left and sort of scrape it off that way.
Okay.
So start from
maybe you can just tickle
lower
them
of
out.
this view out.
Okay, so
yeah,
right over there.
Right to left here and up down on this. I mean, from that angle you had was perfect, I think.
Oh, I thought you wanted me to go on this side.
Just
maybe?
try and knock that whole corner of rock off.
Yeah, that's what I
Get
was.
your HD2 lined up.
I don't know if that's possible either.
On this Snap HD2 view.
If it was above the surface,
Are you
it
ready?
would be.
Yep.
Maybe with a little zoom.
Yeah, Tina says don't worry about the tube; it'll regrow.
You can go on in. You wouldn't mind going in a little on HD2, yeah.
Okay.
Is that any better?
Yeah.
I think if you can hold, well, yeah, I don't know.
It's just a tricky angle.
I think if you can hold partial jaws,
Open.
Go to a grip of force, lower grip force, and hold partial jaws, and just run right up it, and then
Like a grip force 3 or something?
or one.
One.
Yeah, two maybe. I guess one is kind of crazy now.
Yeah, I'll try
Forgot
2.
what the
There we
setting
go.
is. One barely closes.
And just kind of scrape in.
Yeah, just be careful not to push down on the fingers. If that makes sense. Push down on the floor with the fingers too much. A little bit's okay, but push down on the floor, you can hurt the arm. This is pretty useless now, huh?
Yeah.
Let's see if we can't get you a better view.
Uh-oh.
Oops, that's not right. Sorry. My mistake. Slightly better.
Scrape.
Almost.
Careful, you're moving the whole vehicle with the jaw. Careful. There you go.
Jeff, what if you use the smaller fingers?
You could try that. I think if you come from above, you're going to have better luck rather than coming in that way, but it's hard
Straight
to tell.
above.
Almost straight above. But you're almost there. I mean, you've got a finger on it. You're almost there.
Can't get it to come on.
Yeah. See, you don't want to push the vehicle with the fingers like
Yeah.
that.
Well, I can try above again.
I don't know. I'm not so sure this thing's gonna.
It's not.
It's not easy.
I think Tina just said it all. That even divers hate to collect these things.
Not gonna be able to see it very well from
pilot?
Yes, please.
The main HD seems to have a good view from this angle.
Does it?
Okay.
Oh, that's a little better.
Can zoom into the center if it helps.
That was pretty good.
It's not scraping off though.
It's not?
No. It's just going right past it.
No, pilot, I think it's probably not going to work. This guy is too tough.
It's hard to get a finger up under there without.
Yeah, even if he was a little more exposed, there's just going to be a bear. Thank you for trying, though. It was. Yeah, the tube is just too flexible. If it was just a little more rigid, I might be able to grab it, but it just. Yeah, Tina Molitsova says thanks a lot for trying anyway. She works on these animals, or at least she used to work on these animals.
Okay.
Spin the HPU down.
Nav, so what's our remaining bottom time? 25 minutes. Well, let's make a last chance look around and see if we can get a last chance at collecting a coral before we go. Great, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, I'm up. Sure. I will get over there.
All right, we got about 20 more minutes, 25 minutes, 20 minutes. So we got a little more time to look around and see if we can find one of these corals. We were hoping to grab before we have to leave the bottom. We have reached waypoint 4 and actually are a little bit beyond it if you're looking at your dive plan
I think
map.
they've seen these guys.
So we
We're
actually
looking for coral.
Just pointing it out.
Yeah, let's
There's
look
something
for
swimming
corals.
towards you, jellyfish or something.
There's something.
Yeah, there's something over it. Maybe just a sea star.
I believe so. You want to do a snap zoom? Just make sure.
Yeah,
that's brittle star.
Tripod fish coming to your
fish
right.
behind it, look like a mackerel.
Oh yeah.
And rat tail immediately left blazers.
Go ahead, do a snap zoom.
Yeah, quick look at this fish. It is a mackerel. And this is one of the little, what we've been calling Kumba, I think, maybe. So that's good. We got maybe a Kumba or something else, actually. I'm not sure it is that one, but.
Do you want a longer look at this, watching?
I think that's good enough just because of the time constraints
Copy
for the final collection. Thank you.
All right, video whenever you're good.
So we may have one of these Trisopathes up ahead, or maybe not.
It's another one of those tripod fish swimming by.
No, that was an optical illusion. It wasn't a Trisopathes.
Thought you were going to tell me that the fish were not, and that the fish was an optical illusion.
No. A little tripartite here of Resurgent sea stars.
An old-fashioned standoff?
No, it's Mom, Dad, and Junior.
Oh, okay.
So,
I thought it was a standoff.
Yeah.
See who stands the longest.
Quick zoom on this.
It's another.
Just another Resurgent small one.
Yep. Go ahead, come out.
Maybe
Crazy looking jelly in Sirius.
Wow.
Man, I'm just not getting what we're seeing. I just don't understand why this would be so barren.
Large swimming fish in the background.
Where's that? Straight ahead?
Top center.
I'll do a quick zoom.
Yeah, there's a lot of tripod fish on this summit.
Same as before.
Yep.
Okay, come on out. Let's keep hunting.
Les is saying we may have come too shallow for the Victor Gorgia. I'm not sure we actually got all that much shallower in the last hour.
Yeah, we're 1139, 1140 meters, so we come up a little ways.
We collected that rock over an hour ago, and that was 40 meters deeper.
I wonder if we can run down slope a little bit. There's a few things down here. I think I see.
Lose the skids. Yeah. Yeah, I can
Potential Tino 4.
see what's down here.
I don't know if I'm just my imagination or not. I thought I saw a few things, but now I don't. Oh, we got a little Tinophore in the water.
We do a quick zoom
It's
on
a
it.
Tinophore. A pretty one.
These look best when they're in the looking up at them.
Yeah, I'm going down slope though, so. Alright, that's it. Fine.
I think we had better luck finding them from closer by. I don't think we were seeing them very well from high up.
Okay. We can turn, look back up slope, or?
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't know. That was my feeling, but.
Right. I mean, there's. I was sort of looking at the Sea Star. Obviously, it'd be a new record. Chris knows it's a Resurgent. It'd be fairly easy to collect. We only have 25 minutes left.
It gives you 10 minutes to find something.
If there are any corals at all out there, I would sort of.
Can they please stand up?
Yeah.
Looks not promising.
No, it doesn't look promising at all. I agree, Pilot.
Oh, an eel swimming right at us.
Never mind.
It does not like that light.
Do you have any interest in that guy?
So Tina says, yeah, let's take the Resurgent. Chris Ma would be delighted, and
still moving.
since he wasn't absolutely certain of
stop the ship.
what genus it belonged in.
Right now. Okay.
It's going to have to go in the 2-gallon bag.
What's that?
So big.
Hope we got
now,
enough.
Would you back that move down, maybe?
Liquid
Actually,
for him.
Let me see where he settles out to collect.
I think we do. We only have 2 dives left.
Just like
we got a
5,
fair amount left in the 5-gallon carboy, right? I think we do.
Maybe.
There's nothing really in the sonars, and this is the last thing we're going to do, so.
Maybe half, yeah.
Might be okay.
Tina says, "Don't worry, it'll break into pieces."
You know, she's right. It may very well break into pieces. They tend to
These guys are,
disarm themselves, shall we say.
Just have to grab them right in the middle.
I wonder if those tripod fish have been feasting on the arms of the sea star. Pilot Tina was recommending you open the box before you collect it.
Okay.
They tend to go to pieces. Sometimes it's on the way up, but also he could lose his arms when you grab him too.
Okay. Let's we could slide out real slowly, make sure that it's not gonna.
Yeah, you're probably clear from collision, but you might not be able to reach down and not hit the rock box. So we'll just have to keep an eye on it.
Okay, I can come at it from this way.
I'll extend the drawer a little here. Make sure the lid is open, and in fact, starboard's open, port's closed. Does it look alright? Looks clear, yeah?
I believe so.
Okay.
And then
just be real careful going down. Let's see.
Yeah, let's pull up pilot. Well, unless you're watching that one right now.
I'm just seeing how it settles.
Okay.
But I have another view, so we can pull up what you want on the right.
Yeah, let's try pilot first, and then
ROV pilot. Generally, your arm's going to be in the way on that. So I'll get pan it
so I had
over.
to,
you can switch when you need it.
Send a bunch of these animals to Denmark that were actually collected off of Pearl Harbor in a mustard gas bomb disposal area.
Lovely.
Yeah, so these sea stars are actually on or near the mustard gas bombs, and it was part of my job a couple of years ago to take whatever sea stars were collected and prep them for shipping to a chemical weapons analysis lab in Denmark to see whether any of the mustard agent had been incorporated into the tissue.
So,
these are World War I era mustard gas bombs. They're called MK47A2 or a Mark 47A2 100-pound
coming which way?
mustard gas bombs that had been down on the seafloor since 1945.
I can easily put it in.
Okay.
What do you think? Or do you have a better?
I don't know. Following.
So I totally agree with Tina. Mostly what I sent Denmark was a collection of arms and then an occasional disc.
HD2 appears to have a better view than your pilot.
Yeah, do you want it?
Yeah. If I can just go around through it like that.
So before you clamp, make sure you're in a low grip force.
Yeah, I am. I just tried to.
And take a look at all your cameras.
I guess I could go lower though. I'm at a 4, so you think 2? Or
2's probably fine, yeah.
okay, I'll change that to that. Yeah.
So, before you index in, oh, sorry.
Okay.
You might just try to jaw yaw right a little bit to get it lined up and then come down. And you'll have to come up a little to jaw yaw right and then go down. Do you see what I mean? That your wrist joint there, just hair right to like match the same plane as him.
Okay, you're saying come this way?
Yeah, like this, a touch. Just not the twist, the yeah, there you go. Perfect. And that will sort of match the same plane, because if you had scooped there, you would have been grabbing the rocks before grabbing the guy. So yeah, like that. And those fingers are long, so plan for that.
And the first few arms depart.
Wow.
It's pretty adept at jettisoning their arms.
Do we
I don't need those.
Do we leave the critter and grab two arms?
I forgot about this, so probably giving pilot the two hardest animals to collect, a tube anemone and now the...
So Tina's suggesting to try the disc.
Try to what?
Grab the disc.
Well, he's trying to do that, but
it's tricky.
Yeah.
Oh. Try and put the arm under it all the way. Yeah, that would be pretty hard.
Just cradle. That's it. You almost have it.
I think he has one arm. Yep.
Yeah, so Tino's suggesting if you can get a claw under the disc and almost cradle it, that might work.
I'm trying.
Almost got it. I think he's got a real chance this time.
Keep feeling the...
Yeah, you're really pushing against the wall really hard.
Come back out.
Gotta be really careful about doing that. That's what's gonna hurt it.
Okay.
You're in a pretty low grip force, so it should be, Chris, do you learn anything from the disc that you can't get from the arms?
Actually, the disc is the crucial part.
Yeah, okay.
As long as you've got one arm, you've got all the arms, basically. They're all going to be the same. Maybe. Shouldn't say that. Chris Ma would know that better, whether any of the arms are different than any of the other ones.
Can you bring up my manip cam, actually? Maybe that'll give me a review.
Port manip?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Might also recommend a zoom on HD.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
I still has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I still has 8 tries left before there's no arms left.
Maybe. It's close. Almost almost got it.
Not under the disc, at the backside.
Well, if the two arms stay at
That's
almost.
not going to work.
Have that there.
Yeah. All right, this could work.
Yeah.
Ah, you got it. Just, oops. It's okay, you've got enough arms. If you can just get them in with that number.
Oh no.
Oh,
oops.
Oh no. Oh no.
Come on.
Take a breath.
Zoom in again, video. Stop. It's a little wider. No.
Gotta be real careful.
Yeah.
Take a look at your nip cam.
All right, he's got it.
Would you like another view?
And now I'm using my nip up here right now.
Okay, well we got some of it.
You want to rotate the HD2 to see what part you got?
I'm out of the way.
Do you want to look in the box?
We can't. Or I can try to get some of those arms, but
well, I think that. Here, hold on. You want to just basically stow real quick?
Yeah.
The arms are going to be pretty hard to collect, I think. The arms are going to be pretty hard to collect, I think.
And then let's do HD2.
Did go down from the 2-gallon size
yeah, it did.
bag to like a little plastic jar.
Yeah.
I think you got the middle, right? It's not there.
Yeah, if the middle,
got the middle.
I think the
if
middle
the middle's there, that's the crucial part.
HD2,
No, I
I
think
look into the
I think
box.
the middle made it in the box.
Well, I definitely got the middle. I don't know if I got any of the arms.
I think I saw a small arm.
I think you got a middle and an arm that's,
You know, 3 or 4 inches long. So. it's a
Okay,
middle
well,
and an arm.
thank you for that. That was 2 challenging collections we stuck you with.
Well,
So
sorry
thank
about
you.
that, watch lead.
No problem.
Okay, that went in starboard inboard, right?
Yes.
All right, pilot.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I suspect that's probably about the end of the
Yeah.
dive.
I think we're going to start wanting to make our way up.
So
we want to unwind.
Okay.
Let
And
you folks know, as
so if you
usual,
wanna look the turns
after the
and tell-
dive,
figure out which way you want me and you to go.
those of you who want to attend
Sorry,
the
Washington.
post-dive brief and talk about tomorrow's dive site,
I'll go where
we'll
you
do
tell me
that
to.
as
Okay,
the ROV's
if I'm
pulling
looking
off
at
the
this
bottom, and when
correctly,
Lindsay
I am
comes in,
about
we'll show
one
the
turn
dive plan
positive from you,
for
so I need to
tomorrow.
go.
And if you'd like to comment on it,
I need to
that
go
will
to
be your
port.
opportunity to comment.
Okay.
Come back this way.
So you need to go to port. How far?
I need to go 90.
Yeah, so Tina, I
180
think we got
degrees.
one arm and at least part of one arm in the disc,
another
so we
turn on
might
top of
have
that.
enough for Chris to work with. To at
You have
least
one
get
turn
sure,
and I have
yes.
a minus.
Identify
So I need
it
to
to
go-
Genus.
Yeah.
So you're probably going to have to come all the way around and then
That's
around again.
Chris Ma.
And I'm going to be turning right. But we can do that systematically rather than all at once so we don't get ourselves confused and the tether discombobulated. You're pretty much under me already, aren't you?
Yeah, you're at 71.
Okay. Well, if you want to, your auto heading's locked already, so if you just want to, I'll come up, you can come up, and we'll
Quick wrap of
come
the
a ways
dive
off the
here
bottom
in our last
first.
couple minutes.
We'll unwind.
We reached all of our
pushing
waypoints.
up
We got
here.
a lot of good close-ups. We didn't see very heavy densities, but we certainly saw a fair number of different animals, a
start
fair
by
number of
doing part of
interesting
your
fish
unwind.
in particular. And
the tether's
we've got
well clear.
2 rocks in the box.
The
and
biggest
we have a
danger
really
here
nice
is you can get the
sponge,
tether
and
caught
we,
in your brow.
hopefully have
Okay.
enough
Yeah,
of the
I
sea
see.
star.
So you can come
that'll
around
aid in
and
the
face ahead like
identification.
you were normally going.
What
Right.
species this is. It certainly was around
I'm
a
up
lot
plenty
at this
now,
dive site,
I
this
think.
Brazingid.
There you go.
Okay.
So now to make sure that it
And
doesn't
so,
get caught, you're going to
It
drive
was a
ahead.
good dive. It was a little more barren. We've
drive
had
ahead
a
and
lot of
around
animals
and
the
get
last
tether
couple
sort
of days,
dragged
the last
out
few
so you
days.
can come
and
around again.
This
And I'm
was
going to keep a nice high delta. First,
surprisingly
you're going to want to come off the
barren
bottom a little
site
more.
of animals, given that it was a pinnacle sticking up off the summit of the Seamount.
Right now.
And there's clearly
Close.
consolidated substrate, as you can
Why don't
see.
you come on up?
Coming up.
Yeah.
With you.
So that's kind of my wrap. Jasper, do you want to say a few things, and
get
I'll
a ways
quickly
up,
go see
yeah.
if Lindsay's out right outside the curtain?
Sure. So I think in the end
Lock
we
in right
sort
around
of
20.
got what we were looking for. We got a
20
cone
meters?
sitting on the edge of this
Yeah.
Dio plateau, and it does appear like it was mostly volcanic rocks.
Gets you about 15 off the bottom.
And
That's pretty good.
we started out with
That's
pillow
good.
lavas,
Yeah.
coated
Put
in
an auto-
manganese.
auto,
Later on, getting up
auto
to,
depth.
to the top,
Okay.
it started
Auto
getting
depth.
more layered, and
If it
our
helps to
second
keep
rock
track, you can put an
collection
auto heading, but
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now, right now you're
appeared
okay
to
for-
have
Okay.
orange,
So-
yellowish material, which is usually
almost
the
under
color
me.
for volcanic plastics.
But right now, since the
So
tether's
that
that way, you
suggests
can come around port.
initially,
drive
our
down.
Okay.
little volcano
I'll
was
follow
deeper
you.
in the
Do you want
water,
me to just
and
come all the
towards
way
the
around
end
and
it
drive
ended
straight?
up
You can just turn your heading port.
Gotcha.
closer
drive
to
a
the
little bit,
surface,
and
that
then
the
turn your
eruption
port,
became
drive
more
down.
explosive.